Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What a day. What a beautiful, beautiful day. Can you congratulate me on officially passing all 4 sections of my CPA? Archer, everybody. Archer, you know what?
Maybe I could love myself. Maybe my life would be my to content. I like.
Congratulations! Congratulations! Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Congratulations! Congratulations! Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Thank you all.
Good job, Archer. Main stage of Tomorrowland on fire. Don't ever debate on a channel with bad sound again. Are you talking about the thing we did? The event we did in the Unfuck America thing? It wasn't technically, we weren't supposed to live stream it, or it wasn't going to be live streamed, and then I guess we decided to do it at the last minute. So listen. You got something, okay? The thing with Myron too, only your mic was fucked up. Wait, what? If that's true, that's on them. Because that was Sean Kelly's thing, no?
Yeah.
If you had to grade this admin for like if it's a no, I'm saying that the collusion with the social media companies with the FBI and all that shit never really happened. Like none of the Twitter files show
Wait, how is this fucked up?
that.
Oh, no. I was thinking on if you do it trying to siphon off, I don't know if you noticed with Thomas Mack.
Realizing again, Elon Musk is a weirdo.
Have you seen Kate Johnson's affidavit video? She is the 13-year-old Trump accuser. It is the craziest I've ever seen. Why is no one talking about it? You were fine here. Okay. It's a bit tinny sounding.
Your money, and it's like I bought Bitcoin and forgot about it. And
Yeah.
Like, bro, you got lucky.
Yeah.
Cash that shit out. Shut the fuck up. And
yeah, I mean, maybe it could be EQ'd differently, but
go be. I don't have any of the charisma either, which is like, yeah, pro gamers should like the whole thing is.
they might be. I think a lot of people are doing AI stuff for mics now too. They might have ran like an AI filter to cut all the background noise out. So maybe it sounds a little tinny because of that as well. When it was live, the mics were shit because when it was live, I was using one of these mics on my shirt or on Nick's shirt. This is Kyla's husband's shirt. Katie Johnson affidavit. What is this?
I came to this interview on my free will. No, there was nothing promised to me for doing this interview.
Excellent.
Yes, everything that I say at this interview will be the truth. I met Donald Trump at some parties I attend that I was working for Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. There was about 3 or 4 times that I had encounters with Donald Trump. I was 13. The first time that I met Donald Trump was at a party at Jeffrey Epstein's mansion.
Hold on. Is there a court filing with this same affidavit? Or is this a video that she recorded talking about this and this is not in a court filing anywhere?
We were...
Log into Kicklit, the bot isn't active. You keep saying that, but I don't know what that means. I logged into Kicklit before and nothing happened. Or I don't know what you want me to do. There has to be something more that you want me to do. Kicklit. I'm logged in. Now what? Dashboard. Do I need to like make the guy join again or?
There was an orgy going on, and he was kind of was at a party at Jeffrey Epstein's mansion. There was an orgy going on, and he was kind of watching off in the distance. And he basically asked if I could come over and give him a hand job. And at first, I wasn't very comfortable with it. This was like my first first party, and I didn't think that was my responsibility. But my recruiter told me that I needed to do it, so I agreed to. And then he, I began to. Sorry, this is a little difficult, but. Before I gave him a hand job, he kind of slapped my hand away and said, "You need to use a glove." And the recruiter ran over and handed me a glove and said, "No one touches Mr. Trump's penis without a glove."
The plaintiff, Katie Johnson, was forced to engage in an unnatural lesbian sex act. Well, I mean, like, aren't all lesbian sex acts unnatural by definition? With her fellow minor and sex slave, Maria Doe, age 12. After this sex act, both minors were forced to orally copulate defendant Trump by placing their mouths simultaneously on his erect penis until he achieved orgasm.
Glove. So I needed to use a glove. I gave him a hand job, and then immediately after, he had an orgasm, he left, and I didn't see him again at that party. Jeffrey Epstein is a billionaire friend of Donald Trump's that...
I just watched your recent debate with Myron. You guys have great chemistry. If you guys did a Red Pill, Blue Pill podcast, I think it would be crazy successful. Yeah, fuck, maybe. I like I said, I like Myron as a person. I think, it's like actually incredibly fucking pathetic to say, but I think Myron is like the nicest or the most like stands on business kind of person I think that I've ever met in the industry. He just believes in a whole bunch of crazy shit. My conspiracies.
Was responsible for throwing the sex parties. There was, I originally came to New York trying to be a model, and in my travels, I met a girl named Tiffany there, who...
It's clocking. Is it not clocking to you that he's standing on business? Do you think that, like, celebs make up new, like, slang in the background or in their personal lives, and then they try to use it in public to see if it catches on? Or wait, is this a thing that Zoomers say? Or is it alpha? I don't even know.
You're not getting it. It's not clocking to you. It's not clocking to you that I'm standing on business, is it?
Okay.
Was very interested in me and said that that's what she did, is that she helped girls get what they wanted, and she could help me get into modeling. That she knew a lot of people that were higher ups, and that it would be no problem. And so that's why I would just basically have to come model at a couple of events and meet some people. There would be no sweat. So of course I went. That sounded like no big deal. And she was recruiting the girls to come to these parties. And they all looked, most of them were, my age. There was, maybe a couple girls that were maybe 14 or 15, but it seemed to me like we were all very young, so. Okay. Jeffrey Epstein knew that I was 13 years old. When he interviewed me, he asked me to get down to just my panties, and I thought that was weird, but modeling, maybe it was something about my figure. And he asked that I get...
Do people get into modeling start at 13? Like actual modeling? Or I feel like your body wouldn't be... I know height and everything and growing is important. I have no idea. I don't know. I'm talking about real modeling also. I don't know how you guys are saying yes, but I'm not talking about people that post pics on Instagram or in fucking reality TV shows. To be an actual model, supermodel or whatever. But they might. I don't know. But I don't know how many of you guys know. I don't believe that all of you guys know. I think you're just spamming shit because you're fucking retarded.
Give him a massage. So and then he asked me my age. He asked me, and I told him, I told him that I was 13. I told him why I was there. And he basically said, well, you'll do. I'm sure that...
Stop. It's not clocking to you that I'm standing on business. Fuck, I fucked it up.
You'll fit pretty nicely here. And then he tried to basically slip himself inside of me. And I pushed him away, and I said, I'm... Because at that point in time, I still believed that there was models, and then there was the girls that did that. I thought there was a separation. So, I told him that I wasn't interested in that, but he said that I would do. And as far as Donald Trump, he knew that I was 13, and I believe that Tiffany told him. He seemed to take a liking to me because I was I was so young, and I was also a virgin. So I don't know. It seemed like he wasn't really into having girls that were liked by the other guys. He kind of, the whole glove. He kind of liked things to be his first. If that, for lack of a better term, but he was the one who wanted to get to a girl before everyone else did. Donald Trump knew that I was 13 because the first night that I was there, Tiffany actually suggested that, and she had a whole bunch of different wigs, and I expressed interest in them. You know, I always told her that I would love to walk around with blue hair, and so I tried some on, and there was a blonde wig that she said that looked great on me, so I wore that wig, and Donald Trump had specifically asked about me because I remind him of his daughter, and she said, well, she's 13 as well. So he knew the first time that he saw me, but he took a liking to me because I look like his daughter. And the reason I'm coming out now is when it happened originally, I just wanted to forget about the whole incident. And when I saw that he was running for president, I felt that it was my responsibility to come out and tell our country what kind of man this person is. I don't think that he should even be the dog catcher, let alone running the greatest country in the world. After I met Tiffany at the bus station, she took me to, basically went to her house, her apartment, and got ready. I put on a blonde wig because it seemed fun to pretend to be someone different, but we went to the party that I was basically interviewing for, and Jeffrey Epstein was the one that was running the party. He had a quick meeting with everyone that was employed there, and then he had a private interview with me. The first time that I met Jeffrey Epstein, he did try to force himself inside of me without getting the go-ahead or anything, and then it was probably about the third or fourth party is when he basically forced. It was another massage, and it was basically like, it wasn't sex, but there was penetration, and I told him that I didn't want that, but he kind of got a little irritated. So I don't know. There was something about him that I guess I kind of held him like I held a lot of resentment towards him. By that time that happened, I kind of already.
I don't believe any of this. I need Okay, one thing that I'm like ultra sus on now when I see is I don't ever believe this anymore. Whenever someone says, however, these legal efforts face significant hurdles, the cases were ultimately withdrawn or dismissed for technical reasons, rather than on the merits of the allegations themselves. Every single time I've read this thing, technical reasons, it's always a massive cope. And usually what technical reasons means is it didn't survive a motion to dismiss in the pleading stage because the complaint was whack as fuck. Or it was an inappropriate jurisdiction and there was no reason to even bring the case there, or it was for insane charges that would never, like civil cause of action that would have stuck. This happened a lot over the Trump, election stuff over 2020 when they kept trying to sue in different states and they're like, oh, we only lost on technical reasons. Bullshit. One thing I would be curious about, or sorry, I shouldn't say I don't believe this. If this happened, did she have any evidence of any of this? It doesn't have to be evidence of getting raped, but a 13-year-old that was subject to all of this in 94, she must have like been talking to friends, or there's got to be like text messages or emails or something. When she turned 18, it would have been 99. She would have been, I'm trying to think of when we started texting, 2004, 2005. She would have been 22, 23. Would she still be talking about it with anybody ever? I feel like there would be other people that could corroborate stuff going on. Maybe there is, maybe she's laid it out. Or are there like plane tickets flying to this place, or... Yeah, is there any evidence of her even being there? I'd be curious to see any of it. I'm just... Find the court stuff? It's just an affidavit, though. There's nothing attached. Where was this in 2016? This affidavit was signed in 2016, dated April 26, 2016. So why is it Ghislaine or how do you pronounce this chick's name? Hold on. In jail if the Epstein stuff is fake. I don't think that all the Epstein stuff is fake. I think he probably banged at least one underage girl. And had them like trafficked or whatever. I need to see what her
Ghislaine Maxwell.
Ghislaine?
It's protected Ghislaine from taking on any
I don't remember what she was charged with, actually. It had to do with trafficking, right? Because she was bringing girls to him. I don't think, like, all of it was fake. okay, you know what I really want to do? Color Gmax. People have these, people have these like heuristics that they use to figure out like if things are true or false without knowing anything about the subject matter. And sometimes these are good and sometimes these are bad. But I feel like I have stumbled upon a few that are actually pretty good that work in a lot of cases that should work. And this is the one that I call the, it has to do with effect size or magnitude, right? I kind of picked this up during the ivermectin thing. If there are 100 studies, okay? Hold on, okay. Let's say that there is a, let's say that we measure a range of values, okay? And it's between here and here, all right? This is our range. And then let's say that the range is 2 to 4, okay? And then let's say that our, what would we say? Confidence interval is 95%. What's the difference between confidence interval and p-value? Basically, I think if the confidence interval is 95%, that means that the true value of whatever it is you're measuring has a 95% chance of being within this range of values, right? So like if the null was 0, your default assumption was like no effect, right? And then you were able to do a measurement of a whole bunch of data, and you're like, okay, here's my range is 2 to 4, confidence interval 95%. I've got a statistically significant value, right? Statistically significant because we can say with a high degree of confidence that we have measured a value that is outside of this null hypothesis, right? Okay, sorry. So let's say that we're measuring like how many inches can some pill add to your dick, all right? So we measure the pill and we find that the pill is, the default assumption is 0, okay? And then we measure the pill, we take a whole bunch of measurements of guys' dicks, and we're like 95% sure it's within this range of increase for inches, okay? Cool, adds 2 to 4 inches of your dick, okay? Let's say that there are 100 studies, and all of them, okay? Let's say that there are, this is not what confidence interval is. It's actually, I think I explained this before. There's actually a more better way, technical way to explain that, and I think I just gave the wrong one, but I don't remember the right one, so it's close enough, okay? Suck my dick. You know what? We don't do close enough here. You're right. Confidence intervals and levels are frequently misunderstood, and published studies have shown that even professional scientists are misunderstood. Okay, 95% confidence level does not mean that for a given realized interval, there's a 95% probability that the population parameter lies within the interval. This is the one that I just said. That's not true. A 95% confidence level does not mean that 95% of the sample data lie within the confidence interval. That's not true. 95% confidence level does not mean that there's 90% parameter estimate. For example, wait. Okay, the confidence interval can be expressed in terms of a long-run frequency in repeated samples or in resampling. Were this procedure to be repeated on numerous samples, the proportion of calculated 95% confidence intervals that encompassed the true value of the population parameter would tend towards 95%. The confidence interval can be expressed in terms of probability with respect to a single theoretical yet to be realized sample. There's a 95% probability that the 95% confidence interval calculated from a given future sample will cover the true value of the population parameter. Jesus, okay, whatever, close enough. Translate? No, what I said is close enough. It's not technically accurate, but it's close enough, okay? Listen, it's like Newtonian mechanics over here, all right? Okay, but, all right, when I talk about like one heuristic that I use, all right? One heuristic that I use to figure out if I believe stuff that's coming out that's exceptional or not, one heuristic that I use has to do with like effect size or magnitude. So, for instance, let's say that there are 100 studies and all of them show like data that looks pretty similar to this, okay? Where you have like all of these different studies are coming out and they all kind of like show, you know, like 95% confidence interval, like they all show like this stuff, okay? Then let's say one study comes out, and let's say this one study that comes out, okay? Let's say that one study comes out and it says Well, we've actually measured like, because we use like a new sampling technique, we measure something right here, okay? Now, if this comes out and they have a statistically significant, meaning 95% confidence interval, a good p-value that rejects a lot of these earlier studies, and the effect size or magnitude is a bit higher or a bit lower, so it's a little different than what was stated before. This is really good research, and it points us in a new direction, and it's really valuable, and it's worth looking at, I think, okay? There's no reason immediately to doubt this, okay? However, an issue with a lot of extraordinary stuff, so like the hydroxychloroquine and the ivermectin stuff runs into this, is when you have a claim that you have all this research that points here, and then somebody comes out and they're like, well, actually, my study is, boom. The immediate assumption is, oh, you fucked up. Because it's not even that you found something new. It's that, how did you find something new that was so far off of what all the other research is pointing towards? You need an extraordinary data set, an extraordinary study, something that is extremely replicable. You have to have some huge thing to stake such a huge effect size difference, a huge magnitude difference from what all the established research says. So this is the big issue with a lot of the ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine stuff. When people were coming out and saying, oh, if for ivermectin, if you take ivermectin, it actually is 100% a prophylactic against ever developing COVID-19 if you contract the SARS-CoV-2 virus. 100%? Really? How could something with an effect size of that big, of a magnitude of that great, be completely missed? How is that possible? Now, if you would have said something like, well, it might reduce like overall illness time by, 12 to 24 hours, statistically significantly measured, okay, maybe, well, we can look into it. But when the effect size is that big, it's like, I don't know. All of that to say, sorry, if Donald Trump was doing child rape orgies in 1994, none of this has come out anywhere. I've never really heard any other allegations like this ever. That's just an insanely out of the norm accusation, I think. It's just not clocking to me that she's standing on business. I don't know. That would be why I would say, okay, fine. Like, I'm not saying there's 0% chance, but damn, we need some kind of evidence here. At least like fucking plane tickets or something. Can we at least put her on the island? Has that been released anywhere? Maybe. I just don't know why it wouldn't be on the site. But yeah, I don't know if anybody has it. I mean, I wouldn't say that there's like 0% chance of this, but Trump also kind of sort of seems to me, okay, now I'm not saying only the cool kids are fucking kids, but he kind of seems like a fucking nerd loser. Like, he kind of seems like an actual, like a little bit of an aspy, like nerd fuck. Like, this is a guy who's like, I don't believe in drinking or doing any drugs because I don't want to ruin my sober mind, and I don't want to. And he calls news stations pretending to be his own publicist. Like, everybody knows, like, he's kind of a fucking nerd. I don't know. I just don't envision him being at these fucking orgies with 13-year-olds. But who knows? I could be wrong. What is this? Who's wrong here? I don't even know what the fuck I'm looking at. What is CMB? Cosmic microwave background radiation. I have no idea. Key project. Shoes. California Highway Patrol. WMAP 01. The Women's Minor Attracted Persons 01? You're a nerd and you have threesomes? Except I'm not a nerd. If you watch me interact with women, I don't come off as a nerd. You might think so. You might want to say it, but compared to this guy, where's the dance dude? This guy? It's about the expansion rate of the universe? Oh, cringe. So you're cool enough to fuck kids? Ha 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 ha. Wouldn't you like to know? The only man who can answer that question died in 2019. The plot is about the Hubble tension. Different methods predict different values for the Hubble constant, which relates to the expansion rate of the universe. Oh. Oh, wait, was that actually cosmic microwave background or whatever? Is that what the CMB is? Am I making that up? Oh my God, my brain is just so my brain is expanding like the universe. Maybe Trump wasn't into young girls before he became attracted to his daughter, and the age of his interests has tracked to her age. Trump's comments about his daughter are creepy. I would agree with that. But also, I don't know where you fucking retards are at on this. I think a lot of dads obsessing about like their daughter's pussies, I think is really fucking weird. But that's just, I've always thought like the ultra overprotective dads. Like you show up at the house and they have a shotgun. Like no one's fucking my daughter but me. I don't know. I feel like it's fucking weird. But you know, it is what it is. Are we in a black hole or just your mom? I'm in your mom's black hole. Donald Trump says, women are his vice.
I think she's hired.
He's doing the lean forward thing even now? Jeez. How old is this?
You're hired.
Yeah. I don't know why it matters that he's an SP nerd, so is Bill Gates, and he seems to have partied with Epstein. Not saying he did anything else. Also, he's a famous New York businessman. Partied with Epstein. That could mean a lot of different things.
Very interesting. A beautiful girl who was 17 or 18 applied to be a waitress. She's so beautiful. She's like a world-class beauty, like the young lady who just asked a question about the actress. She's so beautiful. And my people came, she said, look, Mr. Trump, she has no experience. So I interviewed her anyway, because she was so beautiful. And I said, let me ask you, do you have any experience? She goes, no, sir. I said, when can you start? You can work at my plant anytime. Hey. See, now, if she worked at my plant, that's like a death wish for me, right? That's like an alcoholic. I have many friends that are wonderful people. They're alcoholics. You put scotch in front of them. It's like, this would be my form of alcoholism. Okay, yes, ma'am.
Like, this is a guy who would pay to fuck porn stars, okay? Let's be real now. Let's be real now, okay? Wall Street Journal reporting says MERS, who's that? Do we know that? Was the first person to inform Trump about his own DoD's decision to halt weapons to Ukraine. Trump then questioned Hegseth. MERS offered to buy 2 Patriot systems for Ukraine. Trump offered to sell 5 after seeing scenes of Russian bombardment in Ukraine. The German chancellor. Oh, okay. Is the argument that he doesn't have enough game to seduce a 13-year-old? No, I just don't. He doesn't seem to me, from all I've seen early on, and there could be a lot of footage I'm missing. He doesn't seem like the kind of guy who's like going to orgies. He just never came off that way. Would you like to comment about Black Dude number 2 cheerleader? Wait, would you like to comment on Black Dude number 2 cheerleaders at the last MAGA debate? What? The obvious follow-up is, does Epstein come off that way? I don't know. I haven't seen as many videos of Epstein publicly. He kind of seemed like a cooler, like he had like a cooler vibe or whatever. The guy's like throwing parties and shit. And fucking children. Where can I see him? Are there like videos of him publicly talking or doing stuff? Epstein party. Oof, my FBI guys. Rubbing his hands together. I looked through the court docs. Her main evidence seems to be a witness who worked for Epstein, Tiffany Doe. She disappeared during the court process when she had to file fees to continue with the case. No idea why. Maybe the deep state got to her. Is there a way to clean up the audio and post-edit of the new YouTube video? I feel like I didn't understand it at all. Wait, what? Oh, this one? Oh, this might be fucked.
It's not. It's being worked on, but that's not the point. The point that I'm making is if Trump advocates for it, you don't know possible if he didn't believe at one point.
Then cell phones? Did it buy them internet access? Did it buy them?
We didn't have internet.
Did it buy them? Yeah, exactly. We didn't have any of that. So why?
Ah, you can hear well enough. Grow some ears, bucko. What's with powerful and wealthy people fucking minors? Is it about power or some meme? I don't really think it happens that often. I think people have this fantasy that it happens a ton, but I don't think it's a real thing. I think people just want it to be a thing. My FBI agent, whenever he hears me say some Avenger level threats, but then I always end it with in Minecraft. True. If you do more unfuck events, please for the love of God, bring a video guy. Yeah, I'm working on that. I need like a slave. I'm just kidding, 13 years of experience. Somebody who follow me around and do video at events and stuff. But it's something I'm working on. I also hold that opinion, and I think it's super weird. People desperately want kids to be raped by billionaires. That's one way of looking at it. I would phrase it like that if I was trying to be edgy. But I think it's more just like billionaires evil and wealthy people evil and political elite evil. So there's like a lot of attraction to having some huge billionaire pedo ring conspiracy thing. Wait, hold on one sec. Okay, sorry. Or maybe billionaires don't care about your social norms and do what they please. I think, like, if somebody were to say there's a billionaire guy who's like fucking a ton of like 16 or 17-year-olds or whatever, or that they do, like, this is like a little bit more believable because like you can have girls at that age that look a little, you know, they look of age or whatever. Not even like of age or whatever, but they've got like boobs and shit. But when your theory is that these guys are frequently fucking like 12-year-olds, 11-year-olds, 30, like pedo, like hardcore pedo shit. I don't know, man. I think that's some shit. That's not some shit that you should like naturally evolve to, where you're like, God, I've come to so much and fucked my way through so many chicks. I got to try an 11-year-old. Like, I don't know. I don't know about that one. Destiny, what's the name of the guy's channel that posted a talk with you yesterday? I forgot his name. Also, your Discord is fucking useless. The guy's channel that posted a talk with you yesterday. The Sean Kelly guy?
Epstein's place was great. I mean, let's not act like faggots here.
Stop. Oh, Tom Bilyeu.
That is a really. Hey guys, I want to be honest.
Yeah.
I lied. Okay. I'm not good at almost anything.
What about Donald?
Oh, okay.
But that is a really important element of being a streamer.
That's
a good
true.
liar. Yeah. Right? Right, Wubby?
Pirate software.
Right? That's how we all got here.
Yep.
You gotta be able to BS a little bit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
True.
Though maybe exaggerated, I highlighted Epstein and Ghislaine. Fuck, I keep fucking her name up. Were the only perpetrators. Someone around them, Prince Andrews, probably wanted to get in on it somewhat. What if you're somebody who's that, like, not to, I would never do this. Okay, I won't use me as an example, okay? If you were a famous YouTuber, you could find underage people to have sex with if you really wanted to, just because of the fame and all that bullshit. Why would you go to a whole third party and present like so much life-ending blackmailable material? Like I imagine if you're Prince Andrew, you could probably fuck a million anybody that you wanted to of all sorts of ages. Why would you go to another person and have them bring you people? But also people are really fucking retarded, so who knows? I haven't followed the Prince Andrew stuff close enough to say anything. Like I never dug into it, so he might have been like mega super guilty. I truly have no idea. I didn't dig into any of it.
That sounds disgusting.
Wait, okay. What's this?
I know. But I would love to see you make a gorilla nest.
Right here?
Doesn't sound easy.
Yeah.
Is this...
Amber, bring in the gorilla twigs, please.
Gorilla nest?
Oh, no. We're going to bring in gorilla twigs.
I got you. Here we go. There we go.
Oh, no.
Big gorilla nest coming in.
Is there a gorilla in this room or what?
Wait. I don't necessarily disagree with your overall point on billionaire pedos, but your take that Trump wouldn't be there because he's not a cool guy, or he's not a cool orgy guy, seems to be missing the asserted plot. I'm not even at the plot level, because that's like a whole other level of conspiratorial stuff that there's literally zero evidence for any of it. There's no evidence for any of this, ever. And it doesn't even make sense if you really think about it.
Big gorilla nest coming in.
Is there a gorilla in this room or what?
Oh, there we go.
We lost. We lost power.
Here, get in the gorilla nest.
Wait, bring in the gorilla twig.
Hop in the gorilla nest, all right?
I don't know if we have.
Let's get you in there.
We can't fit in there.
Let's get you in there, buddy. Let's get you in there. Get in that nest, all right? Get in that nest. There we go, buddy. There we go.
Gorilla twig.
A big monkey.
What are we dancing?
We're big monkeys.
We're big apes.
We're big gorillas.
Big apes.
We're gonna get in that nest. We're gonna get in that nest, darling.
Supposedly, I read comments on this yesterday, but I'm not gonna watch this whole thing. But supposedly, this guy was trolling the fuck out of Sam Hyde for the entire show, and Sam Hyde is like triggered as fuck and doesn't know there's still a camera rolling.
We're getting in that nest. I see something I like in that nest.
Yeah, what is that one?
You touch it.
Yeah.
I see a big snake in there.
I don't think we're recording anymore. All the cameras went out.
Oh.
Yeah.
This one's in.
Is that recording? Let's get you in that nest.
We got
Let's
this
get
now.
you in that big gorilla. Let's get you in there.
I thought your back was sore.
Oh, ow.
Oh.
Ow.
Ow.
I'm suing.
Now, can you make a gorilla nest with these twigs?
You are going to do the nest building. You have to show me how it's done.
Oh, I see.
We gotta see.
I see you trying to get leverage.
The vibe I got from watching more is that Sam seemed bothered that he couldn't out-troll the host.
We gotta see.
You gotta see what?
You work out.
Yeah.
You're a big guy.
I play hockey.
You're a strong guy.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on the Al Ribia host as a moderator? That show is okay. It was kind of, like, it was a fine show. It was just kind of boring.
Big strong guy.
Big strong guy.
Like, if I'm going to do a show that formal, I would want to debate somebody I think really intelligent, and the Joey guy was not it, so.
Why? You want some fries?
Have you been heating the room up on purpose?
Huh?
Have you been heating the room up on purpose?
Maybe. Do you like straight fries or curly fries?
What kind of fries do you
What
like?
do you like?
What kind of fries do you
Come on,
like?
dragon fries.
What are we gonna eat?
I'll eat your face. Yeah.
Alright, that's enough trade.
What?
Oh,
It's wild. What?
I'm hungry.
What do you want?
Curly fries.
Oh, Amber, bring some cookies. There's some cookies on the counter. Curly fries.
I have biofreeze if you're hungry.
We no longer have audio.
Yeah.
But I think we got a little video.
That'd be cool.
Bring the cookies. Here we go.
Oh,
Keep rolling, Amber.
This is seed oil stuff. I don't eat that.
Here. All right, guys. So snoring and wheezing and huffing and puffing while you're in bed, when you're asleep, restless
I do that
leg-
all the time.
I'm straight up before I can. Take them off your hands off.
Would you like some of that cookie?
No.
I'm gonna have some cookies, ma'am.
How many can you put in your mouth at once?
Nosy.
How big of a mess can you make in those cookies?
I'm gonna eat your face.
Make a big
I'm gonna
cookie
eat your
mess.
face now.
You make a big cookie
I'm gonna
mess.
eat your- Can I eat your glasses?
No.
Wait, let me have some cookies.
Eat the cookies. Eat the plastic.
You want that one cookie?
No, I don't want a cookie.
Why?
Because it's seed oils.
What's that gonna do?
It like inflames your shit. It's bad for you. Seed oil. You don't want that.
It's
Anybody?
soft,
No,
no,
you
soft
need that if I were
batch.
you.
Soft batch is good.
It's got seed oils.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's not soft batch. It's not soft
It's bad
batch.
for you.
Why do you care how I feel?
So I want you to be healthy. I don't
Do
want
you care about me?
Of course.
Gonna get a hug at least?
If you actually want one, you're not fucking with me.
I love a hug.
Wait, I'll hug you.
Wait, go back to the 27-minute mark to see what made Sam flip out.
Sam, I was going to say, if any of the gang, or you even, Sam, but not you, if you have any kind of lingus techniques, we'd love to see them. If you each want to
I'm ready
give it
with
a
mine.
shot.
No, man.
You want to
What's that? You want me to eat that?
just show us your kind of
Don't do that,
lingus?
Daniel.
Michael Douglas has the best technique. It's getting throat cancer.
Eating large oysters.
No one wants to kind of lingus it up?
No, God, no. Imagine if it looked like that. That's
If it's going to
great.
respond to it, then maybe. But if not, I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't. I'm married.
I need feedback.
But why is it kind of lingus? Why is it such a big, fancy Irish word? And
You
for
got-
men,
that
it's
is a
just
bit-
suck.
Look up the etymology.
Yeah,
Look at
Latin
that.
etymology.
Isn't fellatio or something like that?
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Fellatio and
Fellatio's
cunnilingus.
fancier than suck.
Yeah, when you're feeling fancy, you can whip that one out.
I gotcha.
Fillet.
Are
What's
you
the
a
verb of
nature guy,
cunnilingus, though?
Sam? Do you like
Cunnilingus.
nature?
No, not really. What about you?
I'd love to throw a nature thing by you.
What's that?
Well, I don't know if you know this or not, but gorillas and orangutans. Do you like nature at all or no?
No.
But is it okay if I talk to you about it?
Of course, yeah.
Every night,
You're not gonna
guys.
get an answer that you like.
I think I will.
I'm not a big nature guy.
I like bonobos.
Yeah.
You like what?
Bonobos. I like great apes.
Yeah. You like a bonobo?
I don't like nature.
Yeah, monkeys. Are
Okay, but
different
maybe
apes.
what if I swayed you?
Check out 2540.
Well, hit me with what you got.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gorillas and orangutans make nests every night. Like every night they get twigs and they make a nest up in a tree.
That sounds disgusting.
I know. But I would love to see you make a gorilla nest.
Right here?
Doesn't sound easy.
Yeah.
Is this
Doing tonight.
podcast? This is a 9-hour podcast.
Okay.
You said we're going 9 hours.
9 hours.
Yeah.
Or HRS.
HRS?
That's like abbreviated.
Yeah. Oh.
Powers.
HRS.
I want to talk about cunnilingus.
Yeah.
Do you,
Throat cancer.
Do you like it?
Why?
Cunnilingus?
Yeah.
Is the whole podcast just this?
What do you mean?
Is it just like straight nonsense?
Hell no.
What's the serious? When are we getting serious?
So how do you feel about the situation in
Cunnilingus?
Cunnilingus County?
Cunnilingus County's been up against it for many years. It's these internment camps where they keep the.
Sam.
I don't know, dude.
Sam.
Yeah.
I was gonna say if any of the gang, or you even, Sam, but not you, if you have any cunnilingus techniques, we'd love to see them. If you each want to
I'm ready
give it
with
a
mine.
shot.
No, man.
You want
What's that? You want me to eat
to
that?
just show us your
Don't do that,
cunnilingus.
Daniel.
Michael Douglas has the best technique. It's getting throat cancer.
Yeah. Eating large oysters.
No one wants to cunnilingus it up?
No. God,
Okay, I don't. Okay.
no. Imagine if it looked like that.
If it's going to respond to it, then maybe. But
Wait, let me use the restroom real quick.
What's that gonna do?
It like inflames your shit. It's bad for you.
Seed oil.
You're nuts. That's why.
Draw anymore.
I know.
I don't want that.
I don't want it
So
either.
can you slap me lightly?
No.
I'm trying to be you.
Don't do it.
I want you to
Don't do
lightly.
it.
I want you to
Don't do it.
You let me lightly?
No.
Please.
No.
Please.
Don't do it.
Please.
Don't do it.
Please.
I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking.
Don't hit it hard.
Don't do it.
Lightly.
I know.
Oh, I'm tempted. You're gonna hit it hard.
I probably would.
Oh, you do it?
What's that?
Feed him a cookie.
Are you crazy?
No, him.
Are you crazy?
Is it terrible? Am
I?
pissed off.
Like
You're
crazy?
nuts.
I
You're
am.
nuts.
I am nuts.
You're a nut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You like?
I do.
You do?
I'm a big
Why?
fan of yours.
You are?
Yeah.
Why?
Because you're nuts. That's why. Actually.
Oh.
In a good way, creative, fun way.
A 1 in a million way.
I'm not planning to get emotional, but you might
Yeah.
make me a little emotional.
Let's take it there.
Okay, keep asking.
How's your childhood?
It was
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
it was dramatic.
Yeah.
It was volatile.
Yep.
Seeing some of this reminds me of
PTSD.
this reminds me of some of my.
I'm sorry.
You're a hockey dad?
No, it wasn't a hockey. My dad was actually a ballerina.
Oh, yeah.
He did the Nutcracker Suite 12 years in a row at the Mississauga Community Center.
Was he serious about it?
Oh, he was great.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to talk about a prancer? This guy,
Perfectionist?
Huh?
Perfectionist.
Oh, you can. This guy, he was delicate.
He was a dasher.
Yeah.
He was a dasher all the way to comment.
But when you got on stage, you kind of commanded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He mesmerized.
Take your breath away.
So I'm from a Valley family too. so-
You are?
Yeah.
Did your parents do any big shows like Black Swan, The Nutcracker, AIDS is Fun?
They did AIDS is fun.
They did?
Yeah, they did.
And was your father the lead dancer? Was AIDS?
That's one
Did
of
he
the
play AIDS?
reasons he always wanted me to play AIDS because he wasn't able to.
Oh, Sam.
Yeah, it was his life ambition.
Dear sweet.
Favorite cookie?
Oh, hold your hand up. Hold hold your hand up to the camera. This is bold.
That's not my hand.
Look at this. Yeah. Hello, shit
Hi,
fingers.
everybody.
Yeah.
Don't ask, don't tell. Anyway, Donna, listen. There,
So that was a reindeer?
He was real.
Sam, can we talk? Do you mind me touching your
That's
leg?
fine.
Like it's a friendly talk.
I know.
It's like an interviewer
You
talk.
can do that. You can do that.
Sam, can you tell us about your fabulous new sketch show?
Of course I
I'd
can.
love to hear about it. Tell the folks watching.
Thanks for finally bringing that up.
Yeah.
Okay, did this get funnier or? I don't think I covered this. People also don't understand what trafficking means in this context, and it plays into the conspiracy. Using money and favors, Epstein and Ghislaine enticed underage girls into sex and tried to get in contact with other girls they knew. The idea that Epstein was his master trader of women is a gross misunderstanding of the crimes he's even accused of. Oh, yeah, because trafficking... I just dropped a video. Ooh. Trafficking is defined, I think, as just paying somebody to come to travel and have sex. Like if you pay for somebody to travel to cross a border and have sex, I think that counts as that's trafficking. And people think that trafficking means like a huge ringleader organization of crazy like women being shipped in from Eastern Europe or whatever. Not to say like one thing is good or not good or whatever, but yeah, or like shipping containers. It's kind of like when people say, I guess you can argue for optics or whatever, but like, I don't like the description of a lot of the immigration stuff as concentration camps. Even though people even in my chat pretend that like, oh no, actually we learned that all sorts of things could be concentration camps. At least when I was in school, and I'm pretty sure for most of you this is true, you're just contrarians. Concentration camp basically meant like death camp or like some fucking Holocaust related shit. And the idea that like, oh no, we put the Japanese in concentration camps when we were in America. It's like, I always learned those were called internment camps. I don't know. That concentration camp word seems to be pretty closely associated with like Holocaust shit. And then when people hear concentration camp, that's what you think. And it was just like a kind of like a prison or whatever. It's, I don't know, it invokes a different thing, but.
I will check the tapes on this. I can't wait to find records of you saying, "Oh yeah, Trump's going to get Mike Johnson confirmed in his first vote. He's going to get all of his cabinets picked. He is going to get the one big beautiful bill."
You go to war with Joe Manchin. You say, "I'm going to primary you." Block me. Hold on, wait. Just hold on. I'm going to fuck your mom, and I'm going to primary you, and we're going to replace you. Okay? And then he says, "You know what? I don't like this at all. I'm an independent. You guys don't get the majority. That's that."
So
Are you
stupid? So the response, Manchin is not bullyable, is a response to your question is, why don't you bully? Okay,
That wasn't my f***ing question.
Why don't
It
you
was.
bully Trump and bully?
It literally
was.
The Democrats thought they could people and lie to them about, "Oh, we're actually fighting for $15 in minimum wage," or, "Oh, we're actually going to cancel your student loans," when they never had an intention of doing it. They rolled over immediately, so they lost and handed They
it
never
to
had the intention of doing student loans?
No, they did not.
Well, why did he do it?
Oh, the Republicans struck it down. That's what the Democrats always
No,
say.
the court struck it down, bro. What do you mean?
That's why we got to pack.
Oh shit.
Hey guys, I want to
Wait.
be honest. Yeah.
Somebody said I should watch this.
I lied. Okay. I'm not good at almost anything.
What about Donald?
Whoa, okay.
But that is
Guys.
a really important element of being a streamer.
That's
a good
true.
liar. Yeah. Right? Right, Wubby?
Pirate software.
Right? That's how we all got here.
No, the other PayWebby clip. Wait, what's the other one? We saw this.
It's so stupid.
Uh-oh.
Anything sexually involving minors is wrong if they're real people. But when it's a fictional character that's not human, the person that made it's an adult, it's a fake story. I don't know. It's a big gray area and such like that, but you could say the same argument for basically, like let's say Dead by Daylight. You're playing as somebody running around killing 4 people over and over and over again. Are you training yourself to be a murderer because you play killer? You want to kill somebody IRL? There's fiction and there's reality. They're completely different things.
Oh. There's did he say underage animals? I don't even know what he's referring to. Wait, what would an underage animal count as? Like if cats are fully mature by 1 year. He's talking about Pirate Software's Fursona? You can have an underage Fursona? Is that possible? Okay.
All right? But it's now time for our third game of the day. It's a special green screen challenge called Where the Am I? All right? For those of you at home, that's a curse word. Uh-oh, don't say that, Wubby. No. Wouldn't want to get in trouble.
Oh, fuck.
Sorry. All right.
Are they supposed to be censoring themselves? Okay.
Back to court. So, Hutch, again, I agree with you. Biden's first 6 months more legislatively successful than Trump's, but hasn't Trump surprised you? I know he surprised me. I know he surprised a lot of people on Twitter when we're like, oh, they're not going to be able to get Mike Johnson confirmed as speaker. They're not going to be able to get this continuing resolution passed. They're not going to be able to get the one big beautiful bill done.
You believe that, Josiah?
And he's,
Wait, who was saying any of this? To pass any of these things, all they needed were simple majorities, right? Wouldn't everybody have thought all of these things were coming through? Am I missing something, or?
And they have knocked one W after another. They have defied expectations. When it looked like Trump was down for the count, he squeaked a win.
I am so confused about that analysis. I thought they were always going to pass their continuing resolution. They might quibble over some of the finer points, but it's just simple majorities they need in both. It was just simple majorities they needed in both houses.
He was down for the that's not true. Wait, that is so not true. Trump has, and this I think goes to Zach's point. He has a force of personality and is able to influence his members of Congress to do shit that that is against their interest, against their constituents' interest. You look, for example, I know you guys talk about Josh Hawley because I think I saw a video of you guys talking about Josh Hawley. Like, Josh Hawley puts a stake in the ground and says, no, on Medicaid, I'm not going to budge, and this is really important, and he budges. And so, if you actually decide, and I have to question you, if you actually thought they weren't going to be able to get Mike Johnson as speaker, you actually thought they weren't going to be able to pass a continuing resolution. That shit was baked in when they won the election, man, because Trump actually has that force of will.
They got it done the first time. They got it done. They got Mike Johnson confirmed on the first vote.
That's one way to spin it. That how long did that take? That took like how many votes to get that done?
Wait, no. I think we all had because I think we all had. Maybe it was Pisco. I can't remember. I think we all had doubts that he'd be able to get his full cabinet confirmed. I think that. Well,
I had no doubts. No, I said everyone was.
Like I said, maybe it was you who.
Maybe it was. I'm gonna
go
go back.
By the way, I thought it was going to be a sacrificial layup. I thought that something that was totally crazy. I'm
actually going to go back and check Pisco because you came in way too hot.
No, check it.
Don't worry. We'll check the tape. We'll check the tapes on this. I can't wait to find records of you saying, "Oh yeah, Trump's going to get Mike Johnson confirmed in his first vote. He's going to get all of his cabinets picked. He is going to get the one big beautiful bill passed."
Did, bro. I really did.
Absolutely did. That's okay.
Yeah, I mean, but also, I think to Josiah's point though, there was I think a general expectation that there would probably be more reins on Trump than or there'd be less reins on Trump than there had proven to been, I suppose, right? That he would probably have a little bit more problems getting various things done. And he's also, I think,
believe that, Econoboy? You believe that?
I think also, I think
an idiot. Are you sure?
Are you sure? There's also been a lot of things that Trump has done that I think probably did generally surprise people, like even political commentators. Like, for instance, when it comes to things like just like completely shutting down entire government agencies, right?
Like the Department of Education,
USAID, Department of Education, right? And I think as well, like I think there was a Supreme Court ruling that came out. I think it might have been just today actually that said essentially, you can substantially cut these agencies or withhold funds. And who gives a fuck about Congress? Essentially, originalist Supreme Court, quote unquote. Like, I think that's a pretty surprising thing from most people's perspectives. And people have to adjust their priors, but there's something to be said, I think, about Trump's overperformance, I guess, relative to his first term in a number of ways.
But it's a misrepresentation of the truth to suggest that Donald Trump just doesn't have to abide by the checks that people like Joe Biden did. Like you mentioned the parliamentarian, and I think you're like furthering this narrative. That
I'm curious. Am I overestimating my predictions, like with Trump coming into office, or am I just misremembering? Or because I feel like we all knew it was going to be really bad because he was going for cabinet picks that were unhinged compared to last time, that he knew that he had to remove the guardrails and pick like as many sycophants as he could. I thought we were all kind of like thinking that was going to happen.
That the Republicans get everything they want when they elect Trump, and then we elect Biden, and he just throws scraps at us. That's kind of the narrative that you guys push, right?
Yeah, I stand by that. I think that his entire presidency, that's why he was a one-term president. Yeah, usually if you're a really successful president, you get 2 terms. He got 1 term.
Well, let's interrogate that a little bit. You guys blamed the Senate parliamentarian for the $15 an hour minimum wage.
No, I blame Joe Biden for failing on one of his primary campaign promises to the American people, and the minimum wage in this country hasn't been raised since George Bush.
Well, what should he have done?
Fired the Senate parliamentarian.
What would that have accomplished?
There would have not been the person standing in the way of that issue. Another one would have cropped up, and I would have advised that he deal with it swiftly.
You still didn't have yes votes from either Sinema or Manchin.
I think you can deal with that if you're the president of the United States. To Pisco's point, he expected every single one of those people to fall to Trump because Donald Trump will exercise power within the Republican Party.
Not everybody did. Not everybody did.
You never work again. I think that Joe Biden could have done a lot more to put his thumb on the scale to get Joe Manchin.
First of all, we need IRI here for the. We need IRI here for the actual numbers. There is a bit of a difference in that Trump's Senate is not split 50-50, right? Because Trump has had a couple people that aren't coming along, but he doesn't need all of them. Am I making this up, or is it 54-49? 46. Ballotpedia, Senate. $53.45. Who are the two independents? Regardless of even who they are, even if they were both vote Democrat. Donald Trump doesn't need every single one. Biden needed every single Democrat, including Manchin and Sinema, to come with him on any votes. And he still passed a lot of legislation. Trump needed Vance to tie-break vote on the continuing resolution.
Get into specifics. How is he going to pressure Joe Manchin?
Go to his district, hold a rally, talk about how this guy.
What you're going to go pressure the most contested district, the most conservative district, with who? Manchin for a time was literally the most popular senator in the entire United States. Why do progressives, these guys are progressives, aren't they? They must be. Only progressives say shit like this. Oh, just go pressure him. Go pressure him? Go pressure Manchin and say, what, you're going to run another Democrat in fucking West Virginia against him and beat him? What?
I'm on the scale to get Joe Manchin.
Get into specifics. How is he going to pressure Joe Manchin?
Go to his district, hold a rally, talk about how this guy right here is standing in the way of you getting a minimum wage. Call it the minimum wage rally. Have 100,000 people show up. Have Bernie Sanders speak at it. Have every single.
You're going to bring Bernie Sanders to West Virginia? Didn't they try to primary Manchin with a progressive and it was like 35-65? He got annihilated. No. Manchin, Ballotpedia. Can I see? What am I looking for? 2024? Congressional? No. I can't navigate this website. I'm a retard. Okay. Committee assignment. No. U.S. Senate. Okay, search encyclopedia. West Virginia. Elections. 2025? Was that when they tried to? No, it was like 20. No. When was he up for re-election? Wait, let me check. Okay, 2010. Senate seats are 6 years, right? So it would have been 16 and 22, right? So West Virginia, 2022 elections? Am I making this up? Ooh, nope, not in 2022. 2023? 2018 to 2019? Why are there, did they just not have election? Oh, never mind. Oh, this isn't even the right thing. Also, I need primaries. God damn it. I shouldn't be using Wikipedia. We should be using Ballotpedia. We should learn to use this website better. Oh, 2018 was his Senate election. And the primary was, I think this person was a progressive. 70-30 was the split on this. He's an American activist and politician who was the Democratic nominee in the 2020 U.S. Senate election in West Virginia. Supports Medicare for all, $15 an hour minimum wage. Even the policy that they want to attack Joe Manchin on, she supported, and West Virginians uniformly rejected her. Jesus. Okay.
Person have Kamala Harris speak. Bring out Barack Obama. If you can't have Michelle Obama speak,
Sorry, what state does he serve again?
This is how we're going to raise.
Yeah, he served in West Virginia. Thank you. Jesus.
It wasn't a district, it was a state. What state did he serve again?
West Virginia.
And then how did they vote in the last election? Do you know?
Yeah, do you think that they would all vote for a $15 minimum wage? They would. We voted for a $15.
They why does, oh, I'm sorry. I keep saying why. It's literally progressives. Remember, the progressive mindset is everybody agrees with their policies. If they don't, it's just because they haven't heard them yet. Or the pollsters are lying or something else, manufactured consent, Noam Chomsky.
$15 minimum wage in my state of Missouri, and guess what? We also voted for Donald Trump, unfortunately. People are heterodox. Same thing happened in Florida with the Republican
Trump. Trump plus 40 state. Whatever leverage you think Joe Biden had in West Virginia, you are deluding yourself. Like, I just want to ask you.
That's because people don't show up to vote in West Virginia. Look at how many people are registered to vote compared to eligibility in West Virginia.
Can you simply accept that sometimes presidents are going to be constrained by the Congress, that it's not just as simple as them wielding the bully pulpit? Are you willing to concede that sometimes presidents don't get the things that they want?
How would we know he didn't do that? He did not do that. He did not make a single effort. He stayed in his basement and he said, "Oh."
He negotiated bills that he could get passed, and he didn't waste time fighting for something like firing the Senate parliamentarian that wouldn't have changed the outcome.
To give a right-wing, watered-down infrastructure bill so he could claim victory after he rolled over completely. That's what happened.
I also think, as I was talking about earlier in the show, Joe Biden of 10 years ago absolutely would not have taken that bullshit from Joe Manchin. Are you kidding me?
Absolutely
do you know who Joe
would
Biden
have,
is as a
for the
politician?
record.
Do you know who Joe Biden is as a politician? Because if
Do you
Joe
know
Biden
that-
actually
listen,
been in, if he had
hold on,
actually
can we
been in
go-
office when he, are
Can
you
we
going to
just-
finish the point?
Okay, sure, go ahead.
Okay, because I can't focus with that either way. If you actually knew who the politician Joe Biden was from his previous era, he would not have allowed his signature piece of legislation to be embarrassed in the way that it was by the likes of Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema. He didn't even threaten to facilitate a primary against them. As soon as Thomas Massie starts talking shit on Donald Trump, Trump's tweeting about how they've already recruiting candidates to run against him. And with Joe Manchin, it's like there may be some disagreements with this fine and honorable member of the.
What is Massey? What district is this guy in? He's in fucking Kentucky. How did Kentucky vote? I don't know it off the top of my head. My guess is they were probably a pretty Republican state, no? Kentucky. Ballotpedia. Maybe it's super blue and I don't fucking, who knows? Let's check. 2024 election. That was only by 1.5 points. But still, Trump has power here. He can bully these people, and he does this all the fucking time. Manchin announced he will be retiring in 2024. There was no way to primary him anyway. Oh, if that's true, then that's another point against it. That's the whole thing. That's national. Oh, wait, just kidding. I was going to say, damn, I didn't know Kentucky was such a close state. Wait. What the fuck? Holy shit. Wait. Am I reading this right? Okay, there's a plus. Is this a plus 31 state? Holy shit. Okay, well, these are not comparable things, all right?
Caucus from West Virginia, and let's go talk about it privately like gentlemen. No, Zach is 100% right. You're the president of the United States. You go to his home state. You embarrass the shit out of him. Even though Biden's not very popular in West Virginia, you at least try. And there are Sanders is. And Bernie Sanders is. You bring out people that are popular. Kentucky has a Democratic governor. It's not impossible to reach these people. They're not just like 100%. Democrats suck. I hate all Democrats. Like, no, if you actually put it to them in a way that makes sense, these states, which by the way, within the last 75 years, were all blue states. Yeah, you can convince them to fight for something like minimum wage. You can convince them to take out their anger on this politician who's single-handedly holding that up. I don't know. I don't think it's that crazy to at least try. And that was another issue with Biden. His whole posture, he just exuded weakness. Trump exudes strength, specifically to his base, less and less with every passing day. I think he's kind of fading in that capacity. But for a while, he was a master at getting people in line and on message. He turned the entire party into a reflection of himself. You know what I'm saying? Like, Biden couldn't even pretend to try to do that. And again, it might have been
thing that Donald Trump did when he was president. What was the first thing he tried to do legislatively?
Which term?
The Obamacare thing.
Oh, you mean in the first term?
Repeal and replace the ACA. He failed.
He passed a tax incentive for rich, and also he had to repeal and replace Obamacare. I don't know.
The first thing he tried to do was repeal and replace Obamacare. Was he successful?
No, John McCain stood in the way of it, but that was because they had personal grievance. Okay, do you not remember the whole problem?
Do you think that Donald Trump could have used the bully pulpit to force McCain to vote in the way that he wanted to?
I think that Donald Trump, if he had been a more deft politician, would have absolutely gotten John McCain to go along with it. And if he hadn't said, I like the ones that don't get captured, and made fun of the man's military record, he would have absolutely gotten it.
Yeah, because the thing about Trump is he doesn't actually give a fuck about the actual policy. Like, he's never really been someone who cares that much about getting policies passed. It's a cult of personality. If he was a sophisticated politician, yeah, he wouldn't have pissed off John McCain in that sort of way. Not that he totally didn't care about that, goal of repealing and replacing Obamacare. I'm not trying to seem like he didn't, but I don't think that he cares as much. That's not really his mission. Whereas Joe Biden should have been politically savvy enough to get those senators in line.
Okay.
Wait, so we just went from Donald Trump is really good at rallying his entire base to now Donald Trump is actually a retarded politician who can't do it, and that's why he didn't. Okay.
So I feel like, guys, you are perfectly exemplifying what the Green Lantern theory of politics is. The central premise of it is that neither of you seem to accept that the Congress can be a check on the president. Neither of you seem to accept that sometimes.
When did Joe Biden try
to use I let you talk. Hold on.
We advised that
speak. I was speaking. I was nice to be here. Okay. Like, you guys seem to think that there's always going to be a way to force the people in Congress to give you the bills that they want, and the reality is literally every single president has been constrained by their Congress. Every single one.
I don't think that. That is not my position. I think that.
That's not your position?
Joe Biden should have tried harder. I think he should have tried harder and used the bully pulpit more to shame the people that were preventing him from delivering on what the American voters voted him into the office to accomplish in the first place. To me, as someone who actually deeply cares about these policies, who cares about the public option that he never actually tried to do once he was in office, who cares about the $15 minimum wage, which he didn't even try to fight for once he was in office, yeah, it actually pisses me off, and I want to see the president reflect the frustration of his base when it comes to those key issues, and to at least punish the members of the caucus that are they're disloyal and that bears the whole agenda in administration.
It's like not even a great policy to fucking push federally. Like, we don't even technically need a federal minimum wage. If people really want a 15-hour minimum wage, they can just vote for it in other fucking states. Like, you have state minimum wages. If it's like a huge thing that so many different states want, why would you waste so much political capital on 15-hour federal minimum wage? Let them fight for it in the states if that's something they care about so much. This is such a dumb talking point that Biden should have burned through everything, not to mention all the legislation that he did pass.
Podcast co-hosts have any opinions on Joe Manchin to get a $15 an hour minimum wage in West Virginia?
I think that, I was just going to say, like, I think that these views are somewhat compatible. Like, I think that Hutch, I think where you're wrong is that, look, at the end of the day, like, the Trump project, right, has been a long one at this point, right? It's been almost a decade long. By the time Trump, leaves, I guess we'll see what happens. Fingers crossed. His last term in 2029, that'll have been Donald Trump leading the conservative movement in this country for 12 years, right? A very long time. And we see some of the fruits of that today, right? We see the consolidation of power within the court and the Supreme Court. We see, like Pisco said, the consolidation of power within the caucus, and he's able to essentially just dictate things to the caucus. And, how did he accomplish that, right? It wasn't through, my friend John McCain or, the analogous thing that Joe Biden did with Joe Manchin. It's like, look, at some points, you have to try and make long-term decisions in the composition of the caucus. You're always going to have moderates and progressives, and those people are always going to disagree. Same thing with the Republican Party to some degree, but at the very least, I think it's probably worth it long-term to instill a kind of like coalition culture within the party and say, look, we ran as a party on $15 an hour minimum wage. I won that election. If you're against me, like, I don't care that you've been a senator from Delaware for the last 20 years. Like, that's what the party believes in. That's what the base believes in, as evident by the election. And you're going to get primaried if you don't support it. And look, to the discredit of some of Donald Trump's candidates that he endorses in the primaries, he's going to lose some of those elections, right? Like he ends up primarying candidates and they end up losing 100%. Otherwise winnable elections. But we see that in the long run, those global macro trends that kind of dictate who wins and loses a lot of these elections end up pulling through. And now Donald Trump has larger majorities in the Senate. I don't know what the House looked like when he took office, but he's able to actually have consolidated that and get a lot of things that he otherwise didn't think he would be able to get done.
Do you think that Joe Manchin, he was going to be threatened by a primary?
Well, Hutch, you're completely disregarding my point. Okay.
No.
They need to bring IRI on the show. It has to be less of the, Econoboy's a smart guy. These macro conversations are so boring. It's not, like, you have to get into the weeds. It's like the fact versus the theory. Okay, like, it's a nice story, but at the end of the day, 50 senators is 50 senators. Holy fuck. That's a difficult composition to work through.
No, I'm not. What do you mean?
No. My point wasn't that you could get Manchin to change his. My Manchin didn't even run for re-election. He left the Democratic Party. He was independent when he retired from the Senate. Like, I don't know that there's substantially anything that you could have done. I think to the Vanguard's point, there's probably something to be said about at least like the appearance of giving a and like trying.
Which, was a huge part, which, by the way, was a huge thing that led to Trump's re-election, was the fact that everyone felt like Joe Biden was asleep at the wheel, that he was feckless, and he was too old to.
Yeah, but it's because of dipshits like you. They amplify talking points from the right. Like, at what part was it was literally just because of that one debate performance, or because people didn't like the way that he spoke. Like, at what part was he asleep at the wheel? Tons of fucking legislation. We 2x the expectation on the vaccine delivery initially. That American Rescue Plan fucking filled the coffers of every single state in this country. It was fucking insane. There was so much money. People were arguing that they didn't even want to take it all, right? We saw it in the Kerr County shit. We had all of the fighting for the student loan forgiveness, which I thought was even fucking retarded. Like, this idea that just nothing was going on is just so stupid. We had our big CHIPS Act. Trump talked so long about doing something about China, didn't get fuck all done except for random bullshit shit talk. And then we have the CHIPS Act that actually got some big plans to start up in the United States. We had the Infrastructure Act that Trump talked all 4 years about, couldn't get shit done. And we actually got this done on a 50-50 Senate. 50-50 Senate. And we got all this shit done. Largest investment in green energy in the history of the United States on a deficit neutral bill. Because all that green energy, I think, came through on that Inflation Reduction Act. That was a deficit neutral bill for the Democrats. Like, strongest economy in the G7, best performance for inflation of all these other countries. Like, we did a really good job. 50-50 and a 50-50 Senate. And they're like, he didn't do anything. He was asleep at the wheel. What, because he wasn't tweeting every day? Because he wasn't on fucking Truth Social, like spamming with insane fucking shit constantly? We felt like we didn't have a president? Is that what we need?
To whip his own caucus into line when it mattered. That's why he lost. That's why we have Trump. Joe Biden didn't even fight for the American people.
What you're saying doesn't mean anything. When you say something like just use the bully pulpit.
What do you mean it doesn't mean anything?
When you say just use the bully pulpit, you're not suggesting anything.
No. He just said something very specific. Yeah, go for it.
Okay, here's what I was going to say, because this is my point, Hutch, right? Like, I don't want to miss the forest for the trees just because we want to, like, have good fireworks show for the audience, which I'm totally into, by the way. We're all crushing. But the reality is that the point that we're making, and I think Econoboy, I thought you laid it out extremely well, right? The American people do not believe that the Democratic Party is full of fighters, right? Gavin used the term asleep at the wheel. The reality is that the reason they couldn't get Kamala Harris or Joe Biden across the finish line was because they did not even try to whip.
It's because the media sucks. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say. Like, you guys are fucking insane. These are just insane takes. Dude, I hope that in 5 or 10 years, you can have all these people. Let's do like a retrospective on the accomplishments in office of these presidents. And like, compare Trump term 1 You want to talk about an asleep at the wheel president? Trump fucking got nothing done. This guy came in as an actual fucking cult idol. This guy shuffled through so many cabinet members. His midterm was, Trump did the whole Roy Moore shit was in 2018, right? And the whole Steve Bannon shit. All of the people in his fucking election campaign staff or whatever getting arrested. People like Manafort and shit, this guy was around, that were getting arrested, convicted of insane crime. Like, there was so much crazy shit going on around this guy. And all he got was a tax bill done. A temporary tax bill. Like, this is the guy who we're saying, who like was super fighting for the American people all the time? Give me a break. It's so crazy.
Votes in West Virginia, from West Virginia, right? They didn't even try to say, okay, we're going to go down
They
to
didn't
Arizona.
make it feel like they cared about $15 an hour. No one even knew that. You think any of those voters in West Virginia even knew that Biden gave a fuck about $15 an hour? No, because he didn't.
They didn't give a fuck about $15 an hour. They don't care. They're fucking conservatives. It's West Virginia, bro. What the fuck?
That's the problem. He never even...
He's like, this guy unironically like, no, bro, people in West Virginia would love Medicare for all if you just like, but it's manufactured consent.
One even knew that. You think any of those voters in West Virginia even knew that Biden gave a fuck about $15 an hour? No, because he didn't. That's the problem. He never even pretended to care, other than to get a few suckers' votes. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. Does everybody agree here that generally speaking in the modern era, what the American voters typically do is if they give a trifecta to a particular party, they take it away 2 years later. It has basically been, this has been
because the party abuses their fucking trust and doesn't do anything. That's why. If
I'm
Biden had actually done the things that I wanted him to,
I'm just giving you this is what happens with voters, right? So in that time when a president,
not just as a national
when a president is inaugurated,
Is he not allowed to? This guy, just remember, okay, was literally like, I can't hear when if you're gonna keep cutting me off, I can't hear. I can't hear when you do that. You're gonna keep cutting me off because I can't concentrate. You're gonna keep cutting me off. I can't hear when you do that. I can't. Fuck. What timestamp was this? He actually cried about it. There were tears. Fuck. What did he say? I can't. 1604.
do you know who Joe Biden is as a politician? Because if
Do you
Joe
know
Biden
that-
actually
listen,
been in, if he
hold on,
actually
can we
been in
go-
office when he, are
Can
you
we
going to
just-
finish the point?
Okay, sure, go ahead.
Okay, because I can't focus with that either way. If you actually knew who the politician Joe,
This is what happens with voters, right? So in that time when a president,
not just as a national
when a president is inaugurated, they know they're on a ticking clock and they only have a couple years to pursue as much legislation as they can get done. And to Josiah's point, but you may not like the final version of those bills, but Biden was legislatively the most successful president of the modern era since like LBJ. Now you want to quibble about like $15 an hour. Would it have been better if he spent more time on a useless fight?
But you're talking about this like he won re-election. You're talking about this like he won re-election.
Senator? Wouldn't it have been him better to just get done what he could get done before he loses Congress? Like that's the argument. You can't simply say vaguely. You can't simply say like just go to West Virginia, send AOC to West Virginia. Who gives a fuck?
Have you not seen she's been on a Fight the Oligarchy tour and it's been massively successful? Let me talk.
Massively successful? What? Because she has audiences? Does that mean I could run for president because I can go to Texas and fill up a fucking bar? What do you mean massively successful? You're saying that Biden, listen to what he just said. These guys just said it. Listen to this again. They said that Biden wasn't successful because he lost his reelection. But AOC is massively successful because she can bring an audience to a place?
You're talking about this like he runs
Virginia senator? Wouldn't it have been him better to just get done what he could get done before he loses Congress? Like that's the argument. You can't simply say vaguely. You can't simply say like just go to West Virginia, send AOC to West Virginia. Who gives a fuck?
Have you not seen she's been on a Fight the Oligarchy tour and it's been massively successful? Let me talk.
Massively, yeah. Did we beat the oligarchy?
For 1 second about this, guys. I was just in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I was in Tulsa, Oklahoma, doing a segment for the Vanguard where I went to one of the Fight the Oligarchy tours. Right? You guys ever been to Tulsa, Oklahoma?
Wait, this isn't the guy that I talked to, right? I talked to a different guy, right? From the Vanguard?
Never.
No.
Okay, it is not exactly liberal country, okay? It's not the kind of place where they're tuning into podcasts that are woke. Okay, guess what that room was filled with? It was filled with people who wanted to see socialism. They loved AOC, and they were union guys that were fixing airplanes. They were...
Hold on, I'm so curious. Tulsa is in what district? Because this is like a big city for Oklahoma standards, right? Oh fuck, it's not blue at all. Damn, that was a hell of fucking red. Tulsa electoral district. Wait, this isn't what I'm looking for. Okay. No, fuck me. It's 41.3 to 56. Yeah, even that's pretty red. I thought that there was 2016, 2024. Wait. How many states were completely red? Was it just this one? Remember that one, the meme picture of the like Massachusetts versus Oklahoma for the completely red state versus the completely blue state? That was a yikers. That was a yikes one.
They were farmers, they were teachers, there were tons of indigenous folks that showed up. Oklahoma has a huge indigenous population that's underrepresented. If you were to ask a pollster like Ezra Klein, he would tell you not to waste your time in Oklahoma. But you know what Bernie Sanders said to those people? He said, I do not want to be a part of a government that sees red and blue states. I want to be a part of a government that leads, that delivers for the American people. When I went to the U.S. Senate, I said I was going to stand up for the United States of America. That's what I'm here to do today. And people were losing it, man. They couldn't believe that somebody actually showed up for them. You're telling me that if you put on national television, Bernie Sanders, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Kamala Harris, Beto O'Rourke, take your pick, famous people, Gavin Newsom from the party, they all show up to West Virginia, whoever it is that you can get. I'm not saying all these people would agree, but a lot of them would agree because everybody loves to have their picture taken with the president, and they would have shown up, and it would have been a huge event, and it would have shown the American people that Joe Biden was going to fight for them. Sometimes optics matter. That would have been a time that optics matter. I'm not saying it would have worked. I'm saying the American people would have been like, yeah, Joe, thank you for showing up for us, which you've never done over the time you're president.
You need Manchin. It's in a 50-50 Senate. You need Manchin's vote for literally every single piece of legislation that you want to get done. And you're...
Can we get these guys to be so unhinged that they're like, well, maybe he could start primarying Republicans. Maybe he can bully pulpit Republicans.
Saying that the very first thing he should have done is gone to civil war with Joe Manchin and threatened a primary because we didn't get one particular provision.
I mean, is that not what Trump does with the defectors in his caucus? Like, is that not?
Do we really want to emulate? Like, do you?
No, Hutch shouldn't have even gone there. You should just say Trump doesn't have a 50-50 Senate.
You want a Republican to Democratic win?
Well, wait a minute.
Personally,
I think that elides the point. Well, wait a minute. I think you got to address this, and it goes all the way back to. I've been spending the last 30 minutes trying to look for what Pisco had to say about Mike Johnson's first vote, and I can't find a goddamn thing. That motherfucker. There's nothing on it. Fuck you, Pisco. But listen, I think it elides the point that they're making, which is it doesn't matter if you want people to emulate Trump or not. They're making the case that it is possible for presidents to bully their parties into line.
Yes, it's called whipping.
I want you to deal, Hutch. I do want you to deal with the Trump example. Either refute it or say yes, but that's Trump.
Well, no, you can do it. You can bully people, but it has to be realistic. This is so weird. Like, you can bully people to do things, but you have to have power. You have to have leverage to do it. Like, if you had like a 54-46 Senate or 53, 3-vote lead in the Senate, you can start looking at people and be like, all right, well, which one of you disloyal motherfuckers, right? Especially depending on the districts they hold in the states. But this is a factual conversation that you have to have, not an emotional, conceptual conversation of like who can, fire off the most tweets or whatever.
Virginia. It's West Virginia. So can I just have, I want to say...
No, man, let Hutch respond.
Why are you flip-flopping when you were agreeing with me when we had the same conversation?
You're
flip-flopping because you're Vanguard boys are on the podcast.
Man, I'm about to roundhouse kick Pisco. He already has the beard off and take the mustache off the next time I see him. And then you and I, Hutch, listen, you're so tall, I'm going to kick the shit out of your ankles. Listen to me real quick.
See, Hutch, there's a W right there. I'm 5'7". So, if I've ever hurt your feelings, you just fall asleep at night knowing that
I know, man. Us short people. I know. He's like 6'4". I know. I agree.
Let me stop you. Okay. You go to war with Joe Manchin. You say, I'm going to primary you. Hold on. I'm going to fuck your mom and I'm going to primary you and we're going to replace you, okay? And he says, you know what?
You don't even know where her earn is.
Hold on.
And then he says, you know what? I don't like this at all. I'm an independent. You guys don't get the majority. That's that. What do you do?
Hard to bully Manchin. Hard to bully Milton. I want to agree with
you. Would you just let me get through the fucking thing? Shut up and let me get through the sentence.
Pisco wants to talk.
Shut up for a second. I agree with you that Joe Manchin was not bullyable. I want you to address the notion they brought up Trump. And I can't speak for Pisco.
Are you stupid? So the response, Manchin is not bullyable, is a response to your question is, why don't you bully? Okay,
that wasn't my fucking question.
Why don't you bully Trump and bully?
It literally
was. You're like,
yeah, we can go back and play the tape where I said you are not. Your point elides theirs. I said they are saying that a president can theoretically bully a party. I want you to address
what
that.
my position is, just because I think you guys are splitting hairs here, right? Because I think that it's fair to address what Hutch is saying, right? Which is the fact that Joe Manchin might say, "You then, I am eat a bag of dicks," and go
like. You don't want to copy Trump's electoral strategy from term one. Trump was not a legislatively successful president. Even when he had majorities, he didn't really accomplish that much. So I don't know why you even think it's a good model. Like Trump, they're talking about, oh, well, Trump bullies people. Yeah, when he's got big majorities in both houses of Congress, but it's not very impressive. Like, you want to copy these guys you want to copy the Republicans who couldn't hold on to their House majority seat? For the first time in U.S. history, they couldn't maintain their House majority speaker position? Like, come on.
But here's the thing: the American people are tired of getting crumbs, right? They already expect you to kind of be like, okay, the Republicans beat us, blah blah blah. You have to find a way to win. So you get on. Say you get on your infrastructure bill, right? You get Joe Manchin doesn't vote for it. Do you not see what Donald Trump has proven that you can do without Congress? You say, guys, give me 2 more years. Okay, or however long Joe Manchin had left.
Okay, well, that's a much different statement. If you want somebody to be like an authoritarian, then sure, but
I guess, you know.
But I think the ultimate problem is not so much Biden's treatment of Joe Manchin, but it's the fact that he didn't even seem like he cared about the policy in the first place. We're talking about these policies that he's supposed to be fighting for, but no one even knows he supports.
It's not these policies that he's supposed to be fighting for. It's your pet projects because you're a rich white dude who doesn't give a fuck about anything else in this country. 15 hours, 15 hours, 15. That's all you think about. That's all you know about. Probably because you heard it fall out of fucking Bernie Sanders' mouth, and that's it. You don't care about policies or anything. You just care about 15 hours, I care about 15 hours, I care about, and maybe student loan forgiveness, but you don't bring that one up because Biden did fight a lot on that one. Like, that's it.
Like I said, he'd have a lot better chance of getting reelected and of being popular if people felt like he gave a fuck about this, if they felt like it was actually something on his agenda, not something that could conveniently hit the cutting room floor as soon as he runs into any sort of obstruction.
Like if Trump was so good about making people feel like he cared and Trump did all these things so well, why did he lose his election? Trump lost in 2021. Why do people always forget that? You know that Trump didn't win that election, right? So why would you look to Trump, who had 4 years and then lost, as the template for what we should be copying? This doesn't make any sense.
From his own party, and that's exactly how it felt. It felt like Joe Biden was more than happy to use that as an excuse to say, "Oh, sorry guys, what do you want me to do? The thing I promised to do is now on the cutting room floor because of these things that I knew would be an issue before I promised it." So it's like, why the f do you even promise it? Just to lie to everyone and get their hopes up? You knew this would be a problem.
If you didn't run on it, you'd be like, why aren't you running on it?
No, I'd rather he be honest. I genuinely would rather he be honest. I would. And I voted for politicians who aren't running on it. I voted for Kamala Harris, even though she was running on a bunch of shit that I hated, including going around talking about how all the #1 CEOs and corporation leaders in the company signed off on all of her stupid crypto policies and all her AI bullshit. Like, at least she was honest about it. I don't actually think that it's a good idea, though, to run for something or, win.
Did this person vote for Kamala? Or is he in a state? Is he live in California? He's like, oh, my vote doesn't matter anyway. I'm curious.
Enough primary based on these ideas, including a public option and a $15 an hour minimum wage, things that would substantially uplift America.
Oh, and he brought it up. At least he said public options and Medicare for all. You think that that's what Biden needed to do, was push for a public option and 15 an hour minimum wage? So what, he could have done nothing? He could have gotten nothing done?
Americans who desperately need it and then immediately say, sorry, oops, some bullshit happened and now I have to throw you under the bus and renege on this promise.
You don't seem to fully appreciate the role of the Congress. Period. End of story.
No, like I just said, though, he didn't even try to make, like with various politicians that understand.
True. Like, that's it. Hutch is right. Like, this is this is an unserious conversation. This is for this should be like a kindergartner chat, but whatever, that some school hosts. This is a deeply unserious conversation right now.
And this issue, they know that, and they build a pressure campaign to make it so that it's political suicide for you to oppose.
And then you just say like vague bullshit like this. Build a pressure campaign. Build to do the bully pulpit. Pressure. Let's talk. Let's talk numbers. Let's talk people. Let's talk states. We already said you can't bully Manchin. So who else? Like, if Manchin says no, what are you going to do? You're going to go to bully a Republican, or what is the pressure campaign? Pressure against who?
Understand this issue. They know that, and they build a pressure campaign to make it so that it's political suicide for you to oppose his policy. Joe Biden didn't do that with the right policies. He did it with the wrong ones and bungled the ones that he was right about, like the Afghanistan war.
It wasn't even just Manchin. Like, Cinema was... Pisco, I know you wanted to jump in.
I just want to say I'm going to be a bridge builder here for sure, 100%, because I'm going to yell in kind of both directions. On the one hand, you can't bully Manchin, but I think that there's a kind of lesson from the Inflation Reduction Act. Everyone said that the environmental policy that Biden was trying to push was dead in the water. They said it for months and months and months. The Inflation Reduction Act was a surprise for a lot of people, and I think give Biden some credit. I think that that's an incredible package in terms of now it's being diluted and somewhat destroyed by Trump.
But he lost the following election, Pisco. That's the problem.
No,
So did Trump.
I agree with you. I think that's Biden's greatest failure is, and this
the
is where
presidency has to be an 8-year project in the year 2025, is my view. So I think that if you fail the first time with Joe Manchin, you have to dedicate your entire presidency to fucking him and replacing the seat.
100%.
100%. You just said you couldn't bully Manchin.
Whoa! So 100% on the notion. I don't know why you're so triggered, Hutch. So first of all, I was defending that you can't bully Manchin, but
why Hutch is not triggered? They just said something retarded. Why are people okay having? Oh man, what's the name for this fallacy? It's kind of like a gish gallop. People will say something wrong, you'll correct it, and then you'll move on to the argument, and they'll just bring up the wrong thing again. And it's like, I thought we addressed this. Hello? And they're like, oh yeah, okay. And then you go to the guy, and then they bring up like the wrong thing again, and it's like, no, why do you keep bringing this up?
On the specific notion that the presidency is an 8-year project, that is 100% true. I totally agree with that. That's what I said. 100% agree with. Hutch, do you have a problem with me saying I agree with that point?
No, you don't.
Okay, cool. So just to be clear, I totally agree. You can't really bully Manchin. You have to go.
The primary him. That's why it's an 8-year project.
But I will say the following: to pretend that Joe Biden, and this is all coming out from reporting.
Wait, so do we primary Manchin or not? The guy who's not running again, that we all agreed that you can't primary. I'm sorry, I keep getting mixed up.
You have a problem with me saying I agree with that point?
No, you don't.
Okay, cool. So just to be clear, I totally agree. You can't really bully Manchin. You have to go.
Primary him. That's why it's an 8-year project.
But I will say the following: to pretend that Joe Biden, and this is all coming out from reporting, was engaged as he should have been on domestic fronts is now proving more and more to be untrue. It
farce.
appears that
A lot, yeah.
it appears that he outsourced domestic policy to Ron Klain. He had minimal meetings with his cabinet.
Didn't even do cabinet meetings. Yeah, I was about to say that.
And so it's a systemic problem of Biden in terms of his failures as a communicator and his failure of engagement on the domestic front. And that is unfortunately a legacy that I do think has contributed to the rise of Trump. That's not to say, and I don't want to denigrate the good domestic agenda that was done. I think the Vanguard, I think, is what Biden did. He got tangible wins for the American people domestically in a way that other presidents didn't. I didn't hear you really to say that that's not true. I think you said it was like watered down. I think it's watered down because he was trying to make build bridges where he could, but he did pass through some historic legislation. I think you guys would acknowledge that.
Oh,
but
100% he did. My problem is that he embraced bipartisanship in a way that was totally detrimental in a time when he should have been fighting. I feel like what people
He embraced
want
it when he
is-
had to. He didn't, it was a divided government.
He embraced bipartisanship. What a fucking retard. With a 50-50 Senate, with 2 wild cards for the Democrats. Like,
he was doing bipartisan stuff. He had to do bipartisan stuff. What other
And
choice
guess
do you
what?
have?
The people said, we don't want you anymore. We want a guy that's going to go play hardball.
To be fair, I do think it was Joe Biden's age made it basically he was unreelectable. Like I do feel he was so old, he was so in cognitive decline that like that ultimately had more to do with the way people voted for him than like the Joe Manchin thing.
oh, so now this guy just completely switched up to a different argument. So now none of the other stuff mattered, and he said, actually, I think it was just because he's old, and the Manchin stuff didn't actually matter at all. So now we just completely switched to a whole different pillar.
To be fair, I do think it was Joe Biden's age made it basically he was unreelectable. Like I do feel he was so old, he was so in cognitive decline that like that ultimately had more to do with the way people voted for him than like the Joe Manchin thing. To be totally fair to Joe Biden, and I also think that if Joe Biden had been a younger version of himself, he would have been able to better communicate the wins that he did secure. Because that was another huge thing. The communications department in the last administration was just pathetic. They didn't brag about anything that they accomplished. Most people didn't even know what they accomplished, even though, as you mentioned a couple times accurately, they accomplished more than previous administrations had.
I fully agree with your. So like, what's going on right now with the Democratic Party is they are just fully in terms of acclimating to this new paradigm of media. They don't understand the climate whatsoever. And so Biden did go out there and like visit like small cities in Michigan and Pennsylvania to celebrate, the impact of the infrastructure deal. But who the fuck was there? It was like C-SPAN with like 17.
Yes, thank you. The problem, I used to say this, is not true. The problem is not Biden taking credit for his wins or the Democratic Party taking credit for the wins. It's the fact that no one in the media gave a fuck. They never gave a fuck. They were always covering random retarded fucking shit, whatever Trump was tweeting about that day or whatever the fuck else. Nobody gave a fuck. Or the American public just doesn't give a fuck. You need to make them give a fuck.
Cities in Michigan and Pennsylvania to celebrate, the impact of the infrastructure deal. But who the fuck was there? It was like C-SPAN with like 17 viewers. Nobody was tweeting about it. Nobody was talking
media,
about it.
and that's half the job now.
Yes, exactly.
He sucked at media? Biden isn't media. Biden is the president of the United States. He's not a media person. He can give interviews, but nobody gives a fuck.
Yeah, I agree.
He's just, like Hutch is literally pointing out that he did we're doing fucking shows or demonstrations or whatever the fuck else. Not demonstrations, rallies or whatever. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody cares. Like, do we want the media president? Is that what we need? Do we need somebody like Trump who wants to give fucking 3 live streams a day? This guy's going live from the Oval Office 6 hours a day.
I agree with all of this. I agree with all of this.
Right, and I think you agree with this part, and so that's why I'm glad, because I think that's part of what's being spoken about from the Vanguard is the communication part is 50% of more than 50% of the job now. Both internal communications, that is to your other stakeholders within the government, other branches of government, that's to Joe Manchin, and he was able to negotiate, but it was delayed, right, the Inflation Reduction Act, and also externally, right, and getting public support for ideas, getting pressure, right. MAGA is able to, or Trump at times, I think less so now, is able to leverage this like momentum, right, and you often feel it, right, like you get this report, and a lot of it's theater for sure, but
Even before Trump, remember the Rhino label? Like Republicans have always been better at shaming their fucking defectors, whereas Democrats, like you never saw Joe Biden taunting Joe Manchin and saying this guy, he's a dino, he's a traitor, he's helping Donald Trump, he's a secret Republican, who's a wolf in sheep's clothing.
So now we're back to the Manchin point. We all just agreed that he's not even running for re-election. Why do we keep bringing Manchin up? You can't do anything to him.
That's what he should have said, not just because it's good politics, but because it's true. Joe Manchin is a piece of shit.
So now we get no legislation. So now Manchin defects on every vote in the Senate. And what do we get for that again?
Wait, hold on. You have not reconciled the obvious problem with this. Let's say he does that. Let's say you're a dino. I'm a primary. I'm a mom. And he says, I don't like your posture. You have no leverage over me. I'm going to be independent. And you
imprison him.
No, I'm serious. Like, how do you reconcile with that?
100%. Yeah, I think that's a very fair point. That's why.
You can't say that's a fair point. That just completely contradicted every single thing you just said. You can't yes and that. It completely contradicted everything that was just said here.
Pisco and I shared the moment where we agreed that, hey, this is an 8-year project, right? When you're battling a Congress that is 100% against the American people, like Joe Manchin, like Kristen Sinema, right? You can't accomplish the goals. The American people just voted, and we're operating under the time Joe Biden's just getting into office, right? Okay, they voted for him to be an antidote to Donald Trump. They're scared because of COVID. They want somebody who's competent. They want, vaccine rollout that's sufficient, right? They want all of these things. That's what he's been voted on. So you have to say, this man is standing in the way of what I want to accomplish. If you want a higher minimum wage, we need to know that this man is standing in the way of it. You make him a pariah. You make his name mud in Washington. In the meantime, you do not pass that piece of pivotal legislation. You go to town with every single executive order that comes across your desk. You make that man's life hell, and you also go to work uplifting the American people. You declare a state of emergency. You talk about how healthcare is a human right. You talk about how we're going to do every single thing you can. We're going to make sure that nobody pays a cent of student loans as long as I'm president, right? We're going to make sure that we fight it in the court and not a dollar is collected, and we fight all the insurance or the interest rates all the way. We go after everything that we could do with worker protection to make sure that it's harder to exploit your workforce. Let's make sure that we're supplementing every single court that we can along the way to make sure that a company like Uber doesn't get to contract their drivers as a 1099 employee that has to pay a bunch of taxes at the end of the year and gets totally wrapped. Let's make sure that we're uplifting those people at every step of the way. I think these are ideas that we would all agree are going to be beneficial and tangible to the American people. And then over your 8-year presidency, you do start to accomplish the goals that you need the power of Congress to do, right? Because nobody can just, overrule Congress, although Donald Trump is giving it a run for his money right now, and he even has control of Congress, right? So you say we're going to do every single thing that we can from the power of the desk. We're going to fight everything in the court, and we're going to make your life as good as we can while we get rid of Joe Manchin, Christian Sinema, and bring back the party of the people.
Okay, so let's game this out. So it's ARP negotiations. It's the first 2 months of the presidency. This is his first.
Nope, not fair. Nope, Hutch is a retard. Are we about to talk specifics? No, cringe. Can we just talk about like our cool, like broad, like concepts and theories? And like I think these are way more fun. Hutch is going to be cringe and talk about specifics now. He wants to get in the weeds.
And bring back the party of the people.
Okay, so let's game this out. So it's ARP negotiations. It's the first 2 months of the presidency. This is his first bill that he wants to get passed. He does exactly what you're saying right now. He goes to war with Joe Manchin. Joe Manchin defects. He loses control of Congress. Now,
why would you lose control of Congress? You're just stacking the deck in your favor.
No, hold on. I just told you that there would be a risk that Joe Manchin would defect and say, "I don't like the way you're treating me. I'm going to defect." There was absolutely a risk of him doing that, by the way.
We can play this counterfactual game all day.
Are you acknowledging or not that there was a risk for him to defect in that way if Trump?
Yes, but you're telling me that after that defection, that Joe Biden loses Congress. I disagree with that. That's what I'm disputing.
If you give that Senate gavel, do they have a gavel in the Senate? If you give that gavel to Mitch McConnell, now not only do you not get the IRA, which did a lot of really good shit, and not just for environment, but also for.
Hold on. Imagine all these bad things happen. I could say imagine all these good things happen because I did all these executive orders.
Do you not just? Okay, hang on. Podcast. I guess. Hold on. I need to not feel crazy for a second. Podcast bros. Do you think it was possible that if Biden would have done what they're suggesting that he should have done, that Manchin could have switched parties?
He didn't have the talent. Biden, it was too old. He couldn't do it.
Oh my God. What were you gonna do?
So this whole thing is, I agree with you, Hutch, in the sense that he couldn't do it. He did not have the capacity to do it. And Manchin, although I don't know that Manchin would be the type to like just never vote on judicial nominees anymore because you're talking some shit. And I think that there are ways he could have done it. But like fundamentally, I agree.
We're not talking about judicial nominees. We're talking about legislation.
It's not possible. Biden could not have done it. He did not have it in him. It's not in his character to do the kind of play that the Vanguard are talking about.
It was 40-year-old Biden in his prime. Could he have forced a $15 an hour minimum wage on Manchin?
No, Hutch,
force the issue?
Obviously, to your point, Hutch, it's clear that what you're saying is.
Pisco Dodgers like a snake. Listen, Hutch. Oh, that was such a good question from Hutch, right? Now rather than what should Biden have done, now we're like, well, Biden could have never done it. And I was just, okay, what if he was 40 years old? You think he could have gotten Manchin to do the 15-hour minimum wage? And then he takes a drink and he lets someone else take over. He should have forced an answer from that question.
It's true that it was a possibility that it would happen. I mean, I think that what's fair, I guess, to say. Obviously, to your point, Hutch, it's clear that what you're saying is true that it was a possibility that it would happen. I mean, I think that.
What are these talking points?
What's fair, I guess, to say at least is that literally did happen with both Manchin and Sinema. They both turned independent eventually.
Why are you doing this?
But they supported the legislation. Why didn't they? Or did Manchin and Sinema defect from key legislation that they got enough Republican votes on for the infrastructure bill, for the Inflation Reduction Act, for the CHIPS Act, and for the and for ARPA, the American Reinvestment Plan or whatever? Were those passed without Manchin and Sinema? Somebody look it up.
This is like wildly disingenuous. He switched parties.
Why is that disingenuous?
He switched parties after they lost control of Congress when it didn't matter, bro. That's irrelevant.
Oh, nice. Hutch knows the answer.
Hutch, but I think what you've never addressed is this idea that, I mean, I've already conceded.
What Hutch has never addressed? Holy shit. I would lose it on the show, dude.
Like personally, I don't know if the Vanguard boys would agree with me, but like I've already conceded that. Look, you might have a world where you do what the Vanguard guys are saying, and all of a sudden Manchin goes independent, 2 years earlier, and maybe you don't get the IRA passed, and you have to deal with like the current subsidies instead of the expanded ones or whatever. Like that's a risk that you have. And similarly, and I compared to the Trump project that he loses a lot of elections that he would maybe otherwise be able to win because he endorses radicals in primaries, and they end up winning the primaries. But again, that long-term compositional change of the Republican Party seems to have netted them out policy wins when they're actually able to control the government, right? And I think that Democrats,
but they don't have policy wins explicitly. Trump just fucking ramrods through as many executive orders as he can, and that's it. Where's our border bill? Where's anything besides the fucking tax bill? Where is the full repeal of Obamacare? Never came. It's not coming. What are the big policy wins from Donald Trump?
I think the Democrats should engage in a similar project for the long term.
For the long term? One, remember, Donald Trump lost his election. He lost the second election, so he wasn't even a two-term president sequentially. Number one. Number two, long term, what is the Republican Party going to look like in 2028 when Trump is gone? Because every Republican behind closed doors is petrified of that right now. And I think they're probably terrified of what the midterms are going to look like, because every midterm has been pretty disappointing that Trump is backed as well. Like, Trump is not the go-to guy for politics. I don't know where they get this delusion from.
Term health of, at this point, the country.
So
Because again,
you would give up 200 plus judicial appointments in every piece of legislation that he passed just for this vague notion of like, we're going to be a party of fighters now?
But see, Hutch is asking like a specific question, because these are the things that actually got passed. You want to put all these things at risk for some big thing, and then they always like respond like, well, who knows what would have happened? Who knows? Wait. Maybe he'll have a more substantive answer.
But Hutch, I think that the problem is that I really believe in the Democratic Party platform, right? Like, I think it's not just like, oh, it'd be nice to have, these are marginal improvements. Like, we're talking about,
it's just all they're having different conversations here. This is
you said you take seriously the idea that the threats to democracy, and this is such a big deal. And I think that for the long-term health of the country, and also just like the people in the country, to the Vanguard Boys' point, the idea of like having a universal healthcare system, having like a high wage floor.
Oh my God, that's what the fight should have been over. Was fucking single payer and $15 an hour minimum wage. Really?
These kind of like expansive welfare policies and things like that. Like, our policies are so bad. I feel like I am answering it, right? So
He's not. Yeah, no, that's why I said they're having two different conversations.
Are you saying that would be an acceptable sacrifice? No 200 plus judges and all that legislation? None of that. Are you saying cutting all of that would be
Hutch,
worth it to
Hutch,
establish
it's
a new...
obviously Hutch. It's a question of expected value and the risks you're willing to take. So I don't like the idea of the scenario that you're painting. If there's a 100% scenario that what you're saying happens, you might think a little bit differently about it. But there's obviously not a 100% chance, right? There's every chance in the world that you engage in this project, and maybe the idyllic version of what the Vanguard is talking about would happen. Or
what? Some Republicans switch parties?
At the very least, something settles out in the middle or something. Like, you never really know how these things are going to go. But I was just going to say, last sentence, that I think establishing a basic standard within the Democratic Party that, hey, I don't care if you don't like this policy. We have to do these things, not only because, it's the platform that we ran on and maybe there's some long-term gains to that, but also it's just really good for the American people, Hutch. And like, it's worth like saying, hey, moderate asshole, you, like, we have to actually get this done because it's good.
Like this is the progressive like mind rot. Is everybody likes this? Trust us. Even if all the politicians and lawmakers are complaining, even if a lot of the constituents might vote differently, trust me, like, this is good for the American people. They're just too stupid to realize it. They don't know it, but trust me, they'll love this, okay? Trust me.
You don't need to do this thing where you're like, I'm the one that actually cares about these policies. Meanwhile, you would pursue a strategy that would result in no judicial appointments and no pieces of legislation.
You don't know that for sure, Hutch. It's the risk that you're willing to take, right?
Okay, let's fine, put the risk aside. What is the possible benefit? Are you going to move Joe Manchin on this? Yes or no?
He moved on the IRA.
Well, I don't.
Hold on. Are you going to move him on $15 an hour?
No, Hutch, to answer your question, to answer your question as directly as I can, it is irrelevant to my point. I don't think so.
Wait, he moved on the IRA because Biden threatened to primary him? Well, maybe he just supported the IRA. What was Manchin's statements on the IRA? I know there was negotiating, I think, done between him and Biden. I think that was specifically written about. I feel like I read stories, but it wasn't because Biden threatened to primary him.
Hutch, to answer your question, to answer your question as directly as I can, it is irrelevant to my point. I don't think so. Ultimately, that you're able to get.
It's irrelevant. It is irrelevant. True. Let's see, he's honest. That's what I'm saying. These are two different conversations.
To answer your question as directly as I can, it is irrelevant to my point. I don't think so. Ultimately, that you're able to get.
Benefit analysis. What is the possible benefit, right?
It's all ended with Donald Trump being our president. How can you act like the risk-benefit analysis worked out in our favor? Like, that's the whole problem right here. Like,
what a retrospective. Nice. Oh shit. Well, we can just see the future.
Talking about the weeds here, we got the fascists in power as a result of this because the American people didn't believe that Democrats could fight anything, including a fascist. And so now we've got people getting black-bagged off of the street. Now we don't have a Department of Education. Now 12 million people are losing their Medicaid. Now the hospital I was born in can no longer deliver babies in the east side of Kansas City, Missouri, because they thought those black mothers that largely make it up nowadays because of gentrification and the fact that all of these people have been shoved to the east 4 side of Kansas City aren't worth it to have their own NICU or any kind of delivery services. These are the real-life consequences of Donald Trump. And because the Democrats thought they could people and lie to them about, oh, we're actually fighting for $15 in minimum wage, or oh, we're actually going to cancel your student loans, when they never had an intention of doing it.
They never had an intention of doing it? Will anybody on this podcast who knows how many different executive orders and different routes did Biden go through on this stupid student loan shit? Also, fuck all of you and fuck your student loans. Pay them, you lazy fucks. Is anybody else on this show besides Hutch going to call them out? That's just a fucking lie, right? How stupid.
Rolled over immediately, so they lost in hand.
They never had the intention of doing student loans?
Thank you, Hutch.
No.
Anybody else going to back him up on this point? Hello?
They did not.
Well, why did he do it?
Did it work out? You know what I'm saying?
Like, did it work out? You didn't ask if it worked out. You asked me the intention to do anything about it. There were like 3 different pathways that he tried to cancel student loan debt on. He got challenged in the fucking courts. People in Congress attacked him for it. Like,
listen to yourself. People hate it.
Work out?
Oh, the Republicans struck it down. That's what the Democrats always say.
No, the court struck it down, bro.
The courts.
Probably got to pack the court.
Well, I think the Vanguard walked into a bad one because obviously student loans was one where Biden seemed to actually he did actually try to cancel student loan debt.
Thank you.
Broadly, but that's I think that
did he try it once by executive order?
He tried to cancel
couple of things. So I mean, I think the Biden deserves all the credit in the world for the student loan stuff.
There we
I think
go.
there's one additional thing he could have tried, but I really think he went through all the stops to try to get that passed.
What's the one additional thing you think he could have tried?
I think he should have shredded up all the loan documents for every individual in the country after they lost the election.
What?
And run
just,
that shit.
and just as a core executive power, just like shred all of the loan documents and officially renunciate all the loans. Now that might have had some problems, but if you make it impracticable for anybody to prove that those loans exist, I think that's the one additional thing you could have done. But that's not in Biden's.
I mean, like the debt is still there. You would have to account for it. That's okay. Well, I guess
character to do that. There could have been other ways, like other documentation, but it would have been such a mess. But I do think he should have done it.
And imagine the political capital Republic.
I like how this guy. Fuck! Oh, fuck you, Krobmeister. Wait, ban that guy. Okay, I was gonna say this first. Fuck you. Pisco's the guy who said that Biden was like deeply immoral and unethical for pardoning his son in advance because he knew that Trump was gonna go after him. But he's saying that it would have been moral and ethical to shred all of the documents accounting for all of the student loans? Wait, what?
Republicans would have to expand.
I just can't accept
we're going back trying to take this shit together,
and that we cannot figure out a way. Like, how can you be the president that pen strokes away all of the billions and billions of dollars in PPP loans, right? How can you?
I'm telling you that what I would do is
that pen strokes away all the PPP. That was the whole point of the PPP loans, was that if you use them for wages, they would be forgiven. That was the point. That was the program.
As president, if I were in Biden's shoes, is after all that shit was struck down, I would order the Department of Education to shred all communications and documents related to those student loans. Now, that ultimately that might not have been effective because you could have had whistleblowers being like, we can't do this. We have to save all the documentation. But that is what I would have done because I do think that it is important, and I think that after we have like the core, executive rulings from the immunity decision, all that stuff, I think you should have done it for sure. But in terms of that, you can't go after Biden on the student loan stuff. He did really try that, and the courts really did him over on that. And then after the court struck it down, he went with other, the SAVE plan, other methods to targeted relief, and they forgave like billions and billions of dollars of relief. It was a very good thing they did. And it's one of those things that they did not communicate well. They did not communicate well. That was a tangible win for the American people.
Yeah, I was under the impression, Pisco, and you can elucidate this because my impression was that within the power of the Higher Education Act, and I have a tweet about this from the past. I would be curious as a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer, but the Higher Education Act, couldn't he potentially? It says right here that there was no discussion of the actions that he could have taken through what's called the HEROES Act, and it lies within the power of the Higher Education Act of 1965, which he made no effort to pursue as a final effort after his initial ruling.
They tried both, and it was in the middle of the rulemaking situation. It took longer because there's additional procedures that they had to run, and they had to have a notice and comment timeline, and so they did end up using that authority that you're invoking. And the one additional thing you could have tried is instead of capping at 10,000, 20,000, you could have gotten rid of it all. They had a stronger argument on that because the legal provision there was waive or modify, and the court basically said, well, they can do, you can waive all of it or you can modify a little bit, and they interpreted modify to be like a much more minor. But that would have been struck down anyway, and I think the court was signaling it that they were going to invoke what's known as the major questions doctrine. They didn't actually invoke the major questions doctrine in that case, but they basically signaled that if Biden tried to waive all the student loans, even though that was more cabined within the terms of the statute, that the Supreme Court was going to strike it down.
Yeah, it's really important to remember that anything that President Biden attempted to do via executive order or that could have been done congressionally via statute is still subject to judicial review, which means, to Pisco's point, the conservative supermajority on the court that could have invented whatever the reason they want to grant cert to the case.
Here lies the fundamental problem with why Democrats always lose, because everything you just said might be true, but I don't care about it, right? Because
Thank you. Can we just open with that next time instead of wasting, so that I said this at the beginning, this is an unserious conversation. And there should just be two different, you should have like a separate show no, I mean, it's their show, they do the one. But like these are unserious people, okay? Thank you. You don't care about anything relating to the process or government or whatever else, okay? We understand that. But we should have skipped, why do we waste 40 minutes talking about this bullshit then, if you don't actually give a fuck about the process of governance at all?
Here lies the fundamental problem with why Democrats always lose, because everything you just said might be true, but I don't care about it, right? Because I just watch them forgive billions of dollars for rich assholes that bought votes with that money, and that's how the American people.
That's what the PP loans were for. Like, you've gotten brainwashed by retard media, and you're blaming Joe Biden for it. Like,
people feel. You know what I'm saying?
No, I totally we totally agree. But that's also another reason why I think for a lot of us here, court reform is so central to the case, and making it a case to the American people is so essential, because anything that you want done or we want done is going to have to be reviewed by the Supreme Court, and they're inclined to strike it down for precisely that reason. Trump will get away with his tax cuts for the rich and for all sorts of other egregious things because he has a sympathetic supermajority on the Supreme Court, and they're the final boss of democracy. Trump's the immediate problem, but the court represents an equally dangerous problem. It's just kind of looming in the background. You got to deal with both.
I want to say one other thing. Like, I am not just trying to constantly split the baby here. I do agree ultimately with Hutch in terms of the empirics of the makeup in the Congress and the fact that the base of the Democrats, they're not like the MAGA base. They don't exert that kind of control and power. And so I do think that Biden has to approach it a different way. Where I agree strongly with the vanguard is the following. Biden's presidency is a failure. It is a failure because the one most important thing that he promised, which is to restore the soul of this country and to stop Trump, he failed on. And that, not exclusively, there were other challenges that are outside of his control, the resurgence of COVID, inflation, that kind of stuff, which, I don't blame on him. But the failure of communication and the lack of engagement due to his frailty, and then the hubris, the arrogant decision that if you really, I know people are clowning on Jake Tapper and stuff, and for good reason, but if you read the decision-making process that wasn't ever there when they decided to run for re-election, that this is how they were running the administration. And you can't tell me that that was optimal in terms of the domestic policy front and that everything was running on four cylinders when you're not meeting with your cabinet. And so do I believe that Biden was doing everything in his power and everything within his communication ability while he was president on the domestic front? No, I don't believe that. And I think that there are probably other things he could have done. And I think that you don't need to go on the all-out, call Manchin a pig fucker. There are other approaches that I think he would have taken, Hutch. And I think what you have to grant, Hutch, even though I agree with you that you couldn't push Manchin move heaven and earth, and you ultimately probably wouldn't get $50 minimum wage, there was not even an attempt to signal. You have to grant that like they did not even like protest a little bit on that, and that has to like be something you acknowledge.
I think in the case of Manchin, there was one time because people were complaining about the fact that he wasn't like picking this fight. And I think he was asked a question at a press conference and he said some like mild criticism of Joe Manchin, and Joe Manchin turned around and wrote a fucking op-ed for the Wall Street Journal that said he wasn't budging you. So like my point is that like
Hutch? What would you do? Would you let him dog walk you like that?
Hutch is absolutely correct. These guys just don't think that Congress is real. They have no respect for the Congress. Hutch is 100% right. Like people say, would you let him dog walk you? He owns you, little bro. He owns you. That is your final vote in the Senate. He kind of gets whatever the fuck he wants. It's kind of how it works. Yes. Like, what are you going to do?
What is... You just told me
Yeah, would you be Manchin's bitch, just like Biden?
No, I agree with you that like you can't.
You have this precious little time and this precious little political capital to spend. It's just, these are the historical trends. George W. Bush after 9/11, that he was the only guy to buck this trend in the post-war era. Every single other time.
Biden bucked the trend. Biden bucked the trend in historic fashion in 2022.
Yeah, I'm not talking about beating incumbents. I'm talking about when you give a trifecta to a government, or to a political party, the American voters, you only get 2 years. It's just way easier to be on offense 24/7 when you're out of power, which is why you're going to see the Democrats have a lot of success in special elections.
Hutch, is your position just that Joe Biden should have rolled over and he was right to roll over, and that Joe Manchin was totally cool to call the shots, and you don't really see much of an issue with that? Like,
you're not frustrated by this? You're trying to frame it as though that it's this moral issue, and it's not. No, it's not an issue of morality. It's an issue of practical consideration. If you only have so much time to deliver on your agenda with legislation that you can get passed through simple majority,
you're saying that all it takes to solve an entire piece of legislation is an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal, and you're just going to okay, Mr. Manchin, you're right.
If I thought that I could get something out of it, then obviously you fight. But I don't think you guys fully appreciate.
That's what's going to lead to more Donald Trump, though, dude.
I don't think you guys fully appreciate that the Congress sometimes says no.
I'm not saying that the problem was that the Congress gave. I just gave you 10 other solutions of what I would do if the Congress said no to me. My man, what I'm trying to point out to you is that if the Democrats ever wanted to have a chance of winning, they have to deliver on some of these promises. I have a really good argument as to why they didn't deliver on any of these promises.
You said your solution was you were going to do an executive order for everything that he would have done otherwise with the legislation, which is like a baby brain take.
That is not a baby brain take. I said, what could you do from the power of your desk?
You seem to suggest that the president can do whatever they want with it.
Have you watched Donald Trump's presidency, my guy? Does it look like it's brain in check?
Check him on executive orders. Like
I already told you I agree with stacking the court, Hutch. I already told you.
That's not even on the. That's a separate conversation.
Continuing the circle. It's an infinite circle at this point. Can I propose a slight change of topic? Because we've talked about this. Well, I was just going to say, we've talked about this. One interesting topic to kind of tie into is right now, this is kind of a historical debate. What should Biden have done? But right now, okay, this is an interesting question. We've got this big kerfuffle with the Epstein files, okay? And there's a question, what should Democrats do with this controversy today? And what should they do if they capture a House in Congress in 2026? I think that's the flavor of the week, guys. That's what's going on right now.
It is the flavor of the week, and I think it actually does relate to what we were just talking about. Because in the modern era now, and like when we're not out of power, I am so pissed off at the people who are being pussies. I'm just so pissed off at the people who aren't fighters.
There is Destiny. They wanted Biden to be Trump. They aren't disgusted by Trump's methods, only his results. These people don't care about the Constitution. It's not about that, though. Trump is destroying everything. And you can destroy a lot if you're a destructive person, but they don't want a liberal president or a left-leaning president to come in and destroy everything. They want them to like construct a whole bunch of things. It's significantly harder to do this, right? So you complain about Trump is able to do so much stuff via executive order. Okay, well, what's he trying to do? Tariffs on the entire fucking world. Okay, so Biden comes in. What do you want him to do? Tariffs on the entire fucking world? No, that's not constructive. Trump can be destructive in a whole bunch of different ways, right? Trump wants to come in and what, like revoke birthright citizenship? Okay, he can do it with an executive order. What do you want Biden to do? What's similar to revoking birthright citizenship? Like adding, like it's just they're like Republicans are, especially Donald Trump, is like single-mindedly trying to dismantle. Like he dismantled the Department of Education and USAID. What do you want Biden to come in to do? Dismantle departments of the government? It's just.
I'm going to be honest with you in terms of like the messaging on Mamdani, like the fact that we have conservative or I don't know, centrist Democrats or whatever you want to call them coming out and not supporting the nominee in New York pisses me the off. So I think that we should absolutely wield the bully pulpit on issues like Epstein, on issues like everything that Trump is doing. And I don't like the current leadership is failing us on that front. And the era of Kristen Sinema's has to be over. You can maybe make the case, and I would make the case actually that the conditions in 2021 were difficult for Biden. They were really difficult. He did not make the most of it. I agree, but they were genuinely difficult. But now we can't go back to that era where we're fighting for mansions and cinemas, and we need to primary the out of people like Fetterman, out of all, and I don't care if they're really in these.
What you need to do is you need to win more seats. That's what the mission has to be. I'm sorry, but anybody who talks about the necessity to primary people and like a 50-50, 51-49 split, it's a deeply unserious conversation. You need to shore up your base and you need to win some real margins. You need some actual seats before you talk about fucking primarying people.
Uber, whatever districts, people like Glusenkamp Perez, I don't like them at all. If you are giving Trump like all of these signaling victories and you're like condemning like Al Green when he stands up for Medicaid and all that shit, that pisses me the off. And so
The Al Green shit was cringe. That is true. The censorship of it was cringe as fuck.
Other people maybe who this didn't even apply to.
Ooh.
I will
Check
yeah,
the tapes on this.
in the modern era now, and like when we're not out of power, I am so pissed off that on issues like Epstein, on issues like the era of Christian cinemas has to be over. You can maybe make the case, and I would make the case actually, that the conditions in 2021 were difficult for Biden. They were really difficult. He did not make the most of it. Like condemning like Al Green when he stands up for Medicaid and all that shit, that pisses me the fuck off. And so whatever you want to say, we can relitigate for the rest of time Biden's failures and the system that existed in 2021. But I don't want to go back to that. I don't want to go back to where we're having to rely on the mansions of the world. And so at the very least, when it comes to Epstein, when it comes to all this stuff, I want fighters. I want people who are stronger, so we don't end up back in that unfortunate situation that we can't, figure out.
President Trump participates in a bill signing ceremony.
Thank you very much.
What the fuck is he even doing? God.
My nominee to lead the Office of National Drug Control Policy, Sarah Carter. Sarah, great reporter, too. She was a very tough and good reporter, and you've done a fantastic job, so now you'll be able to put all that experience to work. No more criticizing or anything else. You got to do it yourself, and you're going to do a great job, as reporters do on occasion. Thank you very much. Thanks, Sarah. Good luck. Governors Glenn Youngkin, Jeff Landry, and Kelly Armstrong, where are you? Stand up. Great. Hi, fellas. Hi. How are you?
Lauren's got a new book, guys. Go buy it. Apparently Israel is bombing Syria. Why don't they do it? What if this actually was a green screen, but they have like vibrators in the fucking, not vibrators, but you know what I mean, in the studio to simulate like the 4D movies or whatever? Uh-oh. The CPI, broad-based measure of goods and services cost, increased 0.3% this month, putting the 12-month inflation rate at 2.7% in line with expectations. Core inflation picked up 0.2% in the month, with the annual rate moving to 2.9%, with the annual rate in line with estimates. While the evidence in June was mixed on how much influence tariffs had over prices, there were signs that the duties are having an impact. Apparel and home furnishing prices rose, though vehicle prices fell. If inflation goes up, that's like the last refuge that conservatives have. What the fuck is even in the CPI if you take away food and energy? Like clothes and rent? Is rent included in, is home stuff included in the consumer price index? Why is Israel bombing Syria? Something to do with Druze people. I don't know what's going on. Play the song. Shut the fuck up. How do you think MAGA will cope? What do they have to cope with? With Biden's inflation? Dense 32-minute video.
Good morning, everyone. My name is
Boring.
Jonathan Levin. I'm a columnist with Bloomberg Opinion. I'm here with Nir Kaysar, Bloomberg Opinion columnist covering markets and the founder of Unison Advisors. Also here with us today, my colleague Allison Schrager, Bloomberg Opinion columnist and author of This Market. And at least up until this moment, knock on wood, we're still sort of logging incredible numbers on the S&P 500. Unemployment is still low. GDP is still cooking.
There we go. Everything's great. Stay mad, bongers. British people like to tell themselves that no matter how bad things get, at least they were governed better than the United States. But this is wrong. It's a complete cope. The United States is governed much better than Britain. Uh-oh. Trump is enabling Chinese power. When will you bring Noah Smith on? He's been on to chat a couple times, I think, right? I think I've chatted with him twice.
We be retarded. Well, I'm thinking to myself, maybe people should stop being retarded. Well, I don't know what to say, guys. Yeah, this is insane. It needs a reform. Yeah, this is amazing. Yeah, it's a budget bill. It's supposed to include everything. Either way, I think that it's a massive problem that you have these huge amounts of things. Then have 4 years to release them. Was barely mentioned or brought up. Nobody is demanding the release of the files. You actually believe the headline. Yeah, this is insane. It needs a reform. Yeah, this is amazing. Yeah, it's a budget bill. It's supposed to include everything. Either way, I think that it's a massive problem that you have these huge amounts of things. Now, 4 years to release them. Was barely mentioned or brought up. Nobody is demanding the release of the files. You actually believe the headline. The article is giving a full description of what happened. It just omits the Democrats wanted to add this to a bill about cryptocurrency that Republicans didn't want to vote yes on. Yes, they totally manipulated this. And what you're seeing right now on social media, and I want you guys to see this, is that you have tons of people right now that are believing this. Let me go back and show you. Look at this. 106,000 likes. 49,000 likes. There it is. 51,000 likes. Gentlemen, when I said that I want to take away voting rights, you have to understand that I have the best intentions possible. Okay? I'm really trying to help everybody out. Okay? Elon pointed out the paid actors. Yes, exactly. And they want you to believe. I know. I tried to say it. I tried to stop it. You're not saying this the right way, Zach. What do you call it? Maybe it will actually get a vote on releasing it. You're not seeing this the right way? Do you really think that they're doing this? Like, does anybody actually think that they're doing this in good faith at all?
I'm so sorry. I'm retarded. What is he alleging? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
This is insane. It needs a reform. Yeah, this is amazing. Yeah, it's a budget bill. It's supposed to include everything. Either way, I think that it's a massive problem that you have these huge amounts of things. Now, 4 years to release them. Was barely mentioned or brought up. Nobody is demanding the release of the files. You actually believe the headline. We be retarded. Well, I'm thinking to myself, maybe people should stop being retarded. Well, I don't know what to say, guys. Yeah, this is insane. It needs a reform. Yeah, this is amazing. Yeah, it's a budget bill. It's supposed to include everything. Either way, I think that it's a massive problem that you have these huge amounts of things. Now, 4 years to release them. Was barely mentioned or brought up. Nobody is demanding the release of the files. You actually believe the headline. The article is giving a full description of what happened. It just omits the Democrats wanted to add this to a bill about cryptocurrency that Republicans didn't want to vote yes on. Yes, they totally manipulated this. And what you're seeing right now on social media, and I want you guys to see this, is that you have tons of people right now that are believing this.
Okay, so he's saying that the vote to declassify the Epstein files is fake because it was added to another bill, and so it's all political theater, and the Dems also don't want to show the Epstein files. Just to be clear, because I know that Asmongold doesn't like actually learning anything, which is fine, I guess. We can all be retards. I don't know why the fuck you think you would need Congress to fucking declassify anything. Classification extends from the White House. It's a privilege granted to the president. The only thing that this doesn't encompass is stuff related to nuclear weapons in the Department of Energy. Donald Trump wanted to declassify the Epstein files. He could literally do it right the fuck now. He could speak the declassification into existence and be done. So Congress or fake news or legislative trickery can't stop Trump from just exercising his ability to declassify stuff. So I don't even know why the fuck we think that any plot like this would work.
Let me go back and show you. Look at this. 106,000 likes. 49,000 likes. There it is. 51,000 likes. Gentlemen, when I said that I want to take away voting rights, you have to understand that I have the best intentions possible. Okay? I'm really trying to help everybody out. Okay? Elon pointed out the paid actors. Yes, exactly.
What does the vote even do for releasing the files? I don't know. Maybe it compels the executive to do it or something?
And they want you to believe. I know. I tried to say it. I tried to stop it. You're not saying this the right way, Zach. What do you call it? Maybe it will actually get a vote on releasing it. You're not seeing this the right way? Do you really think that they're doing this? Like, does anybody actually think that they're doing this in good faith at all? We be retarded. Well, I'm thinking to myself, maybe people should stop.
California pot farm owners ties to news.
No, I'm good.
Ethan Klein.
The victims of Ethan Klein. Oh, Willie Mack video.
A lot more streamer creator drama happened than I was expecting over the Guadalupe River. Like, everyone was at each other's throats. Yeah, it wasn't involving you. Motherfuckers were mad at that. They were mad.
Oh, fucking ew. Oh, he's actually in on the fucking gay orgy shit. I didn't know he was this close to these people. Oh, that makes so much more sense. Oh, God. Ugh.
And here comes Cody Garrett with a steel chair. Or a bundle of sticks.
You get me content. I got 4 YouTube videos off of that shit, bro. Like, I've been banging that. Oh yeah, keep tweeting, Cody. Keep tweeting. Get in there,
dude. You had everyone talking about your tweets on social media, on YouTube. They're just doing videos, and it's like, and then Donut Operator said, I was like,
it's so hype, bro. I love it.
Just going in hard.
Yeah, so it was what? It started off with NMP, and he said something about the kids deserve to die because the AI is going to make their lives horrible anyways.
A joke about, oh, they're better off, and then somebody was like, well, that's a little f***ed up, and then he doubled down. He's like, no, their lives are going to, like, they're going to be learning everything through AI and this. I'm like, that doesn't sound like a joke.
Yeah.
It sounds like you're just explaining and doubling down on why dead kids are a good thing. You fuck.
That doesn't sound like a joke. You think he sincerely thought that it was good for kids to die because AI was going to outcompete their lives? Yeah, this is the dark humor guy, by the way.
And doubling down on why dead kids are a good thing, you fucking psychopath.
The dark humor people are mad at dark humor now. It's like, no, you have to have a punchline with the joke, you fucking idiot. That's
There
how
has to
jokes
be
work.
humor to it.
None of you guys know NMP, huh? You never had any experience with this guy?
I never heard of him.
No?
My God.
Okay, so I was in org with him for 3 years. I would like to say for 3 years that guy treated me great. He did. He's had my back in a lot of scenarios, but he's essentially made a career of saying the absolute most horrendous shit at all times.
Wait, who is he talking about?
My God.
Okay, so I was in org with him for 3 years. I would like to. You never had any experience with this guy?
I never humor to it.
None of you guys know NMP, huh? You never had any experience with this guy?
NMP. Nick has made a career saying the most horrible thing. What are you talking about? What? Wait, what?
Never heard of him. My God.
Okay, so I was in org with him for 3 years. I would like to say for 3 years that guy treated me great. He did. He's had my back in a lot of scenarios, but he's essentially made a career of saying the absolute most horrendous shit at all times. So.
And then he apologized on like publicly on social media, and then like on his private Discord server was like, "That I ain't apologizing for anything."
Yeah.
Like, just the most like crocodile tears bullshit.
He's been on his crash out arc for the past 3 months, unfortunately. He's going through like a court case and divorce. I'm not trying to excuse any of that, but he's been pretty out of control lately.
Yeah, even the playback, if you watch that live stream where he's like, it was a joke. There was no joke tone. There was no laughter. You were stating what you thought were facts. And just being a general piece of shit.
Like, just, bro, I can't, dude. I feel crazy on this planet. The necessity to rewrite history is so crazy. Why isn't it enough to say it was a bad joke, it wasn't that funny, or maybe it was insensitive, if you want to say that? Like, those are all fair criticisms. Why are you trying to pretend that Nick Pollum is some actual sociopathic, psychopath who like really wants young children to die because he's so concerned about AI in the future? Like, this is an actual 65 IQ take. This is a take where it's like, I hope everything in this room is glued to the fucking shelves because you might pick it up and choke on it. Like, how fucking retarded do you have to be to actually believe this shit?
Even the playback, if you watch that live stream where he's like, it was a joke. There was no joke tone. There was no laughter. You were stating what you thought were facts. Just being a general piece of shit. And then everyone else jumped onto that. Well, you called them out.
Yeah.
And then that started Twitter War 3.
Brandon and I were walking around in the mud looking for bodies for like 8 hours that day, 9 hours. And we're on the way back and I see him say that and just kind of flew off the handle. Hours that day, 9 hours. 3. Brandon and I were walking around in the mud looking for bodies for like 8 hours that day, 9 hours. And we're on the way back and I see him say that and just kind of flew off the handle a little bit.
These guys are so fucking cringe.
That Americans never ever use the metric system, but that is not the case. In fact, American students get to experience the metric system firsthand with a 9mm. You might think that
That looked like a rifle, though, which wouldn't have been 9mm, so shit video. Stop making videos about us Europeans. You don't know how we kill ourselves, all right?
Is it possible now to posit a type of progressive masculine identity? Like, how do we start to approach that topic?
Well, I try to be that person. I think you
Oh,
had,
man.
I guess you had Hassan on. There are guys
He's
out there.
shorter than me, by the way.
Is he really?
Just to be clear, yeah.
He did something for us years ago before he was talk of the town. But I mean, there are models out there I think that are like, I find I'm a pretty average, above average in terms of appearance, I would think, for my age. But I'm a dad, white, heterosexual, cis male. I identify as. I mean, I don't think about this kind of stuff on a day-to-day basis, but if I analyze it, I'm like, I grew up. I could easily be on the other side of this.
I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your attorney general told you this was a hoax? What evidence have you
No,
seen
it's
of
not
that?
the Attorney General. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. It's been run by the Democrats for 4 years. You had
Yeah?
Christopher Wray and these characters, and Comey before him.
And
Chris Wray and Comey? CIA and FBI had from your term? What are you talking about? From term 1, dog? What are you talking about?
it's a bad group. It started, actually, look at the Steele dossier that turned out to be a total hoax. The 51 agents, the intelligence, so-called intelligence agents, it was a hoax. It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net, and so they try and do the Democrats' work. The Democrats are good for nothing other than these hoaxes. They're bad for policy. They're bad for picking candidates that can get elected.
Democrats are good for nothing. Damn. Can somebody link me all the Lex Friedman tweets calling out Trump for his insanely divisive rhetoric?
You're slapping a W on a lot of bullshit. He hasn't even had any official trade deals, and tariffs had negative effects long term. Tariffs will have negative effects long term. Okay, well, we've already had negative effects of not having tariffs, so I would say that doesn't really matter. And then also, so if you're saying that those other things are bullshit, I don't think they're bullshit. I care about those things a lot. And so, I mean, if you think that I'm wrong, that's fine. Oh, here we go. There's more.
They've got videotape, and all of a sudden they don't. You know, you have the director of the FBI on the show saying there's no. If there was, nothing you're looking for is on those tapes. Like what?
These aren't the tapes you're looking for.
What did they say? There was thousands of hours of tapes of people doing horrible shit. Why did they say that?
Right.
Didn't Pam Bondi say that?
What, are you talking about Epstein or Diddy?
Yeah, Epstein.
Yeah, she's.
Which one?
That it literally, I think a week before you had the FBI director sitting here telling you there was nothing, right?
Yeah. She said something about that there was like thousands.
She said straight up. She said straight out, plain out, absolutely, that they confiscated thousands of hours. Yes.
Of hours of tapes of people doing horrible crimes.
There is. And didn't the FBI dude say that there was nothing?
The FBI dude?
Kash Patel said there's nothing you're looking for. Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay.
No.
I mean, what am I going to do? I'm going to push back.
Right. No, of course.
Obviously.
Was that it on tariffs? I don't want to watch the rest of this.
Well, he's a terrible Fed chair. I was surprised he was appointed. I was surprised, frankly, that Biden put him in and extended him.
Remember, if Biden said this, everybody would call him senile. There needs to be like a collection of Trump senility tweets, like a profile, an album of. The radical left Democrats have hit pay dirt again, just like with the fake and fully discredited Steele dossier. The lying 51 man, he really just brings up every motherfucking thing. 10 years old, he's still bringing this shit up. The laptop from hell, which the Dems swore had come from Russia. And even the Russia scam itself, a totally fake and made up story used in order to hide crooked Hillary Clinton's big loss in the 2016 presidential election. These scams and hoaxes are all the Democrats are good at. It's all they have. They are no good at governing, no good at policy, no good at picking winning candidates. Also, unlike Republicans, they stick together like glue. Their new scam is what we will forever call the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. And my past supporters have bought into this bullshit hook, line, and sinker.
I'm getting really concerned here at this point because the flip-flopping and the 180ing and then going back is just the biggest train wreck I've ever seen. And it's not in character for you to be acting like this. So we want your agenda to succeed. I've done deep research. I've studied involved with Epstein criminal activity. So why are you acting like this? You made a deal with the establishment to leave you alone. Now they rolled over. U.S. intelligence we know is involved. Mossad, CIA, MI6, we already know that. But instead, you just continue to say nothing to see or move along, though go ahead and release information, but there's no information released. Contradiction, flip-flopping, 180s on 180s. Jesus, I'm on a roller coaster here. And then, it's only fake news is concerned. Like MTG and Tucker Carlson and myself and Joe Rogan and the American people. This is something that finally got our attention. People finally woke up to this. People finally understand, a window of the deep state with all this. And so you signing on to this and flip-flopping is just self-harming. I mean, please, President Trump, stop. If you want it to go away, just be quiet. It's like there's a gun to his head saying, you better come out and say, no, this exists, or we'll release it. It's bad. It's getting worse by the minute. And I support you, but we built the movement you wrote in on. You're not the movement. You just surfed in on it. And I'm telling you, man, the Democrats, we know are pure evil. My God, they promote pedophilia and everything openly. So why the hell are you acting like this? Please stop now.
What is this? Joe Biden's ankles versus Donald Trump's ankles. Donald Trump's ankles are so swollen, he looks like he's wearing invisible ankle weights. The man can barely move. But where's Jake Tapper? Where's Alex Thompson? Look at this guy. These are ankles. This is a ass to grass squatter right here. And this is a pregnant woman. I don't even know if either of these pictures are real, but I support it. Why?
Johnson, this is sort of on the heels of something else that a lot of people are asking questions about. And because we've been lied to by the federal government for so long.
Bro, if you're gonna, this microphone is gained so loudly. This is like 65, 70 decibels of gain. Listen to how much echo it's picking up. On this microphone should never be happening. Who set this fucking White House studio up? Unreal.
Lied to by the federal government for so long. I feel like there's some type of like there's a pain point, right? In the pressure cooker that gets heated up on issues like the Epstein issue, right? And obviously that's something that's taken over a lot of the online dialogue.
Yep.
The question here about it that concerns either testifying or testimony for Ghislaine Maxwell potentially before Congress, or if you would support.
They're eating the lists. They're eating the files. True. True.
Members like Marjorie Taylor Greene or Anna Paulina Luna on the release of subpoenaing the Epstein documents from the DOJ, whether you would support either of those.
Yeah, I haven't talked to Marjorie or...
Wait, I'm sorry, what? Who's going to subpoena the files from the DOJ? Are they going to subpoena the files from themselves? Are you talking about doing a civil suit? What?
Before Congress, or if you would support members like Marjorie Taylor Greene or...
Well, I guess Congress can issue subpoenas as part of congressional investigations. But what, the Republican Congress is going to fight with the Republican DOJ? What the fuck are we even talking about here?
Luna on the release of subpoenaing the Epstein documents from the DOJ, whether you would support either of those.
Yeah, I haven't talked to Marjorie or Anna about that specific subject, but I'm for transparency. We're intellectually consistent in this. Look, Reagan used to tell us we should trust the American people. I believe in that principle. I know President Trump does as well, and I trust him. I mean, he put together a team of his choosing, and they're doing a great job.
Team of his choosing?
It's a very delicate subject, but we should put everything out there and let the people decide it. I mean, the White House and the White House team are privy to facts that I don't know. I mean, this isn't my lane. I haven't been involved in that. But I agree with the sentiment that we need to put it out there. And you know,
apparently, Ghislaine. I'm never going to get her name right. Ghislaine wants to testify. I don't think that they would ever let her testify if you were a Republican, because think about it. There's nothing that she could say that will be good for the Republicans. Let's say she comes out, she says, listen, there is a client list and here it is and blah, blah. If they are actually hiding anything, it's because it's incriminating to them. If that's happening. If there is a list that's being hidden, okay, if there is some evidence being hidden, which I don't think there is, because I think it would have come out under the Biden admin. I feel like somebody would have leaked it or said something, or they would have pressed for something. That would be my guess. But if there is anything, it's not coming up because it would be bad for them. So she couldn't say anything. She couldn't say anything there. And if there's nothing, that would also look bad for them, because now it looks like they just lied about shit for 4 years. So like, why would they ever let her publicly say anything? All it would do would hurt them. You know, it would just be damaging to the Republicans.
Pam Bondi, I don't know, when she originally made the statement, I think she was talking about documents, as I understood it, they were on her desk. I don't know that she was specific about a list or whatever, but she needs to come forward and explain that to everybody. I like Pam. I mean, I think she's done a good job. We need the DOJ focusing on the major priorities. So let's get this thing resolved so that they can deal with violent crime and public safety and election integrity and going after Act Blue and the things that the president is most concerned about, as we are. So I'm anxious to get this behind us.
judicial committee hearing,
Mm-hmm.
that would be most likely the committee where a Ghislaine Maxwell would testify. Would you
Right.
be in favor of that?
Absolutely.
Remember what I said about the resonating through the different media echelons, right? Benny Johnson, a guy who got paid by
Ghislaine
Russia
Max-
through an illegal intermediary in the United States, has a podcast show in the fucking White House where he gets to interview some of the top lawmakers in the Republican Party. It's just unbeatable.
Would testify. Would you be in favor of that? Or would
Absolutely. Yes. Yes. Of course, we want answers. No one is satisfied with what has been received or lack thereof. No one is satisfied with the rollout of this. Of course, we've heard that Dan Bongino is not satisfied with the rollout of this either. And, I mean, I think you hear time and time again what an honorable stand-up man Dan Bongino is. President Trump, he obviously thinks highly of Attorney General Pam Bondi. I don't know her personally, but I know Dan. And he's a wonderful man. And I have no reason to doubt him. And I think moving forward, we need a special counsel. That has got to happen. There has to be a special investigation into this if we aren't going to be provided information. Now, there's a lot of things that Attorney General Pam Bondi is doing well. Of course, President Trump is doing many things well. The FBI is doing a great job. Our Department of Homeland Security is, this mass deportation machine on steroids, and now they have the funding to go after it even more. But this is something, I hope it doesn't become a false idol to Republicans where we just lose sight of everything else. But that doesn't mean we don't want answers. There are plenty of good things to focus on and still more that we need to do to really get through the next 4 years and hopefully the next 8 years in a Republican majority, God help us, God willing. And so this is certainly important, and I want answers. And maybe that takes that special counsel to do so. Maybe Matt Gaetz can lead the special counsel.
Would you vote in favor of that?
Absolutely. Yes. Matt spoke highly of Pam Bondi and saying, that she's the best attorney general that President Trump has had. But yeah, Matt Gaetz as a special counsel, absolutely.
Plus, Matt could help probably more with that investigation than anybody else. Like if they tried to delete the files or whatever, and they're like, fuck, we only have like the first 4 digits of this phone number, Gaetz could just check his contact list and be like, oh, wait, hold on, I know this one. Like, I got to write here my phone book.
Look, if there's something we can do to minimize Ghislaine's involvement, I'd appreciate it.
Ghislaine.
There's nothing. It's just unfair because she really plays no role. And Ghislaine has never...
Why does he almost look like the Boganoff? A little bit?
Never, ever a part of any of this stuff.
There's a lot of verticality to this head.
Turns out not to be, truthful. That she was involved in procuring women. The whole thing's ridiculous. I'm willing to take the heat for, the situation I've been involved in. She's already fragile. To bring innocent people...
So this is from Joe Rogan.
Oh, God.
This is a
Somebody said, how would you answer this question?
tough one.
He won't have me on the show, by the way.
Who will be held accountable for mandating COVID-19 vaccines for children, which were unnecessary and ineffective? And
I don't think they were ineffective, and whether they were necessary or not, I don't. After I do the COVID stuff, we'll probably fucking run through the vaccine schedule because fuck it, because now we have all it's a similar enough topic, and then we'll do Amber Heard, Johnny Depp after.
who will take responsibility for the unprecedented increases in
myocarditis and pericarditis,
myocarditis and cancer cases among them?
Oh, cancer
Second to
cases now
that,
too?
Do you feel any remorse for that draconian decision that was obviously heavily influenced by the pharmaceutical companies' desire for maximum profit? So this
Draconian.
This from Joe.
So just remember, okay? This world where there's 26 vaccines or whatever, or 25, however many are mandated by the time you get to kindergarten, fine, we live with this. This world, draconian, untenable, disgusting, atrocious, oppressive, murderous. This world, we're okay for now. This world, unbelievable. I don't even know. I don't even know if COVID vaccines were mandated for more than like a year or whatever the pandemic was. Destiny is this research and debate shit, but he's always 2 years behind. I researched stuff when I get to it. Also, I don't actually know if I believe that. I was thinking about it yesterday. A lot of information has come out about COVID in papers that were published within like the last 2 years. Like a lot of these sources that I have here, like, are things that have been published within like the last year or two. I think waiting a little bit there's more information about it now. I don't even know what most of these fucking things are for. What is RSV? What disease is that? Respiratory syncytial virus, loser. Hep B, rotavirus, DTaP. Is that 3 or 4 vaccines? Hib, pneumococcal, polio. That's the one that has the simian monkey virus in it that rewrites your DNA, turns you into an ape. COVID-19? What? Influenza, flu, MMR, chickenpox, Hep A. Wait, do we have to have the flu shot? Wait, are these all required? Oh no, these are recommended. Never mind, okay. I don't think we had to have flu shots for school. I don't think so. Yeah, this is the autism fast track. Give me the, I want the super autism schedule. Which one, what do I do if I want my kid to be autistic? Just one will do. Based. Medical gore. Holy fuck. A tale of two patients, monkeypox. There has to be some other crazy shit going on here. Like this guy had like other things popping up. Ugh. Oh, so like patient one, a 33-year-old man with a 15-year history of HIV, not on highly active antiretroviral therapy, and AIDS for at least 3 years. Okay, yeah, this motherfucker's dead like 7 different ways. How do you get HIV at 18? God damn, that's super unlucky. What the fuck? Wait, this guy is like this guy's body is a 33-year-old man with a 15-year history of HIV, and that's 15-year means he tested positive at 18. Oh, Africa. Oh, wait, is it? Oh, never mind. No, wait. AIDS for at least 3 years, untreated latent syphilis, chronic hep C, and Mycobacterium avium complex. Is that like a AIDS disease? Presented with 3 weeks of progressive facial rash, inability to open the eyes, and periorbital edema. His early symptoms included a vesiculopapular eruption of the malar and nasal areas. The patient was unvaccinated for orthopox viruses and was monogamous with a male partner. Someone on YouTube said, were they doing gain of function in this guy's blood cells? What the fuck? Jesus. On initial presentation to the emergency department, the patient was noted to have a confluent necrotic skin rash spanning the bilateral, periorbital, nasal, malar, and submalar areas with overlying honey-colored exudate. This guy's fucked. 2 weeks later, he came in with worsened skin necrosis and substantial eyelid edema. A total 5-week hospital stay was complicated by similar necrotic lesions on the patient's torso and extremities. The patient was continued on HAART, which is the antiretrovirals for AIDS or HIV. Switched to intravenous tecovirimat, 20 milligrams twice daily. Received 2 doses of vaccinia, immunoglobulin, and broad-spectrum antibiotics. Skin care included, blah, 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 blah. Despite these measures, the patient's facial gangrene progressed and he had widespread skin sloughing. The patient ultimately died due to hemorrhagic shock from bleeding rectal ulcers, presumably caused by monkeypox virus and secondary renal failure. Renal failure is kidneys. Autopsy revealed ulcerations of multiple organs. Oh. These pictures are fucked. Ugh. Okay. Why'd you link this? Fuck you guys. Why'd you read it? I don't know. Somebody linked it and they put not safe for life, so I couldn't help myself. What am I supposed to do? Wait, what? No, excuse me. Arizona resident dies from plague, officials say. The resident died from pneumonic plague, the first such death in Coconino County, Arizona since 2007. Do we get vaccinated for plague, or is that just like unlucky? I don't even know what the virus is for this. With Yersinia pestis, the bacteria that causes the pneumonic plague, which causes a severe lung infection. It circulates among the rodent population. House episode. I remember. True.
So yeah, he did have his kids.
Just own up to your mistakes.
Pilot is disgusting woke.
Do you take?
Cool. Yeah.
Yo, just to be clear, she has no idea what she was saying or who Pirate Stuff was. She said a bunch of shit about Elon Musk. We're like, what's some dumb shit we can make her say? Like, we'll just get her to say a bunch of insane shit, and we just picked the best ones. That was just the way she said it, cracked us up. So it made it in the cut. It is what it is.
Really cool behavior.
I wish somebody's kid would talk shit on me. Woo! Let me get in a shit talk battle with a 6-year-old. I'll win that one every time. Hell yeah.
You're slapping a
What is this? This
W on auto.
We already watched this. This. Why does everybody care about this? What is this? Superwoman shit, or Supergirl, or Wonder Woman, or Wonder Girl? Oh. The unfashionable Hassan Piker. Okay. And then this video. Because Superman did so well, there's hype for the new DC universe. Oh, shit. If I don't watch this now, I won't be able to talk about anything else. What's making you want to research Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp in particular? It just feels like a really important cultural case that everybody had strong opinions on. I don't know if anybody even watched any of it, so I'm just curious. I'll get a more informed opinion on it. But now I got other stuff to read. I don't know if we'll do it. We'll see. We'll see. Here, have some of this for a minute. I'm gonna use this real quick. Then talk to Peter, our guy.
And really, if he's willing to lie this much about pants.
1 second.
For wearing
no,
crazy.
Everything that people point to about like how bad my fits are, almost all of them still come from like
2019.
No, all of those fits are from like 2016. That's what's really fucked up about it. It's like, bro, you're gonna judge me about what I was wearing in 2016? That's crazy.
Yeah.
If you're somebody who pays attention to Hassan, you probably have noticed that he is obsessed with fashion. He's obsessed with materialism. He loves brands. The thing that's quite remarkable is that he has no sense of style.
My genuine belief is that Hassan is a narcissistic sociopath. So when he tries to do something like express himself through clothes, it just sort of looks like this clunky and awkward thing because there's nothing going on back there. So when he puts on clothes, even though he has unlimited resources, he can't ever seem to put something together that makes him look human.
He has no identity. He's like a husk. He's a shell of a man. I think he is a crazy person. He has said openly he does not listen to music. He has no capacity to appreciate creative or abstract ideas. The reason that he's interested in fashion is because fashion is all about him. The only reason he cares about brands brands or clothes or whatever is because he gets to put these things on and then stare at himself. He is decorating himself. He is trying on new costumes over and over and over again. That is why fashion as a medium of expression is what he likes, because it's vain, it's material, all of the things that Hasan obsesses over.
In the video I'll be playing, on the left, that's this guy Wisdom, and then in the middle, there's Frugal Aesthetic, and on the right, it's Hasan. These two other guys, they are fashion influencers, and basically the premise of the stream is Hasan pulls up photos of his outfits from Twitter in hopes that the two...
You ever notice that, like, you see this shit, right? Do you ever feel like this kind of gives like the same energy?
Well, it's a great honor to.
When Trump has like random people that he brings to kind of like talk to, they just kind of like sit there while he's like answering questions.
Fashion guys will give him compliments, I guess therefore verifying to his audience that he knows what he's doing. The last thing I'll say before getting into the stream is that Hasan is very bad at receiving criticism about his fashion, because I think he just processes that as a critique of himself as a person, which he is also terrible at. He's so precious about this subject. When he is being made fun of, he will frantically think of excuses and lies to try to momentarily protect himself from embarrassment, which inevitably just compounds.
Okay, good one.
Well, hey, what's up? Wait, can you hear me? Hello, hello? You might have to go into Discord and configure the audio output.
I can't see the GGG chat when I'm doing this, right?
Wait, I don't.
Can I miss the best part?
I don't think you can hear me at all. Check the chat. I don't know how to make that in sign language. Hello, hello. Test, test.
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you now. I was on headphones, not speakers.
Oh, cool. Okay. I mean, if you want to open chat in another browser tab, you can do whatever you want. Yeah.
That's all right. You can read me the best comments.
Okay. I'm absolutely not going to do that. So, okay. Because, yeah. Well, I saw you. You saw the chat. So it is what it is. All right. So, welcome. This is Peter Miller, who is maybe one of the most technically successful professional debaters in the world, I guess. How many people get like paid prize money for debates?
I think I'm the first guy to win an internet argument, because normally I actually met Sar in the comment section on Scott's blog.
Mm-hmm.
And I told him he's wrong. And he's like, if you're so confident, why don't you just bet 100 grand against me? We'll get some judges to decide this.
Yeah.
So I did.
So you officially won an internet argument.
Every argument was like that.
You officially won an argument. You got paid a lot of money for it. Yeah, so I've been following this for a while. I got there in an unfortunate way, but I guess just to start real quick. So your background, I read you do like comp sci and you climb mountains sometimes. What do you have like a certain affinity for this type of like hyper? I don't want to say obsessive, but I will say like obsessive research into topics. Have you done this on anything before? Or was this the first topic you've done this on? Or yeah, what's your background for this?
I do obsessive research into lots of things, and I blog about things normally. I've never done a debate like this before.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I didn't, like every year I prepare for a climbing expedition, and I didn't do an expedition the year I did this, so it was kind of like, you know, the same, prepare for 6 months and then do something dangerous and then move on.
Okay. And then you saw, did Root Claim have that $100,000 challenge before you guys started arguing, or is that something they made after?
He's had it for like 2 years before that. I only saw it when I met him in the comment section.
Okay.
But nobody had challenged him over 2 years. Scott Alexander briefly tried to do it. They were going to argue about like vitamin D effectiveness for COVID, but they couldn't agree on terms, and Scott didn't want to take that risk.
I don't know if you said this publicly or not, but was it your own 100K, or did you find somebody to stake you, or?
It was my own money. Yeah.
Okay.
I took it out as a margin loan from my stocks. Figure I was getting it back, so I didn't really.
Okay, so we have a Wall Street Bets poster as well. I see. All right. I'm curious, just before we jump into the whole debate stuff, do you think it's strange that on the Root Claim analysis, where they are so kind of like obsessively talking about odds for the debate and, you know, calculating probabilities, did you ever discuss with them the idea of them offering you odds on the bet? Like if you have a whole system based on like, oh, we're 94% sure, like shouldn't there be some kind of odd payout there then?
Yeah, I asked him to do 10% of my net worth against 10% of his, but
okay,
he said no to that.
Okay.
Yeah, I said 2 to 1. He said no to that.
Damn.
He wants to do a rematch also, and I've told him maybe I'd rematch him if he'll give me better than 1 to 1 odds, but I haven't said yes to do it again. I was kind of burnt out after I finished the first time, honestly.
For sure.
So
wait,
if you rematch him right away.
If you give him better than 1 to 1 odds, like you would have to give him odds to do the debate again?
No, I said if he wants me to come back and do it again, maybe he should make it a sweeter offer for me.
Okay, gotcha. I do think it's funny that one of the things that I say constantly, and this came up in your debate, I call this like all roads lead to Rome, where when you're arguing certain conspiracies, every piece of evidence can always like actually point to the same place if you really want it to. Like one loop I noticed you guys kind of got caught into. I almost wish you would have, there's a lot of things where I say I wish you would have done this, but I'm thinking from my perspective of being way more brutal, where all of the evidence for zoonosis could actually just be evidence for lab leak. Like there's a world where you find the actual crossover species in some cave and they're like, thank you so much, you just proved lab leak, because that's the one that they actually captured and then put in the lab and then they leaked the virus from there, you know? And I thought it was funny that after your guys' debate, they adjusted their odds and calculations, and their confidence went up after losing. Which,
every new discovery just plays into the lab leak theory. You saw that in the debate where like we weren't sure where the furin cleavage site came from. Then we found these bat viruses that had the PAA insert there, which is kind of like PRAR. We don't know if that's where it came from, but maybe that boosts the natural origin a little bit. And then Yuri decided, that just means that the lab, must have found one of these secretly before the pandemic.
Yeah.
And now he needs 2 secret viruses, not just the one that's like COVID, the backbone, but also the other one. And then that kept happening. They found the RPD in nature, and it's like, the lab just had that. So if you find the raccoon dog in nature, you could say, the lab just had that. Or I think what might happen is if we eventually have a really good argument that shows proves that the animals at the market were sick, because right now there's a little bit of ambiguity there, they'll just say, of course the animals weren't sick because somebody from the lab came in and got them sick.
And if anything, I feel like that would have worked as a better primary lab leak theory, because then they could say that because that would actually overcome, in my opinion, the biggest mindfuck was the fact that all of the cases started at the wet market. And at least you could say, well, they had a virus that didn't transmit to humans, and that's how they got it from the lab to the wet market, although that would require like weird intentionality, and you need something else to explain that. But at least you would overcome this hurdle of, I just thought it was so funny. Man, there's so many points in this debate where I would have been so unhinged, because if you would have lost this debate after some of the arguments that were made and unchallenged, like the statement that you couldn't easily pass a virus on a train, but you could very easily pass it in the wet market, I would just lose it. I was like, hold on, we need to talk about this for like 50 minutes. What do you mean you would never pass a virus on a train? It's just like, crazy statements.
The whole third debate came down to SAR saying that the Huanan market's like the only place that can spread viruses.
The perfect,
in Wuhan.
yeah,
perfect, yeah. And
then
the
western part of the Wuhan market is the best part.
Yeah. And then even if that were true, that also means that if one person from outside Wuhan came in with the virus, it's natural, but it comes in as a traveler, it would also show up at Huanan. So at that point, if that's your argument, you're arguing between like natural origin anywhere in the world versus lab leak in Wuhan.
Yeah. Okay. On the whole debate format, I'm curious, what are your thoughts on like the root claim approach? Or we can say like Bayesian stuff, inferencing in general.
I mean, I think the debate challenge thing he came up with is actually an interesting invention, and I think it would be fun to see some other controversial topics discussed this way. Maybe not the whole 18 hours, but 5 hours or 10 hours or whatever. I don't really think the Bayesian thing is any better than normal logical arguments, because you just you throw these 10 numbers together and multiply them, and you pick which 10 numbers and you pick what the numbers are, and the other guy can pick 10 completely different numbers, and it's still subjective which of those is correct.
Yeah, I remember I had a debate with a guy a long time ago actually over, it was something political, and he was the first guy I heard bring up this idea of like, well, I use Bayesian inferencing to decide. It was like, what was the likelihood that Trump colluded with Russia? And I just remember feeling the frustration as we went back and forth, where I was like, this feels kind of silly because I feel like you're disguising all these really difficult subjective questions with math, because you're kicking the can like back up the road to picking which variables you want to value. And then once you've chosen those, that's like the hard question. Well, doing like a calculation from that point is arbitrary. Like, it's not like a sophisticated and nuanced way to come up with an answer. You're just like kicking the can down the road. And I feel like it was very much the same. And you hit on that a lot, I think, in the third part of the debate. We were like, you could just pick whatever random numbers you want, like, but that's, and then you can double count or triple count depending on how you're measuring things. And yeah.
Yeah, there's somebody on Astral Codex 10 who was just talking about teaching kids how to use Bayesian analysis to solve all conspiracy theories. And I think that's going to go just as poorly. They were saying like analyze UFOs via Bayesian analysis or Bigfoot or and all those things. It's just like there's simple logical reasons why aliens probably haven't visited Earth, but putting that in numbers doesn't really help one way or another.
Yeah, unless you're talking about like huge data scaled events or whatever, it seems kind of pointless.
It works well for like a really small problem with just like two variables.
Sure.
But once you start adding, 20 variables, 50 variables, it's kind of useless.
One thing that really frustrates me, and it was one of the reasons why I enjoyed watching this debate, and I'm in the process of reading through both of the judges' decisions. One thing that's really frustrating to me in kind of this current like alternative media environment is, and I think I've seen you say this on your Twitter account, there's this phrase like, do your own research, or I want somebody who does their own research, and nobody does. And there is sometimes this, you've got like different layers of people. You have like, I don't want to like call out names. I don't want to like rope you into hating people, but so I view people like Joe Rogan or whatever. They'll have these people on and they'll say, well, this is good because we can have good long form conversations. And the conversation is just garbage. They don't actually get into anything. And then you have this second tier of people, and these are the ones that I hate the most. They have this like aesthetic of researcher rationality. And what they do is they try to develop these like sophisticated heuristics or these systems or ways of looking at the world, but then they always miss what is like just this fundamental factual investigation of whatever the fuck they're talking about. Like there are so many shows where I'll hear it said over and over again, just these random claims like, why do they give all three shots together for the MMR? Like, I don't know. Have you looked it up ever? Where people just ask these like really basic questions, like, have you done any factual analysis at all? And then like put them into your big conceptualized model of how to view the world. And I kind of felt similarly for the root claim stuff. It was crazy how many times in that third debate, at the end of like an 18.5-hour debate, Sarah's like, oh, well, I'll have to look that up. And it's like, dog, you have 30 minutes left on this $100,000 debate. What do you mean you'll have to look it up? Why did you look it up beforehand? What do you mean? And I feel like that's lacking. The people's like inability or unwillingness to like actually just like do a little bit of reading,
Yeah. I mean, so I'm happy to talk shit about Joe Rogan or other podcasters if that's part of the show, but I think he's really gone downhill over the last few years. I watched a lot of those people before the pandemic. I was a fan of Joe Rogan, Brett Weinstein, Jordan Peterson. And like every one of those guys has turned into conspiracy theorist or right-wing grifter. I don't know if that's just like we've gotten more polarized during the pandemic or those are just bad choices they've made, but like the whole IDW concept has gone downhill. And I think Rogan is like, I mean, he's more of a conspiracy theorist than ever. And it's also like he's very accessible. You you go on Spotify or you go on YouTube, and his videos are everywhere. So if you want to learn about a new thing, you should really go and like find who's the expert on this thing and watch their video, not just watch Joe Rogan's opinion on it, because he can't be an expert in everything.
Sure.
And so it's like, I think of it kind of like as fast food equivalent for information. You know, like you can find a McDonald's anywhere, but it's not healthy for you to eat McDonald's every day.
I actually think it's worse than that. It's like going to McDonald's and getting the McDonald's salad every day with a ton of ranch on it and pretending that you're eating health food. Because the thing that's like triggered me so much over the recent kind of alternative media environment is not so much that it's like garbage. It's that they wear this like aesthetic of rationality. When you talk about the IDW guys, they all do this like dispassionate, hyper rational and logical, and they just say like the most outlandish shit. I remember even arguing with Jordan Peterson, I think like 2 years ago, like he's still bringing up like, haven't you seen the VAERS database? And I was like, do you even know what the VAERS database is for? And like, there's like the same talking points that are dispelled with like 2 seconds of reading. Yeah, and it's so frustrating because like if you were to describe like everything that you say to describe your like research process and everything else, I don't know if you noticed or not, but they're all red flags, right? It's like I like looking at how you describe like, oh, I do my own research. I don't have an educated background in this. I wanted to see what was going on. I was like, oh, this guy's gonna be a full of shit, like dipshit. I say the same thing about myself, like the way that I describe it, because like that aesthetic of like just being willing to do a bunch of reading and form your own opinion has been hijacked so much by all of the like counter narrative dudes that are now mainstream everywhere.
I mean, yeah, people should listen to scientists and not me, technically, because I'm not a domain expert. But, I mean, I did put in a ton of research for the debate, and that's one of the good things about the financial incentives. I'm going to try as hard as possible. And I guess what I'm saying is also endorsed by scientists now. I'm friends with a number of them I've met after the debate, and a lot of them will retweet the things I say. So,
or when I say you throw up red flags, what I mean is that like generally the people who say those things are the people that don't do any research or homework. They're the people that like they wear those things as like an aesthetic, but they don't actually follow through on any of it. They just like do the jacking off, the just asking questions over and over and over again, and they like read about nothing about the topic. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's probably red flags there just in terms of they start out saying you can't trust the authorities. You got to trust this YouTube video. You probably don't have to pay too much attention to the YouTube video.
Of all the stuff that I guess has come up, what are other topics that you've like similarly, I guess, feel like you've done this level of investigation into besides the COVID stuff?
I wrote a long series on green energy a couple of years ago. I did a good one on the lead crime hypothesis that's gotten posted around. My most popular blog post I ever wrote was I compared the IQ of Trump supporters and Democrats, and that's kind of the problem with the incentives. Like any tribal thing like that gets a lot of clicks because people can just use as ammunition in their arguments against each other. But when you write about something more scientific, then it's more fun for me to learn about something that's not so polarized. But
sure,
it won't get as much attention because people don't care as much about science as they do about hating the
who
other.
ends up supporting. Yeah.
That was a fun one though, because like IQ discourse is something you're not supposed to talk about on the left, and then just using the exact same arguments to say like, oh, actually Republicans are genetically inferior, and they got a bunch of liberals to retweet that. That was a lot of fun.
Sure. Have you ever talked to Richard Hanania?
I know who he is. I've never talked to him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because he triggers the fuck out of everybody consistently. Although now he's, I think, kind of in the anti-Trump camp. But
yeah, he actually was early in doubting lab leak. He realized it was bullshit back in 2020, and I think I don't know, he's good at like not falling into groupthink.
One of the things that really disappointed me, and I'm curious if you have looked at anything, you feel like there's anything similar to this, is when coming into the lab leak thing. So a long time ago, I didn't believe in the lab leak at all because all the people pushing it were conspiracy theorists, and it was like created a bioweapon and blah blah blah. But then as the years went on, and like more organizations or intelligence apparatuses have come out and been like, oh, we kind of think it was a lab leak. My opinion kind of drifted. It was like, maybe 50-50. Maybe I even said 60-40. Maybe it came from a lab. We don't know. And then truly, it was really just like the first third of your the first 1/3 of like the first 1/3, I guess, your presentation in the opening. And after that, I was like, holy shit. This is like, I'm so unbelievably, I'm cringing at any time I ever gave any credence to this whatsoever. I thought this was way closer. And I remember, I think coming out of the first third, I was like, I feel like the biggest point you have to fight back on now is you can't have all the early cases being at the wet market, because at that point, it just seems like the argument is almost unwinnable. Do you think that there are any other, and then obviously coming out of it, I'm like, Jesus, I don't know. Yeah, there's no shot that I think a reasonable person could believe this without some kind of non-scientific information, like if you actually had evidence of agents taking a virus to the wet market, you would immediately shift, you know? Do you think are there any other like theories where you feel like the public is kind of 50-50 on it and you're like, I think the evidence is actually way stronger on this side than most people realize?
I mean, there's conspiracy theories like that, like the JFK assassination. I think the public is like 60% on there's a organized conspiracy, and it wasn't just Oswald. It was maybe like he's a patsy for the CIA, or some collection of mutually inconsistent theories, probably. And the actual evidence would probably be really strongly for Oswald acted alone.
Sure.
And that's I think that might actually be where Lab Leak ends up. 20 years from now, it'll still be like very much scientifically settled that it's natural, but there's never that dispositive evidence, and the public just wants to believe. They want to blame Fauci. They want an explanation for what happened, and that's a lot easier to blame some person you don't like than to blame some animal, blame some faceless wildlife trader.
Yeah, that thing that you just said about it in the future is actually one of the things that bothers me the most. Is I don't like the idea of there being an idea that there's so much evidence against it and it's so clear cut, but I can see in like 20 or 30 years it will be a legitimately contested thing, and I can see parents telling their kids, like, oh, the 2020 election was stolen, like we know that for sure, and it definitely leaked from a lab, like everybody knew this and they covered it up, and that idea of it just kind of somehow, I guess, like congealing inside of our collective minds and then going forward forever, it kind of bothers me. Yeah,
they're already putting it into like high school curricula. Same with like the stolen 2020 election. There are states that are putting that in the official school curriculum. So that'll get propagated for a long time. And the JFK thing, actually, I think people had a reason to want to blame the CIA because the CIA was kind of right-wing coded back at that time. And, JFK was the left-wing hero. And so it couldn't just be like, here's our, famous politician that died for no reason. So you have to imagine this conspiracy where like there's a reason why he died, that it's a big political thing. And I think we saw that last year with the Butler shooting, where people on both sides, like on the left, it's a staged shooting, and Trump cut his own ear or something. And on the right, it's like this guy, he's working for BlackRock or the government or whatever. And you don't want to just believe that this kid's just some crazy incel that wants to kill, because we still haven't figured out what the kid's politics were, but like he Googled like appearances for both Biden and Trump, and it's kind of just like he wanted to shoot somebody to be famous. It's not even clear it was.
Yeah, I was surprised at reading that like he like bought the ladder and shit like the same day. It was like an hour before the thing. It seemed a little bit kind of unhinged. It wasn't like some super carefully plotted out event. Yeah.
But you don't want to like just believe it's this random shit and some kid beat the security. So it has to have some meaning for your politics. So you lean towards some theory that like makes it meaningful for you.
I'm curious, like interpersonally, you bring up this idea of hard to account for stuff. I wish I could remember the name of this guy, and I should, because I've watched this one segment of a JFK assassination video he's done. Like I've watched this on stream like 6 times because I wish people could understand this point. Is sometimes you'll get like 10 pieces of evidence, and like 4 of these pieces of evidence will be like dispositive. It's like this, it's 100% this. But then you'll get like a couple things that are kind of difficult to account for. But these couple of things will like ruin people's minds, right? Like I think for the Oswald thing, he shot pretty quick. Like they were pretty quick shots, but it wasn't like impossible. But I think they were like pretty quick. But like the fact that they were pretty quick is enough for people to be like, well, and then to doubt like dispositive stuff where it's like, how do you explain this? Is there any way interpersonally that have you ever argued this Lab Leak stuff with a friend or talked to people where you can shift them out of that type of mind state? Don't laugh. You don't have an answer to this? People ask me this all the time, and like my whole family is like crazy MAGA conspiracy and everything. I'm like, I have no fucking idea. I just do this shit on the internet, but I don't know how to actually do anything in real life. Yeah.
Yeah, I can convince I have convinced lots of people that are on the fence about this issue. Because like, it's like where I was or where you were, where it's like, oh, it's 50-50. I don't know. There's so much conflicting information. And you don't like really have a biased or motivated reason to want to believe it's a lab leak. You're just like, this is complicated. I can't tell. And so people like that, even Scott Alexander was like that. He was like 50-50 or maybe like 60-40 leaning zoonosis before we started talking to him, before he wrote that blog post. And then he looked at the evidence and said, oh, wow, this is a lot stronger all the epidemiology for cleavage site's really not that convincing. So people like that I can get through to. People who want to believe lab leak because it's like part of their identity are pretty impossible. Like I have a cousin that I talk to about every conspiracy theory, and I've haven't convinced him on this or really any other conspiracy theory.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, if somebody's genuinely on the fence, yeah. Or sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, like, oh, I mean, like every conspiracy theorist is a lab leaker, except for like the handful that don't believe viruses exist or whatever. But like every lab leaker is not a conspiracy theorist.
Mm-hmm.
There's lots of completely normal, completely sane people that just are confused on this or haven't looked into it that closely.
Did this get like more attention or less attention than you thought it would on the internet when you did the debate?
It still probably hasn't gotten that much attention overall. I mean, it's like 50,000 views on the whole YouTube sequence now. I think the biggest spike was when Scott wrote his article about it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's been very influential in certain circles, like the rationalist community that reads Scott's blog and smart people like that. I don't think it's filtered out into a wider audience, and I guess I never really thought it would.
Sure.
It's kind of like I could clean up my own like information neighborhood. The places I talk online, I could maybe convince them, but I never thought I'd like convince Fox News viewers or millions of people.
Did you ever get any like noteworthy or semi-noteworthy people that wanted to challenge you on it after you or after the debate went live?
Like want to do a new debate?
Yeah, like any, maybe not necessarily like a Weinstein or a Dr. Malone type, but like any of these, like maybe a tier below, any kind of like well-known, like anybody in Yuri's circle?
No.
Nobody? Oh.
I've challenged some of them, actually. A few people have. Everyone wants to argue with me online, but then if they go for long enough, I'll eventually say, okay, let's get judges and put the money behind this, and then they always disappear.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, I mean, not everyone has that kind of money or that time, obviously. But I've extended that challenge to a few people, and they've always backed down.
Yeah.
And I think a few of them, like, I think somebody like Ridley or Chan probably know that they wouldn't win this kind of debate. Like their evidence just doesn't, it sounds great in like 20-minute format with a couple of bullet points, but it doesn't actually hold up in a debate. So
mm-hmm.
it's hard to know who's like, a true believer and who's lying, who's a grifter or whatever. Because there's a mix, like Saar obviously believes this completely.
Mm-hmm.
And he thinks his Bayesian reasoning works all the time.
Sure.
And he's not lying about any of this. But there's probably some people that are.
If you look at if you look at like mainstream like shows or larger conversations, I say mainstream, but like if you were to have like a conversation from normal people, one of the things that I find really difficult about some types of conspiracies, especially when you talk about like grifters versus real believers, is sometimes like if somebody says a statement like, this virus looks manufactured, it binds perfectly to human cells, and there's this thing called the furin cleavage site that was artificially inserted. Like that's a statement that you can offer, and there are a lot of true aspects to that. But I feel like that's a statement that you can say in like 10 seconds, and I feel like it would take you like 45 minutes. Like the average person probably doesn't know what a nucleotide is, right? And you have to to talk about like out of frame versus in frame insertion, or what does furin even do, or like it just seems like so much legwork to get through. How do you, I guess, have you talk about like talking to people personally? For people that are on the fence, do you have to run through all this legwork, or like what are the most compelling pieces of evidence that you show them? I guess specifically and then more broadly for conversations like this.
The good thing is I've built a bunch of videos about this and Twitter threads and blog posts, so I can at least link explanations rather than just repeating it every time.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's a lot of work. And like if somebody challenged me to an hour-long debate, we each got half an hour, I would probably just avoid that because I don't think you can unpack all the subject material in that much time.
Sure.
And that's what's so hard about this compared to other conspiracy theories, like a 9/11 conspiracy theory, it's pretty obvious right away that there weren't like explosives in the buildings, or people can intuitively understand something like that, or even like vaccine debates. It's kind of easy to tell who's crazy and who's not.
Sure.
But understanding virology well enough to know what a furin cleavage site is, which ones have been added before, why a scientist would choose this one or that one, is so much work. And there's so many hours of lab leak theories and objections that you have to overcome. Like this wasn't 18 hours because I wanted it to be 18 hours. It was that long because there's that many different versions of the lab leak theory that you gotta, work through to to take the whole thing down. So if you end up debating this in half hour, like, good luck with that.
Well, I feel like just going off of everything, like I said before, I feel like the strongest thing that I would harp on would probably just be the origin of the cases. Like the fact that there were so many early ones that started around the wet market. I feel like it's almost inescapable. There's that, and then that's tied into another thing that conservatives say all the time, where they'll be like, "Oh, the lab was right next to the wet market
on the doorstep." But or they say you were on like Piers Morgan last week, and he
said a mile.
Yeah, and it's.
And I didn't. But the thing, if you watch that episode, obviously that I wasn't ready to go into all the lab leak there because that was not what that show was about. But I offered to fight the guy on it. But obviously these people never accept a debate. Like they have to be ambushed with it. But but even saying like 1 mile away, like we're Americans. Like if you go to New York City, you know, like Central Park is like 1.5 miles away from the Empire State Building. Like what do you mean? It's like right next to it. Like it's such a stupid statement. But it's not even a mile, right? I think it's like a 12.5 mile journey or something. And I feel like just on
like Manhattan to Queens or something like that. It wouldn't even be in the same borough.
I feel like that's the most compelling like pro wet market thing. Like how do you possibly account for the spread otherwise? And then there's one thing that you did. I don't know if you did. I think you might have done this in part 1 of the third part, but I thought that this was extremely compelling. Is you flipped and you said if a single one of these pieces of evidence were in favor of the lab leak, it would be completely over, right? Like if all the cases originated from around the lab, that would be it, right? If you had positive tests of samples from the lab, that would be it. If your first 4 of 5 cases came from the lab, that would be it. Like you only need like one of these. And I think even you said, and I would probably say, oh yeah, I'm actually probably way more in favor of the lab side. But the fact that you have all of these things that just continue to point towards the wet market and nobody's priors update or whatever, nobody changes their mind even a little bit more in that direction. Yeah, it's very frustrating.
Yeah, so people are going to come back with, oh, well, the data is fake. China, it's biased, ascertainment bias, or they're just hiding the earlier cases. And then, you need to be ready for that.
That was one thing I see when I'm debating people. I'm curious if you have any of these like things you pick up on. Is sometimes people will do things where I look at it. The biggest thing that I get when I'm arguing with somebody and they don't realize what they're arguing. They don't have enough like depth into the facts. Is sometimes they'll bring up a point that is actually insane and they don't realize how insane it was. I thought it was crazy that you guys. It was in the final part of the debate where Sar brought up. It might have come up like one time briefly early on. Is it Connor, the guy, the white 25? And I was like, wait, this is coming. I don't even remember this. This would probably be your single most important piece of evidence potentially. If this guy was like infected so much earlier, was a traveler, like was told, like how can you just like offhandedly kind of bring that up and not really explore it with any more curiosity? That's a really important case.
I think, yeah. So I debunked that in the debate, and then Sar's response was basically, it doesn't matter if Connor himself is correct. As long as you have one case before the market, then you've debunked the market, and that means the market origin theory is fragile. Like it's always at risk of you finding one case that'll disprove it.
Yeah.
And in his case, he thinks it's not fragile; it's robust because it's this Bayesian thing. And a lot of it is just his case is not like not as concrete, and that's why it's not as fragile. Like if you said, I think the lab leak started on November 15th. Then all I have to do is find a case from, November 10th that's outside the lab, and I can break that. So his argument's not like actually robust. It's just that it's not well specified.
Yeah.
It's the lab leak happened at some month, at some lab, via some mechanism. But it was Wuhan and it was some lab.
Yeah, I think that's another thing that was a little frustrating, although maybe because of the nature of the debate, is it feels like you kind of had to lay out a fairly specific an incredibly specific zoonotic transfer, right? Like you have to justify why there were 2 spillover events in this particular part of the market. You have to talk about the mythical mahjong table origination theory, where I guess all of these poor Chinese people are being shoved into these infection rooms, and why that wasn't true because of the graph or whatever. You have to point out all these very specific things. By the end of that debate, even from Yuri, who seemed a lot more well-versed in the material, I'm not sure what is the lab leak theory? Like, is there one start to finish consistent lab leak theory that tries to account for everything? Because it feels like you're always jumping between like 6 different ones.
No, they're obviously not. And they throw in details, there's the September database, and then there's the November 3 sick workers, and then there's the October like hospitals and cell phone records, and those are all mutually inconsistent. I think you were starting to pick up on all of that by the end of the debate. Like you looked at the parking lot, the satellite photos of the hospital parking lots.
Oh God,
and
yeah.
Somebody Yeah, and it's like they're comparing last year versus this year and different weeks from each year. And
I would never bring this up in a debate because it's too much mathy stuff, but I feel like it's incredibly compelling that I never even considered. I hate that I consider this. Our growth rates. When people say things like, oh no, I think the first case, it probably happened back in like maybe late August or like early October. It's like, and what? And then I think even STAR argued, it was probably cryptic transmission for 2 months. And then the perfect super spreading areas are the wet markets, and it can't super spread in any other place. And it's like, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
I cut you off.
and if those hospitals were actually overloaded in October, then that means there's a huge number of cases in Wuhan, and there should be cases around the world, and everything needs to fit a timeline. And so that's like this argument that the case data is fake. That's worth thinking about, but the data we have fits this like growth rate where it starts at the market and then grows to be as big as we know the Wuhan outbreak is in January. And the math works out perfectly based on like the growth rate in Wuhan and the growth rate in other cities that we've measured. You start with one person in late November and you get exactly the right number of people when Wuhan locks down. And the other way you can prove this is you can look at genetic diversity. This is the like time to most recent common ancestor calculation. So when it starts, the virus has no mutations. Like every copy of the virus is the same. And then it starts randomly mutating, and you can tell like from if it has this much diversity, this is when it started. You can backtrack there, and that also gives you the same date. Like the most recent common ancestor is early December, which is right when the market started. And so China could even fake that if they wanted to. Like if they faked the cases, they also had to fake the genomes.
Yeah,
which is the same answer. Then there's also genomes from around the world. And if you run this math on like the diversity, the genomes around the world also point to it started in late November, early December. And it's the same math as if you do it from the genomes in the market. So now China has to fake every genome in the world, not just every genome in China. So that's getting impossible at that point.
Yeah, and it's funny because what you're talking about there would actually be a really good place to apply some sort of like probabilistic inferencing, right? Is like, what are the chances of if we see a thing that's spread in this way over and over and over again, empirically, not theoretically or hypothetically, like we actually have measured it, like wouldn't it be more likely to do the exact same thing in these different environments, or in the Wuhan market environment? It's very annoying that there's two levels to one. People will say something like, oh, they faked some data. And one, people won't realize the level of investigation you can do, right? Where it's like, sure, you can fake some data, but then like you said, like you were sequencing genomes from so many of these providers. This is a very, very hard, you can't just like, flub like an English essay and hide, like some guy's name in a paper. This would be a lot of work to fake this. And it would require a lot of, it would be a lot of work from a lot of different people collaborating who've never leaked it and they've never made a mistake and all these other things. And you didn't even focus.
You'd have to start early. Also, you can't just go back and fake it, because they're giving out data through December.
Yeah.
So at what point did they know about the lab leak and when did they start faking it?
Yeah, and you brought this up and you didn't lean much into this, but I thought it was a good point. It's like not only were they faking it, but they were doing it while going out to dinners and taking pictures with all the other researchers, and nobody was like letting anybody in on this. But one thing that's like very frustrating, and I find that when I see people do this, that I really start to question the motives, is they'll have this like theory, okay, and then they'll have like they'll have a conspiracy and they'll have a reason to back it. Not all conspiracies are false, but they'll be like, oh, China definitely wants to cover this up, but they won't even consider for a microsecond. And I could be wrong, but my opinion is, just based on how China wants to present itself to the world, is trying to grow, middle class, be industrialized. I feel like China has just as much of a reason to hide it coming from a wet market, but that's not even remotely considered. Because I feel like to some extent, that's a very humiliating event, that if you have people eating like disgusting animals from a wet market and that is causing these fucking worldwide pandemics, like I feel like they would have just as much incentive to cover that up. But instead they fake all this data to make it look like that's actually what happened. Yeah, I don't know. It seems so dumb.
Yeah, people don't understand the politics there. Like the story is, oh, they're making up this market outbreak to hide the lab leak, but in reality, the Chinese government doesn't say it's the market. Their theory is that it either came from outside of China, maybe on frozen food, or it came from a U.S. lab, something like that. So every time you bring up the market outbreak, they say, oh, that's not true. It didn't start there. So like, why would they fake the data to point to the market, but then also not even agree with that? Why would they go on to say, oh yeah, this And also, why wouldn't they fake the data to be really good if they wanted to do that?
Yeah, I was gonna say that too, because they cleaned everything. Why wouldn't they just say, "Oh, look, we have the original genome"? Why the fuck would we be using car models and all this shit that I barely
We
even
found
understand?
we found both lineages. Yeah,
Like they decided to fake a market event that has only 2 spillovers, and they're hoping that everybody just happens to piece this together through. And then the whole like the secret virus thing, but then they publish like the RATG. They publish that after the outbreak, and it's just like, or like why would they even publish anything relating to any of these? Yeah, it's so hard to explain. That's why I was asking, like, is there one lab leak theory that tries to account for everything? Because it seems like there haven't been. Yeah,
there are people who have their own lab leak theory, but there are lots of different people and there's lots of different theories. Yeah, and every time the data actually comes out for the market theory, China is usually unhappy about that. Like there was this raccoon dog DNA that came out in 2023, and it came out almost by accident. And like Western scientists analyzed it right away, and China took it down after we discovered that there's like raccoon dogs and civets in it. And they tried to cancel the, I think it's GISAID. It's this database for genomes.
Yeah.
They tried to cancel the accounts of the Western scientists who looked at the data and said that they'd done something wrong by looking at the data from the market. So like, if they're trying to fake data to point at a raccoon dog, why would they be angry when that data comes out?
Yeah. No.
Yeah. In the WHO report, they even denied that there's animals at the market. They said there's nothing illegal, no wild animals. Look somewhere else.
Because I think when they went and they did the first sampling, I think they killed them all, right? Or at least removed them.
We don't know. Either the vendors took out their own animals because they knew a few days in advance that something was up, and then I think the authority killed all the animals on December 31st. They definitely didn't test any live animals. They tested like a couple of frozen animals from the wrong species, and then they tested some stray cats.
I like the one point, again, you didn't lean into any of these that much, but I still appreciate it. The fact that they'd removed that fucking character from the signs in the wet market showing that they had the live animals, I thought was very funny.
I just saved that for the debate because that was just fun to ambush. Sorry about that one. I figured you never would have noticed that.
Yeah. There are also just like a couple of like really interesting facts, like the fact that on, I think it was on December 31st, I saw this as I was going through Eric's write-up. I didn't know this. And on December 31st, they'd already said that there were like 27 patients, and they thought there was like some wet market connection. Yeah, and this was before like all of the lab leak and all these other huge conspiracies, started and everything. So one thing that Starr kept saying in the last debate that drove me crazy, I don't understand this. You kept saying that because when people get sick at hospitals, I guess my guess is they keep some samples, I guess, to retroactively test if they need to. That's what it sounds like from your debate. To go back and look at stuff, but he kept saying that like there's no way they could have tested retroactively because they'd be trying to find this case in the middle of 80,000 flu cases or whatever. And I don't understand that talking about. He's kept bringing it up. It's like, I mean, you would just test it. It's not like it would be like you would test it, and if you get a PCR match or whatever, then that would be it. I didn't understand that talking point. That kept coming up over and over again. But
I mean, they did test samples. They tested 40,000 samples from blood banks. People that donated before the pandemic.
Yeah.
And none of them had COVID in those samples, and they tested like saved flu samples, like 1,000 of those, and there's just nothing from before December.
Yeah.
So I don't know what SAR's idea was there.
Yeah. When you were approaching the debate for this, had you already like made slides up for like other debates you'd had with people or anything, or did you start this whole project like from basically nothing in terms of like having a formal presentation set up?
I mean, we started negotiating in like February, and we didn't finally do the debate until like 7 months later. So I was making slides for most of that time just as I went along. I was confident enough that I knew the right answer, back in February, but then I had a bunch of time to learn more and more about it. And so I just kept making my presentation a little better. And then like I'd only finished the week 1 presentation by the first week. And then the week 2 was only like half done, and I just finished that quickly in time for the second debate.
Okay. Do you when you were
doing
doing
week 3, like I made that on the spot because I didn't know where we were going to go in the third week debate, so I kind of just made that once we were done with 1 and 2.
When you were doing the initial preparation and you were doing the research, I guess, for the 7 months leading up to it, did you have like expert friends that you could reach out to, or was a lot of this just like reading papers or YouTube videos, or?
So I had one like paid research assistant. His name's Shinji Yang. He's on Medium and Substack. He's a kid in Malaysia that just finished his master's degree. I think he's starting a PhD right now. So he had more like biological sciences experience than me, and he's also he's more diligent than me. I think like I'm kind of ADHD, and it's hard for me to sit down and read like 10 papers about something.
Sure.
So I'd give him like a topic and say, read every paper about Frank cleavage site insertions or something like that, and he'd read them all, and then he'd send me like the 2 most important ones and the summary of the other. And then that worked really well, especially like during the debates when we only had like a week in between to research stuff. I could offload stuff to him, and then I didn't have time to, I could focus on the more important stuff. So I got help from him. One guy on Twitter calls himself Everythingism, and he'd been arguing this on Twitter for like the whole, since 2020. So he knew a bunch of the arguments, and he could help out a little bit. I reached out to some scientists, but they mostly didn't respond.
Gotcha.
It was mostly those guys.
I wouldn't have guessed the research assistant part because it seemed like one really big strength that you had in this debate. And I got really irritated because the questions I felt like were very different on both sides in terms of the complexity of the questions. Is anytime you were asked about any part of a paper that you brought up, you seemed to know like not only exactly what the paper was talking about, but sometimes even like what other papers referenced for the same subject. So it seemed like you'd read like a decent amount of these, or there's no way you were just going through an abstract. Like it seemed like you were doing a decent amount of reading for this to be ready for it.
There's a trade-off. Like you can't do it all in parallel because you need to know it well enough to, speak on the spot. But so he could help me like find the most important papers to read, but I still had to do, I still had to read enough of it to know it. So it was like having a second research assistant probably wouldn't have helped because I would have just had, I would have still had to read the same amount myself and memorize the same amount myself.
Yeah, for sure. Did you, when you guys were debating on the judges, this is the only reason I wouldn't do a debate like this is because I would be so concerned about having good judges. What was the decision process like for that?
We were actually in agreement on that, and that's, so we tried to do famous people first. We tried to get Scott Alexander and some other like famous rationalist bloggers to be the judges, and none of them really wanted to do it, or they had weird conditions. Like Scott was willing to do it, but he wanted to do it written, not live, not verbal. And he also wanted to make it anonymous, so he wouldn't have any like bias towards which side was which.
Sure.
And then some people wanted like too much money for it, or just it's hard to negotiate that. And so we finally did like an open call. We actually did it on Reddit, on the SiteStar Reddit. A lot of smart PhD scientists on there and stuff. And we did another site that's like contract scientists for hire. You pay them by the hour. And so we got a bunch of names from those 2 searches, and we interviewed them. And we interviewed about 5 people together, and we both ranked them in terms of like who our favorites were, and we agreed on number 1 and number 2.
When you were interviewing these guys, did you ask them for their prior opinion on which theory they thought was likely to be true?
Yeah, they had to be like close to 50-50, not leaning too hard either way. That was part of, and like one person we interviewed had actually written like newspaper articles arguing for lab leak.
Okay.
So we couldn't pick them.
Okay.
That was way too biased. But just in terms of qualifications.
Okay. And you weren't paranoid about like some secret, either lab leaker or him being paranoid about some secret zoonotic guy?
I was paranoid for sure, but because one of the guys, Will Venturin, has actually worked with David Relman, who's a lab leak guy.
Okay.
But like he was a student under him. But David Relman is like one of the sanest lab leak guys. Like there's a handful of people that are like him that are just like, we don't know for sure. It's important to investigate. But David's not out there like pitching the individual theory. He's about, the stuff that's easy to debunk. So I wasn't, I had like a vague fear that like David set him up to it, but didn't turn out to be true.
Okay. Is there a reason
why? It's unlikely that like both of them are going to be biased also.
Sure.
So.
Is there a reason why you went with 2 instead of 3?
That was Sar's choice.
Okay.
I thought it was crazy at first because it can draw, but also maybe that's like a feature because for some issues maybe they're so controversial that you do want a draw. We gave each judge the right to do like yes, no, neutral also, or like zoonosis, lab leak, or undecided. And so it was like if one of them's undecided and one votes zoonosis, then I only win 50K.
Yeah, I saw that in Eric's intro. He wrote that. Did you, when you guys were deciding about like the debate format, did you have like a time in mind in the beginning? And why were you okay with, or did it was it a big deal that he got to kind of like bring a ringer in for the for the middle part, that Yuri could come in to debate the middle part?
Yeah, good question. That was a hard part about the negotiations. He actually wanted it to be me versus the Root Claim team originally, so it'd be like a 1-on-5 debate because he has his own research team plus Yuri. And I say that sounds really unfair. He actually wanted to be like team versus team, and he thought I could get a bunch of scientists to argue with me, and he'd get a bunch of lab leakers, and that sounds like a terrible 5-on-5 debate.
It's like 100-hour or something. Yeah, that'd be wacky. Yeah.
Well, scientists don't debate. They think this is all a bad idea. They think science should be peer reviewed and handled in writing. So even if I reach out to those people, there's no way I would have gotten them to help. So that would obviously just end up with me by myself versus Sar and his team, and then his team can Google things on the spot, and or just it's just psychologically intimidating to go up against a group. So I refused that, and the compromise I gave him was you can nominate anyone you want, anyone in the world for each day, and I'll debate against them. And he picked himself for 2 of the days and Yuri for the other day.
Were you worried about the when I do? So I used to say this. You mentioned the ADHD thing. I just started Vyvanse at the end of 2023, so I can finally I can sit down and do a lot more dedicated research than I ever have been able to before. And in the past, I would be afraid of debating conspiracy theorists because there's always something that I just don't know. It'll be some random why were in the Holocaust, why were the doors made out of the thinnest wood? And it's I don't know what the fucking doors are made out. And now you've auto lost because you can't answer this one question. Were you worried that with somebody like Yuri, that he would be able to bring up some kind of really obscure thing, and then you would all of a sudden be you bring up the nucleotide sequence is this inserted, and it's it's an out-of-frame insertion, and then he's well actually it's really commonly used that in some labs they use out-of-frame insertion techniques, and you're oh shit, that whole talking point is debunked now. Were you worried about anything like this? Or
I was worried about both of them originally because I didn't know what I was up against. Sar is actually a competitive poker player. He's made over $1 million playing poker. So
I absolutely do not believe that now, but go ahead.
So I was always wondering how much he's bluffing, how much there's strategy I'm not expecting, and as it went on, I was okay. I've seen a slide. Okay, we've had one debate. I was way more confident for the third debate than the first debate.
For sure.
And Yuri, obviously he's been doing this. He's the co-founder of Drastic, so he's very experienced with all this stuff. I think he's actually really repetitive. He has all his favorite theories on Twitter, and you can read every tweet he's ever written, and what theories he's going to go with. He's not going to make up new stuff on the spot. So I thought that made it easier.
I brought that up once when I had an argument with it was a philosophy guy over, it was trans issues, but sometimes really educated people or really prominent people can seem scary. But like you said, it's actually, sometimes it's really helpful because you have a whole log of all the arguments they've made. And sometimes in a kind of weird way, if they seem the most experienced but nobody's pushed back on certain arguments, or if there is pushback that they haven't responded to, it's a really easy copy paste cheat thing. And I noticed that he kind of smiled a lot, and it was kind of an uncomfortable spot because you could bring up some of his tweets. It was well, he tweeted this and then he changed on this and then he changed on this. I don't feel like he didn't really have great responses for that most of the time. It was when you look at somebody like Yuri, so I feel without throwing anybody under the bus, I'm throwing somebody. I feel like Cyrus, I just don't even know I have no idea what was his thought process for the whole thing. I feel like Yuri had a much better comprehension of the subject matter, for sure. And I feel like he was a lot more, I would say, good faith in his approach. But I feel push come to shove, if it was he's in front of the gates to heaven and St. Peter's, you can get into heaven, but you have to answer this question honestly. Do you really think it was a lab leak? I feel like he'd be probably not. Do you get that feeling, or why? Or you're not sure? Or?
I've talked to Sar a lot outside of the debate now, and I think I have a good mental model of what Sar actually thinks, and I'm sure Sar actually believes this stuff.
Sure.
And he falls back on the Bayesian thing, the evidence has to be there because my argument says that the evidence is there. I don't have the case data, but it has to be there somewhere because my Bayesian analysis has to be true.
Yeah.
And I don't, I haven't talked to Yuri outside of that one debate, so I don't know what's in his head. I mean, you can look at what he's done previously, so he does this anti-aging research thing.
Okay.
Which is probably itself kind of a scammy field because nobody's figured out the fountain of youth, and lots of people try to sell that. But he started out online with there was this oldest woman in France. I think her name is Jean Calment. She was 120 years old, and he had this theory about she's lying about her age, her took over her identity and she's dead. And, so he's pushed at least one kind of conspiracy theory before.
Mhm.
So that's maybe like a little bit of a red flag, but it's not huge. I mean, there's other, like I've talked about Matt Ridley a lot and how he's been doing climate change denial for years. And it's a lot easier when somebody's done like multiple conspiracy theories to say like, okay, this guy's probably political, this guy's a bad actor, whatever. Whereas Yuri, he doesn't like have a huge body of work to judge from.
Okay.
But he seems friendly and honest. I'd be happy to talk to him again.
It is frustrating with how you can get some people who are like, people will point to one statement that like Fauci, I don't even think he ever really made it, but they'll say like, oh, he lied about masks or whatever. And that one statement is enough to discredit every single other thing that he'll ever say. But then they'll follow other people who will be wrong on like 400 million different subjects. And like the part of the big inspiration for me even like digging into this lab leak stuff is because Joe Rogan and Alex Jones and all these other people keep saying over and over again, conservatives were actually right about almost all the conspiracies, 2016, 2020. It's like,
they lied about the lab leak. What else are they lying about?
Well, and then of the things that I've looked into, like the Jan 6 stuff or like the 2020 election rigging, like most of them, or like the vaccine stuff, like nobody mass died, like no government did passports forever. Like they seems to me like they were wrong about almost everything. But somehow that thing is like taken hold. Like I think even in the liberal mind that it's like, oh, damn, these conservatives were right about a lot more than we realized. And it's like, no, I don't think they were. I think they were wrong about way more than anybody realized. That really triggers me. Yeah.
I feel like for most conspiracy theorists, the problem is not that they're like too skeptical. The problem is that they're like too credulous.
Yeah,
Like, they'll
I would
believe
say
anything
selectively skeptical. That's the thing that triggers me. Like, I think it's a really good question when people are like, we need to look at the incentives for big pharma. And it's like, yeah, I think that's super fair. But why aren't you looking at the incentives from the guy sitting across from you who is getting paid so much money to push this exact same theory every single day on his program? Like, this guy makes like 8 figures, 9 figures. And then people point to these government workers that are getting paid like $54,000 a year and be like, this is the guy who's getting paid off. And it's like, really? That dude?
Yeah. You've got a big audience for selling these theories. So there's an incentive just to lie for attention. And then there's, people are selling supplements on their shows. Big pharma is corrupt.
Yeah. Well, in looking at the whole lab leak stuff, what do you think is the most compelling argument, I guess, in favor of lab leak?
I really don't believe it at this point, but I can see it both ways still sometimes. It's like there's like that famous illusion, like the duck and the rabbit. You can see it both ways, and it's still the same. Like, okay, it looks just like a wet market, but you can also say, okay, but it's so close to this one lab, and diffuse sounds kind of like you making sarbecoviruses. And both are really rare events. Like pandemics this bad don't happen often. We haven't had a pandemic this bad since Spanish flu, really. So when you're talking 1 in 100-year events, you maybe shouldn't be super confident either way about what can cause them and how often they are. There's like the lineage A evidence is kind of the linchpin of the market. Like maybe that's the weakest part of the market evidence because you're really only relying on a few data points of where the earliest lineage A cases are.
Yeah.
I don't know. But there's so many issues. Like it doesn't look like the virus they'd make. There's so many theoretical lab leaks. If we're doing the Bayesian thing, like you can imagine of all the viruses they could leak, most of them would be really obvious because the first case would be at the lab. That would make it obvious.
Yeah.
Or it would have one of these backbones that they've used before, like the WIV1 backbone. If it had that, it would just be 100% obvious it's a lab leak because that couldn't happen in nature. Or there's like this restriction sites argument. If you they made some viruses in 2017, and if one of those ones had leaked, and even if you didn't know the backbone, you'd never seen it before, you could still tell it was fake because they put restriction sites right on the spike protein.
Okay.
On both sides of the spike protein, and because they did that to swap out the spike.
Yeah, because it reads easier in a test or whatever.
Yeah.
When they're kind of
Yeah, and so there are restriction sites in COVID, but they're not in like logical places. They're just randomly throughout it.
This got debated once. I was gonna say one of the papers you brought up, like a really I say really compelling now that I'm fucking over, like a pretty compelling thing to me was there's this argument that it was like perfectly manufactured to infect humans. This is brought up over and over again, but that D614G mutation, you had brought up a paper, and I think Eric asked you a question of like, it seemed like there were already some infections before it was like transferred to the first generation to see like how quickly it evolved. And I think we went and found that paper, and this is a mutation that I think shows up like in you were guessing at this, and I think it was correct. It shows up in like a single infected animal, like a zero generation. I think that mutation pops up.
Yeah, you're actually talking about the humanized mice paper.
Yes.
And I actually got that one wrong in the debate. I thought I had, so I'd come up with all these like looked at papers. If you put the virus in this kind of cells, does it mutate? And then if it doesn't have those characteristic mutations, you can say, okay, it wasn't grown in this kind of cells. And so I found like, all 10 different kinds of cells you could use, and ruled out most of them one by one. And then I tried to also rule out mice and say, oh, it has, if it was in mice, it would have this mutation.
Sure.
And I was actually reading I was reading about a different kind of mice, not the transgenic mice.
Oh, okay.
So,
You might have been, but with that whatever graph you were showing, I think we went and looked for that. Yeah. How fast would it mutate?
I saw that. I was watching some of your debates, and I watched when you pulled that one up, but it was the wrong kind of mice in that paper.
Oh,
so
okay.
I had the right claim, but so like you can't actually rule out the humanized mice that way.
Sure.
But they do they do BSL-2 on cell culture, but they did BSL-3 on animals.
Okay.
So if they did use mice, you've already lost one part of your argument, like the low biosecurity part of it. And also they'd probably have to use a cell culture first before you put it in the mice.
Yeah.
And also it becomes like, so it's hard to rule out every single version of here. I was just trying to show that like most ways you could make it, there'd be some way to tell it was lab made.
Yeah, I think and this is, you would never do this argument in a unstructured 10-hour debate, but I think that when you run through all the science, I think one of the hard things is people don't realize like how much and how exceptional this virus would have to be. Like you kind of brought up, you have to be using like a novel undisclosed backbone, and this would have to be work that's not being cataloged anywhere, and they're also publishing papers in the meantime that and they're keeping this in and nobody knows about it, hasn't leaked, and then they're using like potentially different like genomic techniques, because I think that I don't know if it was to like do the like they're doing like non-predicted domain binding motifs, or like there's just like all this new stuff that's being done, and they're also publishing stuff in the meantime, and nobody's cataloging this. There's any idea what's going on, and it's not even really being done in the right lab, because I think that diffuse proposal would have had a lot of this being done at the one in North Carolina.
Yeah.
And it's hard to just say, like, it's hard to explain all of that without walking through like why each of these things would require so much novel research. And then on top of like, despite keeping all of it secret and all of it safe and all of that, but then it like leaks and then it happens to leak to a wet market, and none of the science researchers get sick. It's just like, yeah, it's so wacky. Yeah. I was really irritated by the end of this, because I like, and I don't know if maybe I'm swinging toward the other side, but it seems exceptionally impossible. Like, I don't know if I could take somebody seriously who said they've done a significant amount of digging into this and they are pretty like 50-50 on it or whatever. It seems almost impossible to believe in the lab leak right now, unless you have some like extra intelligence, like an actual plot,
Yeah. But all the intelligence is just like coming straight out of the Trump administration.
Which is a reprint of all the same shit from before, or with sentences missing sometimes.
Like you get this headline saying like, oh, CIA changed, now they think it's a lab leak, but that's actually happened the same day that Trump put John Ratcliffe at the CIA.
Sure.
And John Ratcliffe had already said like 2 years earlier that he believes the lab leak theory. And his evidence for it is just that story about like the 3 sick people at the Wuhan lab. That story is just totally made up.
Well, I don't know, I guess I don't know what you mean by when you say totally made up, because I looked at that. I don't know if you brought this up during the debate, it was extra stuff that I read. There were people that had gotten sick over like the entire fall, but like when it was first written about, I don't know if this was in 2020 or whatever, it was like there were people that had gotten sick in the fall, but a lot of them had like viruses that tested positive that weren't COVID. One guy was, I think, in the hospital, I think for like a fracture or something. Like nothing there was like COVID exclusive stuff. And that statement of like sick people kept getting transferred to new reports, but they would like lop off some of it every now and then. And now it's like the current form that it exists in, I think in the current 500-page, Trump White House report is like, there were researchers that were sick with COVID-like symptoms in the fall of 2019. And it's like, that's like 1/5 of that is true, but it's like so misleading that it's not really at all. And it's so frustrating, to see that carry through still.
Well, so there's the full intelligence report that you read where they're saying like, yeah, some people got sick, maybe some people had colds, whatever. But there's this story that came out of David Asher in the Trump administration, Trump State Department,
Okay.
who said that 3 people got hospitalized for COVID in November.
Oh, I haven't seen
2019.
that one. Okay.
And so he said that the first time in this State Department memo that was, I think it was January 15th, 2021. So
Okay.
it's 5 days before the end of the first Trump administration. So, they're like, they've just gotten done with denying the election, and like January 6th failed, and they're like, ah, fuck it, let's release this on the way out the door. And then that kind of went silent. Oh, he also told that to a few newspapers at the time. So he had a few different versions of that story. And like one of them is the 3 people got sick and one of their spouses died. And sometimes he leaves out the dead spouse. And sometimes he says it's like, we know they got bit by a monkey at the lab. It's like every time he tells the story, it's different. And so that goes silent for a while. People, Biden's in office. And it shows up again in May of 2021. And there's this article in the Wall Street Journal by Michael Gordon that says, like, I've talked to anonymous government sources and we have intel. 3 people got sick in November 2019. Michael Gordon happens to be the journalist that first said that Iraq has weapons way back when in 2003, I guess that was.
Sure.
So, like known government propagandist. And his anonymous sources are obviously just Trump's State Department. But I got this huge splash in the paper because like every other big newspaper says, oh, if the Wall Street is reporting this, then I'm going to report this. And you can look at like Google Trends, like when people got interested in Lab Leak, that was like the first big spike was with that article. And everybody, everybody on social media changes their mind that day. I went back and Nate Silver up to his priors and like Noah Smith, people like that. They see it, oh, okay, the government is onto something. But it's still just this recycled story that probably just got made up in the first place. And then like Josh Rogan added details to that. He said that like, oh, we know it was ground glass opacities. And it turns out that Josh Rogan is just friends with David Asher.
Yeah.
So it's just a small group of people spreading the same story.
Those are.
And then
I was gonna say Nate Silver and Noah Smith. Those are the people who are like, they're not Joe Rogan. I consider these people to be much, much smarter. They have a very good thought process, but they don't have all the facts sometimes. And then I see them kind of take these statements, and I was like, no, guys, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not criticizing them. Like they're smart people. Nate does great election analysis, and Noah writes a lot of interesting stuff about other topics. But these are like the smart centrists that are getting fooled by this stuff, and they're helping like move the conversation along by bringing it to the mainstream, right? Like it used to in 2020, it was this right Li Mengyan on Fox News saying it's a Chinese weapon, and then by 2021, they've like it's like this new and improved lab leak theory where it's not a bioweapon now, it's a leak, so it's easier for people to talk about, and they're getting more like mainstream and centrist people to believe it, and then like Jon Stewart was also influential that year, but a bunch of articles like that. But it's still just like fake intelligence. There's no, as far as we can tell, there is no actual intel on 3 sick people.
Yeah.
And when the CIA says like, what do they think about it? They're actually just relying on the same story. That's what John Ratcliffe is. And even then, like John Ratcliffe has talked about those people before. And when he talked about them, he said like, oh, they got disappeared. China they got sick and then China made them go away. But today we've actually given names to them. Like they did this Michael Schellenberger Substack where he said it's Ben Hu and these 2 other people. And this is like a week after he's like talking about, oh, the government knows about alien craft. So probably not the source you would use if this is real information.
Yeah,
but
and then
you
it's
just
also
wanted the story over and over.
Yeah, because people want it because they're hungry for it. But then it's also one of those things where it's like if you knew anything about anything related to this, you would know that how like people just don't realize how exceptional the claims they're making are, right? Like, okay, so China knew that 3 people were infected, so that means that like you legitimately could do the Bayesian stuff here, right? Okay, well 3 people were infected and they knew about it and they were hospitalized. So how many other infections are there, right? Because we know that so you can run it there. So there must have been a ton of others. Why didn't China lock anything down then? If they knew that it was a highly infectious new pneumonia disease, why were these like? There are so many other questions that you have to ask at that point. How did they fuck up so bad that they got the first 3 secretly, disappeared them, and then it fucking super spread at a wet market right after, and they acted clueless the whole time? Why were their hospitals giving announcements that 27 people like why like what? Yeah, there's no way to account for the variety of all of the information there, but people just will say a thing, they don't realize how extreme the statement is.
Yeah, exactly. Like if there's 3 people and they're all they actually got hospitalized for COVID, like how often do you go to the hospital in your 30s? So it's probably not just 3. It's got to be like, if it's 5% hospitalization rate, you've got like 60 people that are sick at the lab. So
Yeah.
it's the whole lab.
Yeah.
And it's the whole lab, but then there's not a cluster, or at the hospital they went to, it just one person from that cluster goes to the wet market like a few weeks later. None of it really makes sense.
Yeah. If you were to do this, so Rootclaim updated their their argument, and now they are even more in favor of it. Would you do that debate again? I know you mentioned it earlier. Would you do it without odds, or would you need odds this time, or why wouldn't you do it and even 100K again?
I would maybe do it again. I mean, it's a lot of work for, it was over 6 months the first time, and in write code for, to make more money without risk. So in that sense, it's not like a great way to spend that time. I feel like it, maybe it has some social impact because a lot of people, or some smart people, paid attention to this, and it would be very good for society to kind of move past this theory. So maybe it'd be valuable to do it again, just to like show it wasn't a fluke that I won the first time. But I don't think it would be a lot of fun to do it again.
Sure. I feel like
reserve the right.
I'm guessing
I'm actually helping Sar a little bit right now with a debate that he's doing. So he's busy with another project. So we couldn't do a rematch right now.
Okay. I feel like if you were to do it again, I'm guessing there'd be a lot less groundwork you'd have to cover in terms of like basics, like having to learn like
In terms of basics, but like the lab leak theory evolves.
Sure.
So I got to learn all the new lab leak theories, and there's been like we had the 60-page diffuse final document before, but now we have the 1,400-page diffuse draft document. So I have to go read 1,400 pages and see if there's anything important in there. And one good thing is that like AI has got.
Wait, your mic's cutting out a little bit. Wait, that whole last 5 seconds I missed. You said AI has gotten a little bit better? Go ahead.
AI has gotten a lot better in the last 2 years. So I could maybe sub out more of the research to like have ChatGPT read the 1,400 pages and summarize it. I have to rely on my friend for that.
Gotcha.
As much, but
your quant.
Yeah.
Would you and then are there any other, if you had to debate like one other subject, I guess, assuming it was like a similar format, what other subject would you debate?
Never thought about that.
Never thought. Do you have like a strong opinion on like climate change or anything else, or like a thing that you think is like everybody believes something?
Yeah. I mean, I could do a climate change debate. The hard part is finding judges for a lot of this stuff. So like Star's debate right now is he's debating COVID vaccines, and Rootclaim is actually taking the pro-vaccine side on that. Steve Kirsch, who's anti-vax.
Okay.
And they're arguing whether COVID vaccines killed more people or saved more lives.
Jesus. Okay.
And that's a pretty easy question to answer. Like I'm not 100% pro-vaccine. I think there were side effects, and you can have a nuanced discussion about like how safe and how effective they were. But it's obvious they saved millions of lives, and it's obvious they didn't kill a lot of people.
Sure.
So you need judges that start, go into that, and they're like 50-50 on that question. It's like if you had a flat Earth debate.
I was just going to say that. Yeah, flat Earth. Do I want a 50-50
Yeah,
judge
like
on flat Earth? Is there a 50-50 judge?
Oh yeah, I'm on the fence. We need to debate a little. Is it could go either way. So I think it's hard for the really out there topics. And
okay. And then are you like, in terms of stuff that you consume online, are you like a big member of like the rationalist community? Do you read all the Scott Alexander stuff, or are there any other content creators or podcasts or anything you consume? Or?
I read him, his blog, and a lot of people similar to him. Don't watch a lot of podcasts right now. I watched Dwarkesh and Robert Wright, sometimes Steve Shu. I gave up on Joe Rogan years ago. I watched Lex Fridman for a little bit longer than that, but kind of given up in him too lately. But
gotcha. Trying to think. Last question. Do you have any hot takes on AI alignment?
I don't have any strong opinions on AI. I'm kind of afraid that I'm going to be unemployed programmer within like 2 or 3 years at the rate we're going, and I should probably like bank as much money as I can programming now before that happens. I was blown away by like the first ChatGPT around like 3.5 was pretty bad, but with the jump to GPT-4, it was obvious that it was getting smarter, faster, and it every step from there has been very impressive. So I'm definitely on the side that like we're gonna get AGI soon-ish, or something that's just very useful either way. I think deep research is very useful. It'd be hard for me to even start a brand new leaning on AI a little bit to start the groundwork.
Okay. All right. I have
But
one more.
I'm not really no thought about like Doom or anything, but
Okay. One more question, just because this guy helped me a lot with my reading and research. He says, could you please ask him what he thinks about the Mojang mine leak hypothesis, where the mine was contaminated by a SARS-related virus or just a fungal infection? A master and PhD thesis wrote that the plasma tested positive for a SARS-related virus, but Chinese official cause of death was a fungal infection. Have you ever heard of this before?
yeah, I'm definitely familiar with that one. So this was a popular theory in 2020, and it was like, the idea was that like they went to this mine shaft in 2013, 2012, something like that, and there were miners there that got sick. Could have been fungus, could have been a coronavirus. Sounds vaguely like pneumonia, and so maybe it was actually something like SARS-CoV-2, and then maybe they saved samples from those miners, and then maybe those samples leaked out when they looked at them again in 2019. So first off, half the miners died.
Damn.
So that disease would be like 50% fatal. So you wouldn't actually need gain of function research. That was the theory. You'd need like loss of function research to make it, because COVID's only like 1% fatal. The other thing is it's like completely, it's mutually inconsistent with all this stuff. Like people say like this diffuse grant can't be a coincidence. But if the Mojang mine theory is true, then the diffuse thing is meaningless because it's a separate theory. And if diffuse is true, then the Mojang is meaningless. They're, one of them has to be a coincidence, and I think both of them are coincidences.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, do you want to link anything, or any questions or anything, or anything you want to say to your everybody's been forced to watch your 15 hours of debating?
Yeah. No, I guess I wanted to talk just briefly about like why this is important. Like in 2021, this was all just kind of fun. Like people are spreading wacky vaccine conspiracy theories, and I was debunking them just because I wanted to know what was true. And like, does ivermectin actually work? Why do I believe this? Like, I had friends that didn't get the vaccine and they went and got ivermectin online instead, and I wanted to know, like, is this crazy? Are they gonna hurt themselves?
Yeah.
But the thing now is that like all these theories are so mainstream that they are the government now. Like RFK Jr. is the head of Health and Human Services.
Yeah.
And so he has like he fired all the competent people who do vaccine policy, and he replaced them with like
Dr. Robert Malone. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so all these theories are like guiding our major health policies, and they could have really big risks in the future. Like we could have an H5N1 pandemic coming in the future. Low odds, but every year that would be really horrible. That would be worse than COVID. And he's making choices that will prevent us from responding to that. Like to vaccinate against that, we usually grow flu vaccines in chicken eggs, and that's really dangerous with H5N1 because it's a bird flu. So if that like flock that we use to grow the vaccines caught H5N1, it would come in and kill all the birds we need to grow the vaccine. So we couldn't actually, prevent the disease in humans.
Something
and we have
something that's related to what you're saying that actually really triggers me. I hate that this phrase even exists. Is I feel like we're so poisoned against gain of function research. But I feel like if you applied this to any other field, people would see the obvious benefit, like gain of function to atomic science, for the Manhattan Project for nuclear weapons. We obviously have to do this. Gain of function for AI, right, is kind of, you argue, is what it is, right? But when it comes to biological stuff, I think people would want to completely defund and get rid of all of it. It's like, even if we ignore all of the positive side effects of creating vaccines and everything, like, wouldn't we want to know what our enemies are creating? Like, how could you really just ditch all of this? And yeah, it's very frustrating where the mind is, I guess, socially on that right now too.
I mean, I think a big part of the problem there is we don't know how to ban it narrowly. So like there are a couple bills to ban gain of function research, but they're going to ban like most of virology if you follow the text. There was this one from I think it was Kansas Senator Roger Marshall, and he was saying, wrote down some of the text of this one. It's like, if you're working with influenza, coronavirus, or any synthetic construct, and you're testing, does it change infectivity, transmissibility, pathogenicity, or host range? You can't do that experiment. So it's just
basically
really broad.
everything. Yeah.
Yeah. And so if you want to understand how COVID escapes human immunity, because it does that, with Omicron and the next variant of Omicron, you can't do that experiment anymore. Or, lots of H5N1 research. Oh, and then the synthetic construct, like any gene therapy would be banned under that. Or if you like cut off the spike protein from COVID and work with that on its own, that's synthetic. So you couldn't. And then his law said, it's not just that you cancel the experiment, it's you take the university or the research, all federal funding.
Wait, your mic is cutting off a little bit again. You said you take the researchers off of all federal funding if they're caught doing.
You take the university that's funding the researcher, and you cut off all federal funding from that university if any one person at the university does something that's gain of function. So then the universities are going to be paranoid about doing any research because they're going to, so it's the politicians aren't like smart enough to know where you draw the line and what's just going to ban a shitload of research.
Yeah.
And then Trump did a new bill, like executive order, because Congress couldn't agree on it. And his one is like, you can't give funding to China, which is like, China has money. It's not going to stop them from doing research.
Yeah, the idea that they're
and then other than that, he's like RFK's handpicked some people who are going to look over every experiment and decide which ones they think are safe, which is, as good as those two people are, those three people. And the RFK stuff could all end really badly. Saying, like the proper way to stop the H5N1 pandemic would be you'd have not just the vaccine you grow in chicken eggs, but you'd have a backup. You'd have a mRNA vaccine because you could make that safely no matter what. And there was a contract to build an H5N1 vaccine for bird flu, and he canceled that. So we're not going to have that tool at our disposal if we get that pandemic. And then he banned thimerosal, which is a preservative, and that's in our stockpile of vaccines. So we won't have a stockpile, and we won't have because of his fear of mRNA and fear of thimerosal and all that.
I was really disappointed. I'm because I'm a big liberalism and capitalism guy and globalism. I'm all in on that. And I feel like the mRNA stuff was so cool. And, and it came under a Republican president. So, maybe we can all protect it and defend it. And that whole concept has just completely been trashed and it wasn't even just the mRNA vaccines. I remember debating people 5 years ago as far as in 5 years, you guys aren't going to be okay with this, right? Like you're saying you need to see it, be safe for more time. How much time? And they were like, oh, I don't know, 3 years, bullshit.
You'll be sorry in 10 years.
And it's not even that. It's that and then also the fact how long do you think of that? I think the longest recorded vaccine adverse side effect is 3 months, I think, after vaccination. But people think that somehow 10 years into the future, some vaccine side effect is going to pop up. And and then now it's it's spilled over into all vaccines. And the biggest fear that I have, and it started with these flooding events in Texas. And I don't know a ton about climate change. I know the talking points from the headline articles. I haven't deep dove into this, but it's frustrating because if it is the case that weather events are becoming a little bit more extreme due to changes in climate, I'm like, okay, well, maybe this kind of gets more people on board with climate change, anthropogenic driven climate change, maybe. But instead it's actually, no, we know that it's because Jews are creating clouds that are seeding, our destruction. And so I'm wondering, right now we're seeding the destruction of our fucking scientific research institutions. And if in 10 years everybody starts getting sick and dying, I don't know if it's going to be, oh shit, we made a big mistake, or if it's going to be, oh my God, Epstein came back from the grave to infect children using Bill Clinton's DNA to try to punish us for defunding scientific research. And we're not even going to be able to draw the connection between why did we stop doing this and now we're paying the price for it, but you don't even know what we're paying the price on,
Yeah, the bans are dangerous, but even just the big defunding in NIH might be bigger. And then the international, where we cut the USAID funding, because who cares about the people dying in Africa? But even if you don't care about people dying in other countries, you should still be worried about public health in other countries because diseases, don't stop at borders. And if we're not helping other poor countries with their, healthcare programs, then that's more diseases that could start there and come and kill people in our country.
Yeah.
So it's bad for national security.
Yeah. Yep.
And it's bad to just have no collaboration with other, if we actually wanted to, it should not be some law that the GOP Congress writes. It should be some international agreement among scientists and among international governments so that China's doing the same standards. We could write the perfect law in the US, but if the Chinese labs are unsafe, they could still make a dangerous virus. So we need that kind of collaboration, and we shouldn't be Joe, we should still be talking to China. We should still be talking to their scientists so we know what's going on with their research.
Yeah, that really bothered me about it's totally over the top, but like when the UK wanted to Brexit and they were like, well, we feel like we don't have enough decisions over what's happening in the European Union. It's like, okay, well, when you Brexit, you'll have absolutely no fucking influence over the decisions that happen in the European Union. And yeah, it was the same thing here. Like we like dumped the WHO, and it's like, okay, well, what are we hoping to accomplish with that? Because yeah, like you said, it's like it's not like everybody's going to stop doing bad stuff that we are accusing them of doing or think they're doing out of principle. Like you have literally no more mechanisms of control on any of these organizations, and you have less communication, like you said. Yeah. Well, are you optimistic for? Yeah, are you optimistic for the future? I guess politically and scientifically and whatever else for the United States, or?
I mean, I hope we turn around in 1 to 3 years.
Okay.
I don't really care where that comes from, whether that's a shift in the Republican Party to be more sane and more centrist, or whether that's the Democrat. I'm not happy with MAGA, and I'm not happy that all conspiracy theories are part of MAGA.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Like the way that like everything slots, like the Make America Healthy Again becomes part of MAGA, and anyone with a crazy idea can join MAGA.
Yeah, not good. Yeah, and then it gets integrated into the DNA of them, and they believe everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, hey, listen, I appreciate the conversation. If there's anything you want to talk about, you can always poke me and hop on, and we can chat. And yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Yeah. Good luck. Have fun. Peace out. Wait. Oh, fuck. I should link his Twitter, I guess. I was going to ask if there's any place that he wanted people to find him. I feel like that guy was like aggressively normal. Like just a very normal human being. Which is good. We need more of that. He's a Twitter and a Medium. Does he have a Substack? I don't know if you can charge for Medium subscriptions. Well, what a time, guys. We have a trade deal with Indonesia? Wait, what? Where is he even at right now? Are there even airplanes in these fucking videos? Is it a helicopter?
Why are you giving
What is this? What's in the background?
Mr. Putin 50 additional days?
Is it a helicopter?
Oh, I don't think 50 days is very long. And it could be sooner than that. I don't think 50 days is very long. You should have asked that same question to Biden. Why did he get us into this war? You should ask that question.
But he also told Putin, I'll give you 50 days to end this war. And if you haven't come to the peace table to end the war by 50 days, in 50 days, I'm going to put a 100% tariff on all the countries that buy your oil and gas and defund your war machine. So China, Brazil, and India, you better listen to what Trump said today. If you keep buying cheap Russian oil and gas to fund Putin's war machine, President Trump is going to put a 100% tariff on all of your products coming in the United States if you don't change your behavior. And I'm going to make a prediction, they will. They're going to go to Putin and say, enough, get to the table.
Okay, first that was President Trump slamming former President Joe Biden and Russia over the war in Ukraine. And then you heard from Senator Lindsey Graham explaining how President Trump is getting a 2-for-1 deal with his new push to stop Russia, that Russia's oil customers, China, India, Brazil, now face 100% tariffs unless Russia does a peace deal in 50 days. That means all three of them have to step
100% tariffs. And then what? We're also tariffing every single person in Europe that buys Russian oil, or?
up and fix their own trade deals with the Trump White House. Joining us now, the former Director of Strategy to British Prime Minister David Cameron and GOP California gubernatorial candidate Stephen Hilton. Steve, always wonderful and a pleasure to have you on. What's your reaction to this? Because the media is not reporting the 2-1 results that the president is trying to move for here.
It's another example, as you were just discussing with Byron, of the masterful way that...
Why did you ignore the previous dono about FBI and DOE thinking lab leak is more likely? Can you please respond? I think you said we needed to trust institutions. I mean, generally we do, but I mean, Trump has weaponized the fuck out of all of these. You can look at the FBI or the Department of DOE. Is it the Department of Energy? I thought it was the CIA. When their reports are saying that they think it's a lab leak, they don't put any information in the report. Like, I think you're just getting propaganda people from the admin that are saying this. It's not like they've given any new evidence, and they don't even say they have any new evidence that they can't show us. They just are saying retarded shit.
That he's using the power of this office to advance his agenda and to achieve both domestic and global aims at the same time, security aims. He always said he was going to end this war. He tried one way, it didn't work. Now he's trying another way. But as you say, this means that you've got that trade pressure on China and India and Brazil as well as part of the whole thing. Because as the president has always said, tariffs are an incredible, powerful weapon when you're the strong country.
What have we gotten so far with our tariffs? Anybody?
Imposing them, which is what we are, and getting stronger thanks to his other economic policies.
And Steve, it comes that President Trump announced a preliminary trade deal with Indonesia. Indonesia pays 19% tariffs to the U.S., but the U.S. pays 0. Okay, so he's getting that done. Well, what do you make of left-wing media like MSNBC criticizing Trump, saying that Trump is threatening Russia, when you got NATO chief Mark Rutte praising Trump's strategy, calling it smartly designed, saying China, you might want to call Vladimir Putin. What do you make of the criticism now from MSNBC that Trump is the one threatening to Russia?
Well, you just can't take these people seriously. I mean, for years, it's been, Putin, what a disaster. Putin's a nightmare, and Trump's terrible for sucking up to Putin. And then the minute that he actually puts pressure on Putin, which is, by the way, is what President Trump did in his first term, he was the one that sent weapons to Ukraine, remember? No one, and he was the one that ended the Nord Stream pipeline. So he's always been strong with Putin. But nevertheless, their narrative has been completely blown up by what President Trump has done, and they don't know how to cope. And yet again, they completely lose all credibility.
You know, Steve, there's also this. Wow. Ukraine badly needs the 17 or so Patriot surface-to-air missile systems President Trump says will come entirely from European NATO allies, who then buy new replacement systems from the U.S. You know, Steve, they're key to Ukraine's defenses in taking out Russian drone, missile, and airstrikes. Russia is continuing its nightly bombardment of Ukraine. Where do you see this all heading?
Well, I think it's heading towards peace, because one way or another, the president...
is continuing key to Ukraine's defenses in taking out Russian drone, missile, and airstrikes. Russia is continuing its nightly bombardment of Ukraine. Okay. Where do you see this all heading?
Where is that?
Well, I think it's heading towards peace, because one way or another, the president will get this done. And we know with President Trump, he doesn't stop until he gets it done, and he wants to get it done.
Destiny, why are you lying? Lying about what?
Peacefully.
Why are you lying? These determinations were made under Biden admin. Hard times, chili, spice mix. You can... I can read any report at this point and debunk whatever bullshit talking point you have, okay? So, you want to join the fucking Discord? You can do it. If you want to link a thing, you can do it, but...
Using leverage, that's what's happening, and I'm very optimistic about the outcome.
Stephen Hilton, you're always wonderful and smart to listen to. Thank you so much.
Great
Come back soon.
The truth about Stephen is out. Holy shit.
Cameron's not
Whoa! That autoplayed. Trump promotes 90...
Nippon Steel, and we got it, and we have all sorts of protections because of the fact that
the golden
U.S. Steel was,
share.
You people, years ago, 80 years ago, was the biggest company in the world, most powerful company in the world. and we were very strong. And Nippon's coming in. They're going to be investing $17 billion. They're going to build new plants all over the country using U.S. Steel. And we have the absolute control because we don't want to lose control of that one name. That one name is very important for to the history of this country. And I think Nippon's going to do a fantastic job. And, you know, in some cases, they could take it back to their country. I said to people, because a lot of people said, well, what do you think a Japanese company?
3 hours behind. It sounded like you expected Jeff Epstein to give the girls a plane ticket to get on his private jet to his private island or get there with a commercial flight. Do you not need anything to get through an air? I feel like you must have some passage of travel or something, right? Well, they're the flight logs. We have the flight log. Wait, why are we talking about? There's flight logs, right? Are they in the book?
Companies coming in. I said, well, you know, when they spend $1 billion in a steel plant, they're not going to put it on a boat and take it away. It's going to be right here with us no matter what. But they are going to do a fantastic job, and they look forward to it, and they're so excited about it. They actually fought very, very hard to get that deal. And I think when you look at the countless jobs at the Mon Valley Works in western Pennsylvania, we have something that's going to be really incredible. And we did keep a golden share. You know who has the golden share? I do. I have the golden. Does everybody know what a golden share? A lot of these people from the Middle East, they don't have to worry about golden shares. But we have a golden share, but Nippon's going to do a fantastic job. With that historic announcement and the new commitments being made today, we're building a future where American workers will forge the steel, produce the energy, build the factories, and really run a country like I believe like this country has never been run before. I think we have a true golden age for America.
Pro-socialism, conservatives. Nice.
We're going to need 5 million workers to build the investment, and we're going to need 5 million workers to build these factories.
Why does he look like that? Is there? No, never mind. That's too much.
And work in these plants, the AI plants, the fabs for semiconductors, the pharmaceuticals, they're all coming home. And we need automated plants to help us because let's face it, those 5 million people, we've got 5 million people to go to work in these factories. We don't have 50 million. So we need the automation.
I feel like that was my talking about for like a year. That whatever you're talking about bringing back, we don't have the people for these jobs, and now we're saying that's all going to be automated, or
to take this $15 trillion and really reshore manufacturing back to America.
And when are we going to start cutting these ribbons on these big, big investment projects? We've got a lot of great announcements, a lot of money, but when do they break ground?
Oh, I get invited to these things all the time. I mean, if I went to these ribbon cuttings, so basically what's happening now is they're starting to move dirt. Right, they're clearing fields, they're doing dirt.
Where?
You had Micron, which went to $200 billion investment in memory bandwidth, semiconductor memory, building in Boise, Idaho.
Oh, Micron, Boise, Idaho. They started building because of Trump? Wait. What year are we in again? 2025, right? When was Trump in office?
Construction season in Southwest Idaho and that's on that site.
I wonder what they what motivated them to start this expansion. Now, a YouTube commenter says, FYI, all Idaho's U.S. congressmen and senators voted against the CHIPS Act that helped Micron with this massive expansion. I wonder if they will take credit for this project even though they voted against it. I don't know if that CHIPS Act is actually what helped them expand here, but...
Boise Dev told you about...
Just job after job, dirt, right? They're clearing fields, they're doing dirt. You had Micron, which went to $200 billion investment in memory bandwidth, semiconductor memory, building in Boise, Idaho, just job after job after factory after factory. they're coming, and they're coming now.
They're
so I would say
coming.
1 year from today, you're going to see more than 1% GDP
Oh,
growth.
1 year?
Just from
Okay.
Donald Trump's plans of bringing in these factories and building these factories in America is going to add more than 1% GDP growth in a year.
All right, we want to see these factories.
It really makes you think, doesn't it? Are passenger flight logs mandatory for private domestic U.S. flights? That'd be my guess. I don't know. I could be wrong. Because I don't know if you're allowed to. I think you have to know like what's on planes and shit that are flying around now, but maybe they're not. Well, one guy in DGG said yes. So. Oh shit! What are these guys doing in here? J Lord, are you Hard Times?
Yeah, it's me.
Oh, hi. What's up, buddy?
Hey. So, are you aware that the FBI and the Department of Energy both came to the conclusion that lab leak is more likely than not under the Biden administration? This was not a Trump thing.
Oh, well, I mean, if they did, what was their evidence for it?
I don't know, but you're the one who tells us we need to trust our institutions, that we can't know everything. The black box theory, right? These are institutions. Are we supposed to trust them or not once they have a story that you disagree with?
Well, we can trust them, but also like be skeptical of them, right? So this is something I've dug into quite a bit.
Okay.
I don't.
Have you gone through their assessments?
No, that's why I just asked you what was in their assessment.
I don't know. I just trust institutions.
Oh, so you take the mRNA
Right.
vaccines?
Yes, I do.
Cool. And you want the fluoride in your water?
Yes.
Nice.
I know you've been doing this on stream for a few days. I was assuming you've gone through this already. You'd be able to debunk these. You haven't gone through these reports?
I've gone through some of them, but the problem is there's just no evidence presented in them. They just like repeat like a bad talking point and they say, so we've changed our confidence, but there's like no evidence. Do you have any idea what year was this report? FBI, DOE, report, lab leak.
FBI was mid-2021 internally. It came out publicly in 2023. They have a moderate confidence. Department of Energy, it was February 2023 with a low confidence.
Did they put out like a report on this or?
I'm sure they did. I don't know if it should be, you should be able to Google it.
I'm like seeing a lot of links to stories, but I don't know if there's like a. Two sources said the Department of Energy assessed in the intelligence report that it had low confidence that the COVID-19 virus accidentally escaped from a lab in Wuhan. Wuhan, not Wuhan. Fuck. League of Legends.
It's a classified intelligence report, so it's not public.
Yeah, well, so yeah, I mean, I don't know. If there's no evidence for me to evaluate, I don't know what I'm supposed to say about this. And if it's a low confidence report, I don't know how much they engage with the science or anything. So I can't really speak to it.
All right. Well, I mean, that doesn't look great, right?
No, I don't think it impacts me much at all. What do you mean?
I'm definitely seeing a contradiction where you tell your listeners that we need to trust institutions.
Why do you keep repeating this? Like you have like a
degenerative
like brain disorder.
No, this is a core tenet of what you believe and what you push out, that we need to be able to trust our institutions.
I agree with that. Hold on, I agree with that.
Yeah, now we have an institution that disagrees with you, and now we can't trust institutions all of a sudden.
Did I say
You
that?
clearly
Wait, did I say we can't
problem
trust
there.
institutions?
Yes, you did. You said we cannot trust the FBI or
Would I
the
say
DOE
that?
under the Biden administration. Yes, that's what you were implying.
Oh, okay. So if you disagree with somebody, that means you can't trust them anymore. That's my implication.
Yes, your implication is that we cannot trust the institution being named in this case.
Okay.
Why don't you trust the FBI on this?
Well, one, their report says that it's low confidence, and two, they don't publish anything, so I have nothing to evaluate, and three, I've read deeply into this issue, and I don't agree with their conclusion on this. I would have to see something to actually move me on it. Why do you think that when I say we should broadly like trust institutions, that means that we should trust every single thing that every single like institution, you know, delivers to us unquestionably? Like a simple reading of history would show that that's obviously not the case, right? But like MK Ultra was a real thing, and I mean like the whole oh god, the black. Oh god, what am I thinking? When they used the black people to test like syphilis and they didn't tell them. Whatever, like Tuskegee. Like, I know the government has done bad things. I know our institutions have done bad things before. I don't think that they're perfect. I've never said that ever. So I don't know where this idea that you're like ejaculating at this idea that I disagree with an institution means that I'm a complete total hypocrite and I'm completely and utterly incorrect on every single thing I've said now about trusting institutions because I don't uncritically accept every single thing they say as fact. If I've dug into it, do you really think this?
I do.
Okay.
I find that to be a very satisfying answer, but that's all right.
You don't find that? So you either have to trust every single thing an institution says or you can't trust any of it.
I didn't say that.
What are you saying?
I'm saying there are experts that are way above our pay grade that understand these things a hell of a lot more than we do that made a determination.
Well, then why would they then they can publish the information? You know that like I'm siding with most of the experts, right? Like most of the people that publish on this agree that it probably came from the wet market. So most of the experts like are on the wet market side. I don't know what experts the CIA has, or I don't even know if they're relying on expert analysis there.
It sounds like the issue is that they have access to classified information that the other experts that are just publishing publicly don't have access to. So
then why is there assessment low confidence?
Because it's low confidence, right? Low confidence still means Occam's razor, in their opinion, says it's more likely to be a lap leak based off of this classified information that we don't have.
Okay.
All right.
Anything else, buddy?
That's all. Nope.
Okay, have fun.
Peace.
Well, hi, what's up? What do you want?
Oh, 1 second. I gotta pause your stream. All right. So mine's more of a general question. Because I hear you talk about like Elon Musk and everything, and about how like they're super smart in their specific field and everything, and then they're like really stupid when it comes to anything else.
Mm-hmm.
And I completely agree with that. I just don't know, how do you articulate to people like that somebody can be smart but not know anything outside of their field? Like I don't even know how to define if somebody's smart anymore, because it seems like there's so many smart people that have the capacity to learn like really hard subjects, but like everything outside of that they're like brain dead on.
I don't know. It's a lot of like ideology capture, and I don't know how to point people. I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. I don't really know. Sorry. That there's like so many people that are somehow persuaded by what just sounds like the stupidest fucking shit in the entire universe. So I don't know what the answer is. Like I listen to these people talking. It was just so obvious this guy is like fucking clueless and retarded. So I don't know why you would trust this guy on any other topic. You know.
Yeah, it comes up in like casual conversation when I'm talking to people about politics or anything, where it's like you'll say something about how someone's like intelligent in their field, and it's like, okay, well then why don't you trust them when they're talking about like anything else? And I just didn't know how to articulate like how somebody can be like smart, or how I would even define if somebody's smart or not.
Yeah. I think you just have to get lucky.
I'm probably not articulating it well.
You have to get lucky and hope that the person like eventually gives some opinion about something in their field of expertise, so that you can say, oh look, he's talking about something you know about. Now you know he's really dumb, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. Like, I don't even know how to define it to people anymore, and I just wanted your perspective on it.
Mm-hmm.
That was basically it. Thanks.
Have fun. Be careful.
Yep. See you.
Wow. Did I watch the same hide crash out? Yeah. Wow. What a world. What do you mean when you say we should trust institutions? That they're largely oriented in the right direction, that they generally deliver correct answers, that it's like that we have to externalize our trust into third parties in order to ensure that like society can work, because we don't have time to verify and validate every single thing ourselves. True based. How can you confront when you refuse to show your face? Lauren's book's got a lot of crazy stuff in it. Buy your copy today, along with your DGG knife. Now you're itching to talk more about the Kelly and Jay Cooks drama? Oh, I've been watching that. It's been absolutely epic. I can summarize it with a single Discord message. Minute 30-second clip.
Keep going now. I'm fine with where this ends.
I mean, I'm not happy with you that this was done on stream. I'm not happy with you that you ignored me when I was trying to talk to you in DMs. I'm not happy that
you decided to join VC the second stream started.
you could have kicked me from VC. Why didn't you kick me from VC?
Wait, why would kicking you from
You
VC
clearly
be
don't
the
care
option?
about my feelings, because otherwise this situation wouldn't be happening. So why didn't you just kick me from VC?
Why would I kick you from VC?
Because apparently that's the reason why I'm here.
You're here because you want to talk about it publicly.
I went to VC because I had no choice, because people would have called me a coward or like that I'm running.
Okay, so if I didn't talk to you on stream, people would have called me a coward or said I was running.
Yeah, well, that's the choice you have to make when you're the streamer. Sometimes you have to eat shit, right? But it's not my stream.
Okay. All right.
You do realize your stream is your responsibility, right? The stuff that gets done in your stream is not my responsibility. So I don't know why you're laughing at it.
Realize that
If you
leak things
didn't
into
want me to
Discord,
talk in VC,
it's still public. It still gets recorded.
and you still haven't given me what you're bothered about me talking about in my Discord is. Like, you said you got multiple screenshots.
Keep going now.
It's just like it's just so much. Like he can't say anything to fight because he's trying to keep the forces together, and they're highly reactive people, to quote Professor Kelly. Not unstable, but reactive. Okay. Can we watch the Irrelevant Baldur's Gate crash out with him and Kelly? No. Okay. Oh, I love you guys. I'm going to stream in an hour and anything else. I need to go downstairs and readjust all the cameras because I fucked with them all for the Tom podcast. Wait, I'll do connections because I love you guys so much. Quad, corner, tree, hammy, lamb, library, delt. These are muscle names, I think. Surround, overdone, trap, D, bet, camp, dorm, dramatic, cafeteria. Just kidding. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Okay. Good bait. Oh, places in schools? The quad, the dorm, the cafeteria, the library. Good one. Trapped, cornered, surrounded. Camped? I don't know what else means this. Tree, the, bet, dealt, dramatic, hammy? Is a hammy a type of trap? Overdone, lamb? Bro. Oh, these are, I don't know if it's NATO or phonetic alphabet, like lambda or whatever, maybe, delta, beta, theta, math symbols or something. Greek letters, same shit. Surrounded, cornered, trapped. What could this possibly be? What are the other things? Camp, tree, hammy. Like a hammock? You could go camping in a tree. I've already guessed camp and hammy. Like bear trap, bear camp, bear tree. A trap door, corner door, tree house, trap house, a corner house. Surround house? Camp house? Is that a thing? Hammy house? Wait, it's overdone. It's campy. It's dramatic. Or it's hammy? Exaggerated. I don't think I've ever heard hammy before, but okay. This can't be a house, is it? Closed in on. Tree? Tree? Am I missing something? Quick, guys, I'm gonna tree him. I need your quick analysis. This isn't
What's the
fake.
advice you give to your younger self?
Spend less time with their kids.
Spend less.
Less time with their kids. They just waste your time.
I can't believe a father would say spend less time with your kids.
No, dickheads.
What's he saying?
Dickheads.
Dickheads!
There's like 3 of these. Is this? I can't tell this is. I feel like this isn't real and it's some fucking comedy show and I.
This Highgate isn't the one in London, it's a suburb of Adelaide. But it's the advert's last sentence that brought out a local TV reporter's crusading instincts.
I'd just like to ask you a few questions about the house you've got for sale.
Well, I'd rather not answer it.
Why not?
Because I don't want to. I'm not going to spell my business to anybody over there. Yeah, no.
Well, I'm not interested in how much you want for the house. I'm just interested in why you don't want any Asians to buy it and move in.
Well, because the simple reason they're turtle Asian.
Why don't you want Asians moving into your house?
Because I don't like the Asians, that's all it is.
You don't want them in your place?
They're just a mob of crooks, that's all they are.
And that there's a law against what you're doing?
Well, no one has told me that, and I mean to say even the Asians...
You think it's wrong?
Even the Asians himself, he said I can have my sign up. If we get a buyer, I can sell it.
But you won't sell it to an Asian person?
If they come up with a buyer, yes. All they're interested about is just to put the sign up. That's all. I've had them agents, I haven't knocked them back.
What would... Oh, no, agents. Did you know what your
Asians, I'm sorry. Well, that's a bad expression.
Is that what you say, no Asians?
No.
You say no agents?
Agents, sorry.
For a real 10 out of 10, he should have said, "Oh, no Asians either. I actually am racist," but that is a misprint.
Is it me or is folks just getting?
Shit, what was
is
that?
it me?
Is
or
there a
folks...
black person here?
What did you just say?
Those are like, I saw this meme last week.
Shit, what was that?
Is there a black person here?
What did you just say?
I said, is there a black person here?
Do you have a question?
Yeah. Is there a black person here?
Chip, why are you asking that?
Janice said there was one in here. Came to check.
There's a white person here, too.
Well, I don't need one of those.
Chip, please stop what you're doing.
What's the big deal? I'm just trying to find the black person here.
Well, you found her. Okay, you got her today. Okay, let me see. Let me set my sparkling down.
Oh, here it is. Got it.
Chip, are you saying is there a black purse in here?
Yeah. Success. I like your haircut, Linda.
Thank you, Chet.
It's the not father. Okay, be careful, no time. We're back in an hour.